sounded like you were why we did. We have the same chat. But we were literally
First one is I think Peter and I were on the same page. I just said he didn't yesterday.
Yeah. Right? Just double check.
Which delegation? I know, which delegation? Peru? Yes.
Tudo bem?
Bom dia.
Gracias.
Welcome, welcome.
Thank you very much.
Great pleasure to have you with us.
Nice to meet you.
Thank you very much.
Morning.
Thank you very
Thank you
much.
very much. Buenos días. Gusto verla.
Good morning, sir.
Very good morning. We'll be meeting each other today.
It is an honor, pleasure.
All the best.
To
Thank
attend
you
the
very much.
first time
Welcome. Years between our.
And congratulations with your re-election.
Thank you very much.
Good morning. How are you doing? Good morning. Okay, thank you.
Yes.
Yes. You also over re-election. Yes. Morning.
Ora viva! Como está? Gosto de vê-lo. Bem-vindo, bem-vindo. Good morning. Yes.
Bom dia, bom dia.
Temos aqui uma fotografia. Muito bem.
Até breve.
Nos vemos breve. Good morning. Very nice to have you with us. You know the Deputy Secretary General.
Good morning.
Just the cabinet. Okay, see you later. See you later. See you later. Welcome, welcome. Great pleasure to have you with us. All the best.
Thank you.
Let's hope we have a good week of work.
Good morning.
Great friends are always welcome. Please. Thank you very much. See you later.
Morning.
Very nice to have you with us. Great pleasure. Pleasure to be here. Maybe here in the middle of our team. The Deputy Secretary General and the Chef of Cabinet.
Good morning.
See you. All the best. Thank you very much. Welcome, welcome, welcome. It's a great pleasure to have you with us.
Hello.
All the best. Thank you very much. Morning. Welcome, welcome. How nice to have you with us. Please, Deputy Secretary General and the Chef of Cabinet. I'm a great admirer of what you have done.
Yeah, we're going to see each other, I think.
Yes. Thank you very much. Madam, welcome, welcome. Delighted to have you with us. You know the Deputy Secretary General and the Chef of Cabinet. If you don't mind, take a photo in the middle of our team. All the best.
Thank you.
How nice to have you with us. Welcome, welcome. The Deputy Secretary General and cabinet.
Good morning, welcome.
And please, let's have a photo. Thank you very much. See you later.
Thank you.
Very nice to have you with us. Merci infiniment de venir. Et vous connaissez le... Ouais, en français, je vais jamais demander ça. Le chef du cabinet.
Thank you very much.
Alors, merci et au revoir.
Merci beaucoup. Thank you.
Turista mexicannya. Turista Mexico. Sí. Yo también. No sé, capaz que sí seguro.
Joining our team for one moment, for a photo. Very nice to have you with us. Welcome. You know the next Secretary General, the Chef of Cabinet. And please, let's have a photo together. Thank you very much.
So, thank you.
See you later.
Good to see you again.
Always super welcome.
Thank you very
Super
much.
welcome.
Nice to
I
see
think
you.
you know Anita and Luisa Piotti. And if you can join
I'll
our
stand
team
here
for a
and
moment.
try to smile behind this.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Good luck.
We need it.
Yes.
Querido Antonio,
Queridísimo presidente, qué bella intervención ayer. Qué
I
maravilla.
was just following his advice. You told me, be provocative. Yes, sir. Buenos días. I'm a good student. So,
Pero fue un gran moment. Muchas gracias.
I just follow your advice.
Yes, you will do.
Well, welcome again. It's such a pleasure to have you with us. You know Amina, Mohamed, Maria Yoti.
Welcome. Thank you so much.
And please, let's thank you very much again for your Thank you very much.
I'm right there.
Okay, somebody's coming down here. Montenegro. Peru?
Ecuador.
Colombia?
Ecuador.
Ecuador, yes, sorry. Oh, you have to get off here. You can't stand on this one. Sorry.
Bom, vamos lá.
Agora tiraram aqui uma fotografia.
看，第一批融合到最前这边。Yeah.
Better like it?
Yeah. Thank you.
Good to see you.
Yes, I'm there.
Yeah, he's here because we had a press conference.
We have some audio. Right, it's audio.
Thank you. Yeah.
We're going to be seeing Boris Johnson. What are you going to ask him? France.
Right now. No, not vaccination, you know, when it comes to like work rather before COVID.
There's any
Thank you. These are only the official.
We're not, I got this one about
Just the now we're waiting for somebody to
this guy
They're waiting for Montenegro. These guys.
Finish?
Yeah.
Ya estaba listo y luego
Thank you so much. Thank you. Ladies.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Sorry.
Up and down.
aquí atrás mío me agacho un poco.
Somebody to come and get you down, so give me 1 minute. Costa Rica, awesome.
Viene a comer. Sí.
Anybody else ready to go?
So principal.
So you present, thank you.
Is anybody from Romania here?
Yes.
Yes?
Thank you. Are they coming?
Okay, I'm just checking that you're here.
Okay, thank you. I sit down, can we switch the place? Yes. Okay, thank you. This one. So this is the please.
Please, Jamal.
Ladies and gentlemen, show your credentials, please. Thank you so much. Thank you. Good morning. Good morning, ma'am. Credentials, please. Thank you. Good morning, doctor. How are you? Thank you. Anyone, please, show your credentials? Good morning.
Mr. Prime Minister, you're going to fix the relations with Russia.
Ladies and gentlemen, credentials, please. Thank you, sir. Good morning. Come on, come here. That's all.
Do you have secondary
Yes,
copy?
we are done.
Self-start.
Good morning, Master. How are you? Good morning, sir. Got it. Sit down.
You're right. I think closing 10.
Good morning, sir. Thank Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you. Good morning. Please show your credentials. Good morning. Show me your try to review the clock.
Yeah, this happens all the time. You just refeed it and we get something to
Display of credentials, secondary passport. Step aside, please. şu vardı.
Whenever you.
I always enjoy working with the Kuwaiti delegation. Thank you.
Please take your seats.
You want to keep this?
Yeah, this.
Oh. This is the teleprompter.
Right. Distinguished delegates, please take your seats. The third plenary meeting of the General Assembly is called to order. First, the General Assembly will hear a presentation by the Secretary General of his annual report on the work of the organization under Agenda Item 112. I now give the floor to the Secretary General of the United Nations, His Excellency Antonio Guterres.
Mr. President of the General Assembly, Excellencies, I'm here to sound the alarm. The world must wake up. We are on the edge of an abyss and moving in the wrong direction. Our world has never been more threatened or more divided. We face the greatest cascade of crises in our lifetimes. The COVID-19 pandemic has supersized glaring inequalities. The climate crisis is pummeling the planet. Upheaval from Afghanistan to Ethiopia to Yemen and beyond has thwarted peace. A surge of mistrust and misinformation is polarizing people and paralyzing societies. Human rights are under fire, and science is under assault. And the economic lifelines for the most vulnerable are coming too little and too late, if they come at all. Solidarity is missing in action just when we need it most. Perhaps one image tells the tale of our times, the picture we have seen from some parts of the world of COVID-19 vaccines in the garbage, expired and unused. On the one hand, we see the vaccines developed in record time, a victory of science and human ingenuity. On the other hand, we see that triumph undone by the tragedy of lack of political will, selfishness, and mistrust. A surplus in some countries, empty shelves in others. A majority of the wealthier world vaccinated, over 90% of Africans still waiting for the first dose. This is a moral indictment of the state of our world. It is an obscenity. We pass the science test, but we are getting an F in ethics. Excellencies, the quiet alarm bells are also ringing at fever pitch. The recent report of the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change was a code red for humanity. We see the warning signs in every continent and region. Scorching temperatures, shocking biodiversity loss, polluted air, water, and natural spaces, and climate-related disasters at every turn. As we saw recently, not even this city, the financial capital of the world, is immune. Climate scientists tell us it is not too late to keep alive the 1.5-degree goal of the Paris Climate Agreement. But the window is rapidly closing. We need a 45% cut in emissions by 2030. Yet, a recent UN report made clear that with present national climate commitments, emissions will go up by 16% by 2030. That would condemn us to a hellscape of temperature rises of at least 2.7 degrees above pre-industrial levels, a catastrophe. Meanwhile, the OECD just reported a gap of at least $20 billion in essential and promised climate finance to developing countries. We are weeks away from the UN climate conference in Glasgow, but seemingly light years away from reaching our targets. We must get serious and we must act fast. Excellencies, COVID and the climate crisis have exposed profound fragilities as societies and as a planet. Yet instead of humility in the face of these epic challenges, we see hubris. Instead of the path of solidarity, we are on a dead end to destruction. At the same time, another disease is spreading in our world today, a malady of mistrust. When people see promises of progress denied by the realities of their harsh daily lives, when they see their fundamental rights and freedoms curtailed, when they see petty as well as grand corruption around them, when they see billionaires joyriding to space while millions go hungry on Earth, when parents see a future for their children that looks even bleaker than the struggles of today, and when young people see no future at all. The people we serve and represent may lose faith not only in their governments and institutions, but in the values that have animated the work of the United Nations for over 75 years. Peace, human rights, dignity for all, equality, justice, solidarity. Like never before, core values are in the crosshairs. A breakdown in trust is leading to a breakdown in values. Promises, after all, are worthless if people do not see results in their daily lives. Failure to deliver creates space for some of the darkest impulses of humanity. It provides oxygen for easy fixes, pseudo-solutions, and conspiracy theories. It is kindling to stoke ancient grievances, cultural supremacy, ideological dominance, violent misogyny, the targeting of the most vulnerable, including refugees and migrants. Excellencies, we face a moment of truth. Now is the time to deliver. Now is the time to restore trust. And now is the time to inspire hope. And I do have hope. The problems we have created are problems we can solve. Humanity has shown that we are capable of great things when we work together. And that is the raison d'être of our United Nations. But let's be frank. Today's multilateral system is too limited in its instruments and capacities in relation to what is needed for effective governance of managing global public goods. It is too fixed on the short term. We need to strengthen global governance. We need to focus on the future. We need to renew the social contract. And we need to ensure a United Nations fit for a new era. That is why I presented my report on our common agenda in the way I did. It provides a 360 degrees analysis of the state of our world with 90 specific recommendations that take on the challenges of today and strengthen multilateralism for tomorrow. Our common agenda builds on the UN Charter, the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development, and the Paris Climate Agreement. It is in line with the mandate I was given by the UN 75 Declaration to seek a pathway to a better world. But to reach that land of our promises, we must bridge great divides. Excellencies, I see 6 great divides, 6 Grand Canyons that we must bridge now. First, we must bridge the peace divide. For far too many around the world, peace and stability remain a distant dream. In Afghanistan, where we must boost humanitarian assistance and defend human rights, especially of women and girls. In Ethiopia, where we call on parties to immediately cease hostilities, ensure humanitarian access, and create the conditions for the start of an Ethiopian-led political dialogue. In Myanmar, where we reaffirm unwavering support to the people in their pursuit of democracy, peace, human rights, and the rule of law. In the Sahel, where we are committed to mobilizing international assistance for regional security, development, and governance. In places such as Yemen, Libya, and Syria, where we must overcome stalemates and push for peace. In Israel and Palestine, where we urge leaders to resume a meaningful dialogue, recognizing the two-state solution as the only pathway to a just and comprehensive peace. In Haiti and so many other places left behind, where we stand in solidarity through every step out of crisis. Excellencies, we are seeing an explosion in seizures of power by force. Military coups are back, and the lack of unity among the international community does not help. Geopolitical divisions are undermining international cooperation and limiting the capacity of the Security Council to take the necessary decisions. A sense of impunity is taking hold, and at the same time, it will be impossible to address dramatic economic and developed challenges while the world's two largest economies are at odds with each other. Yet I fear our world is creeping towards two different sets of economic, trade, financial, and technological rules, two divergent approaches in the development of artificial intelligence, and ultimately, the risk of two different military and geopolitical strategies. And this is a recipe for trouble. It would be far less predictable than the Cold War. To restore trust and inspire hope, we need cooperation, we need dialogue, we need understanding. We need to invest in prevention, peacekeeping, and peacebuilding. We need progress on nuclear disarmament and in our shared efforts to counter terrorism. We need actions anchored in respect for human rights, and we need a new comprehensive agenda for peace. Excellencies, second, we must bridge the climate divide. This requires bridging trust between North and South. It starts by doing all we can now to create the conditions for success in Glasgow. We need more ambition from all countries in three key areas: mitigation, finance, and adaptation. More ambition on mitigation means countries committing to carbon neutrality by mid-century and to concrete 2030 emissions reductions targets that will get us there, backed up with credible actions now. More ambition on finance means developing nations finally seeing the promised $100 billion a year for climate action, fully mobilizing the resources of both international financial institutions and the private sector too. And more ambition on adaptation means developed countries living up to their promise of credible support to developing countries to build resilience to save lives and livelihoods. And this means 50% of all climate finance provided by developed countries and multilateral development banks should be dedicated to adaptation. The African Development Bank set the bar in 2019 by allocating half of its climate finance to adaptation. Some donor countries have followed their lead. All must do so. My message to every member state is this: don't wait for others to make the first move. Do your part. Around the world, we see civil society, led by young people, fully mobilized to tackle the climate crisis. The private sector is increasingly stepping up. Governments must also summon the full force of their fiscal policy-making powers to make the shift to green economies. By taxing carbon and pollution instead of people's income, to more easily make switch to sustainable green jobs. By ending subsidies to fossil fuels and freeing up resources to invest back into healthcare, education, renewable energy, sustainable food systems, and social protection for their people. By committing to no new coal plants. If all planned coal power plants become operational, we will not only be clearly above 1.5 degrees, we will be well above 2 degrees, and the Paris targets will go up in smoke. This is a planetary emergency. We need coalitions of solidarity between countries that still depend heavily on coal and countries that have the financial and technical resources to support their transition. We have the opportunity and the obligation to act. Excellencies, third, we must bridge the gap between rich and poor, within and among countries. That starts by ending the pandemic for everyone, everywhere. We urgently need a global vaccination plan to at least double vaccine production and ensure that vaccines reach 70% of the world's population in the first half of 2022. This plan could be implemented by an emergency task force made up of present and potential vaccine producers, the World Health Organization, ACT accelerator partners, and international financial institutions working with pharmaceutical companies. We have no time to lose. A lopsided recovery is deepening inequalities. Richer countries could reach pre-pandemic growth rates by the end of this year, while the impacts may last for years in low-income countries. Is it any wonder? Advanced economies are investing nearly 28% of their gross domestic product into economic recovery. For middle-income countries, that number falls to 6.5%. And it plummets to 1.8% for the least developed countries, a tiny percentage of a much smaller amount. In sub-Saharan Africa, the International Monetary Fund projects that cumulative economic growth per capita over the next 5 years will be 75% less than the rest of the world. Many countries need an urgent injection of liquidity. I welcome the issuance of $650 billion in special drawing rights by the International Monetary Fund. But these SDRs are largely going to the countries that need them least. Advanced economies should reallocate their surplus SDRs to countries in need. SDRs are not a silver bullet, but they provide space for sustainable recovery and growth. I renew also my call for a reformed and more equitable international debt architecture. The debt service suspension initiative must be extended to 2022 and should be available to highly indebted, vulnerable and middle-income countries that request it. This would be solidarity in action. Countries shouldn't have to choose between servicing debt and serving people. With effective international solidarity, it would be possible at the national level to forge a new social contract that includes universal health coverage and income protection, housing and decent work, quality education for all, and an end to discrimination and violence against women and girls. I call on countries to reform their tax systems and finally end tax evasion, money laundering, and illicit financial flows. And as we look ahead, we need a better system of prevention and preparedness for all major global risks. We must support the recommendations of the Independent Panel for Pandemic Preparedness and Response. I have put forward a number of other proposals in our common agenda, including an emergency platform and a Futures Lab. Mesdames et Messieurs les représentants, quatrièmement, nous devons combler le fossé entre les genres. Le Covid-19 a mis à nu et exacerbé la plus vieille injustice du monde, le déséquilibre de pouvoir entre les hommes et les femmes. Lorsque la pandémie a frappé, les femmes représentaient la majorité des travailleurs de première ligne. Elles ont été les premières à perdre leur emploi et les premières à mettre leur carrière en suspens pour s'occuper de leurs proches. Les fermetures d'écoles ont touché des filles de manière disproportionnée, freinant leur parcours et augmentant les risques d'abus, de violence et de mariage d'enfants. Combler le fossé entre les femmes et les hommes n'est pas seulement une question de justice pour les femmes et les filles. Cela change la donne pour l'humanité tout entière. Les sociétés plus égalitaires sont aussi plus stables et plus pacifiques. Elles ont de meilleurs systèmes de santé et des économies plus dynamiques. L'égalité des femmes est essentiellement une question de pouvoir. Si nous voulons résoudre les problèmes les plus difficiles de notre époque, Nous devons de toute urgence transformer notre monde dominé par les hommes et changer l'équilibre de pouvoir. Cela requiert plus de femmes dirigeantes dans les parlements, les cabinets ministériels et les conseils d'administration. Cela exige que les femmes soient pleinement représentées et puissent apporter leur pleine contribution partout. J'exhorte les gouvernements, les entreprises et les autres organisations à prendre des mesures audacieuses, y compris des critères de référence et des quotas, pour établir la parité homme-femme à tous les niveaux de la hiérarchie. À l'Organisation des Nations Unies, nous avons atteint cela au sein de l'équipe dirigeante et parmi les responsables de bureaux de pays. Nous continuerons jusqu'à ce que nous parvenions à la parité à tous les niveaux. Et dans le même temps, nous devons nous opposer aux lois régressives qui institutionnalisent la discrimination de genre. Les droits des femmes sont des droits humains. Les plans de relance économique devraient accorder une place centrale aux femmes, notamment par des investissements à grande échelle dans l'économie des soins. Et nous devons adopter un plan d'urgence pour lutter contre la violence de genre dans chaque pays. Pour atteindre les objectifs de développement durable et bâtir un monde meilleur, nous pouvons et nous devons combler le fossé entre les femmes et les hommes. Mesdames et Messieurs les représentants, cinquièmement, pour redonner confiance et raviver l'espoir, nous devons réduire la fracture numérique. La moitié de l'humanité n'a pas accès à l'Internet. Nous devons faire en sorte que tout le monde soit connecté d'ici à 2030. Telle est la vision de mon plan d'action de coopération numérique. Saisir les promesses du numérique tout en se prémunissant contre ces dangers. L'un des plus grands périls auxquels nous sommes confrontés, c'est le pouvoir croissant des plateformes numériques et l'utilisation des données à des fins néfastes. Une vaste bibliothèque d'informations est en train d'être constituée sur chacun d'entre nous. Et nous n'y avons même pas accès. Nous ne savons pas comment ces informations ont été recueillies, par qui, ni dans quel but. Mais nous savons que nos données sont utilisées à des fins commerciales pour augmenter encore les profits. Nos comportements et habitudes deviennent des produits qui sont vendus comme des contrats à terme. Nos données sont également utilisées pour influencer nos perceptions et nos opinions. Les gouvernements et d'autres entités peuvent les exploiter pour contrôler et manipuler le comportement des citoyens, bafouant aussi ainsi les droits humains des individus ou groupes et sapant la démocratie. Ce n'est pas la science-fiction, c'est notre réalité d'aujourd'hui et cela exige un débat sérieux. Il en va de même pour d'autres dangers de l'ère numérique. Je suis par exemple certain que toute future confrontation majeure, et j'espère évidemment qu'une telle confrontation n'aura jamais lieu, commencera par une cyberattaque massive. Quel cadre juridique nous permettrait de faire face à une telle situation? Aujourd'hui, des armes autonomes peuvent prendre pour cible des personnes et les tuer sans intervention humaine. De telles armes devraient être interdites. Mais il n'y a pas de consensus sur la manière de réglementer ces technologies. Afin de rétablir la confiance et raviver l'espoir, nous devons placer les droits humains au cœur de nos efforts pour que l'avenir numérique de tous soit sûr, équitable et ouvert. Excelências, en sexto lugar y por último, tenemos que salvar la brecha entre generaciones. Los jóvenes heredarán las consecuencias de nuestras decisiones buenas y malas. Al mismo tiempo, se espera que nazcan 10.900 millones de personas antes de que termine el siglo. Necesitamos sus talentos, ideas y energías. Nuestra agenda común propone la celebración el año que viene de una cumbre para la transformación de la educación con el fin de abordar la crisis del aprendizaje y ampliar las oportunidades al alcance de los 1.800 millones de jóvenes de hoy. Los jóvenes necesitan algo más que apoyo. Necesitan tener un asiento en la mesa. Por ello nombraré un enviado especial para las generaciones futuras y crearé la Oficina de la Juventud de las Naciones Unidas. Y las contribuciones de los jóvenes serán fundamentales en la cumbre del futuro, tal y como queda recogido en nuestra agenda común. La juventud necesita una visión de esperanza para el futuro. Una investigación realizada recientemente en 10 países ha demostrado que la mayoría de los jóvenes sufre altos niveles de ansiedad y angustia por el estado de nuestro planeta. Un 60% de sus futuros votantes se sienten traicionados por sus gobiernos. Debemos demostrar a los niños y niñas y a los y a las jóvenes que a pesar de la gravedad de la situación, el mundo tiene un plan y que los gobiernos están comprometidos con su aplicación. Tenemos que actuar ahora para superar las grandes divisiones y salvar a la humanidad y al planeta. Excellencies, with real engagement, we can live up to the promise of a better, more peaceful world. That is the driving force of our common agenda. The best way to advance the interests of one's own citizens is by advancing the interests of our common future. Interdependence is the logic of the 21st century, and it is the lodestar of the United Nations. This is our time, a moment for transformation, an era to reignite multilateralism, an age of possibilities. Let us restore trust, let us inspire hope, and let us start right now. Thank you.
I thank the Secretary General for his presentation. The General Assembly will now turn to Agenda Item 8, General Debate. I will now deliver a statement from the rostrum. Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim. Your Excellencies, Mr. Secretary General, distinguished ministers, I am honored to welcome you all to the opening of the general debate as we kick off the high-level week of the 76th session of the United Nations General Assembly. I'm even more pleased to welcome all of you back to an in-person session of the General Assembly. A year and a half, we have suffered in silence and in anxiety. A year and a half, we have worried, we have grieved, and we have waited. Let us wait no more. Excellencies, I would like to express my deep gratitude to His Excellency Volkan Bozkır, President of the 75th session, for his stewardship of this august General Assembly during very trying times. I would also like to thank the Secretary General for his leadership and wisdom and look forward to working with him. I must also express heartfelt gratitude to both President Ibrahim Mohamed Saleh and the people of the Maldives for putting their faith and trust in me. I'm truly humbled and deeply proud to stand as a small islander at this great podium on behalf of our people. Our country may be small, and I may be even smaller. But today we are mighty. Today we stand with giants. My standing here today in the General Assembly is a reflection of the success of President Saleh's foreign policy. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, we have plenty of challenges, but for just a moment, let us celebrate all that we have achieved in the past 2 years. In record time, humanity has developed multiple viable vaccines for COVID-19. Scientists and researchers from dozens of countries collaborated on a remarkable feat of human ingenuity. And the largest vaccine rollout in the history of mankind is currently underway. while certainly not without flaws, it is monumental in its undertaking. For these accomplishments alone, we should be proud. Excellencies, before I outline the 76th session and the hopeful theme I've chosen to pursue, allow me to ask you this. Where do we want to be at this time next year? What is it that we, as a people, intend to achieve over the next 12 months? From my discussions with many in this room, from social media, from the UN 75 survey, and from the Secretary General's Common Agenda report, the answer is clear. The world wants peace of mind. The people want solutions to the challenges we collectively face, and challenges are not in short supply. Fragility, conflict, COVID-19, climate change, the list goes on. These issues and more keep our citizens awake at night. They fuel a collective anxiety and a worry that things are progressively getting worse. They worry that we are not doing enough to solve the problems facing our world. And my friends, they are not wrong. We can do more. We know this in our hearts. On COVID-19, we have the vaccine, the know-how, the capacity for distribution. We lack only the political support. On climate change, we have incredible innovations in renewable energy, in adaptive technologies, and in transitioning away from fossil fuels. We lack again only the political support and the related financing. On conflict and instability, we have near universal desire for nuclear disarmament and non-proliferation. Yet, we falter at the finish line, leaving treaties unratified. On humanitarian concerns, we have enough food and water to provide for the planet many, many times over. Yet, there's genuine fear that we will see the return of famine and the impacts of drought. Hundreds of millions will require humanitarian assistance by year's end. My friends, there are moments in time that are turning points, and this is one such moment. We can choose a path of isolationism, of mutual destruction, of a slow retreat of human experiment, or we can forge together a new path, a sustainable and resilient path that changes the future of our planet. COVID-19 may have been a tragedy of the grandest scale, but it may also have been a canary in the coal mine, warning us of the perils we face if we continue to drag our feet, to avoid making the hard but necessary choices. Excellencies, I wholeheartedly believe in the power of humanity to overcome these challenges. You cannot live in the Maldives and face the existential threat of sea level rise without having hope on humanity. Well, that hope extends far. I'm hopeful that we too can overcome differences, that we can bypass protocols and obstacles to transform our societies. With this hopeful vision for a better tomorrow, I intend to pursue 5 rays of hope that will direct the efforts of the General Assembly this year. First, I will stand firmly behind the need to ensure vaccine equity, to vaccinate the world. As President of the General Assembly, I intend to host a high-level meeting on just this issue and to address the practical obstacles that have emerged around supply, storage, and distribution. Second, on the longer-term recovery from COVID-19, I will push for a recovery that builds back better, stronger, greener, and bluer. By following the paths laid out by Agenda 2030, we can pivot away from destructive practices and embrace a better future. Third, we must return our attention to the climate crisis, which has taken a backseat to COVID-19. The IPCC report and others speak for themselves. We are no longer on the wrong path. Excellencies, we are on the edge of the cliff. I'm pleased to note that I will host a series of events on climate action. The first in the lead up to COP26 will help to build ambition and ensure that action is very much on the agenda. We must bridge the capacities needed to actually deliver on climate promises. It is one of the things to have innovative renewable technologies. It is an entirely different thing if a country or a community cannot absorb that technology. I believe we can close the gap. Another event later in the session will acknowledge the other major environmental efforts underway on the ocean, on desertification, on biodiversity, and will aim to address these interlocking issues during this super session on the environment. My fourth ray of hope focuses on human rights, one of the fundamental pillars of our organization. We must uphold the principles of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights above all else, particularly during moments of conflict or strife, as we have so recently seen. We must also endeavor to always empower and support those most vulnerable and those who have been disadvantaged. As President of the General Assembly, I'm determined to have a cross-cutting gender approach to my presidency, including advocating for a Build Back Better approach to COVID-19 that prioritizes gender-sensitive policies and initiatives. Fifth, and finally, UN reform and revitalization must continue, and it must also continue here in the General Assembly. This is not about balance of power, this is about efficiency. Every organ of the United Nations must be at its peak, must be able to deliver as it was intended to. One of the first things I will do in this regard is to listen to our constituents by engaging better with the civil society organizations and by bringing more youth on board, such as through our Youth Fellowship Program. We will hear about the priorities that matter to people and come to know new ways that the General Assembly can make a difference. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to remind you of what this hall represents. Out of the ashes of the greatest war, of the greatest atrocities of human history, we came together and agreed to collaborate to tackle the challenges we face. For the 7+ billion constituents around the world, this is what they see when they think of the United Nations. Iconic world leaders standing before a marble green backdrop, debating not whether to help, but how to help. Let us not let them down. We have never been so technologically advanced. We have never been so connected. We have never had the wealth, the resources, or the know-how that we have now. There's nothing in our path to stop us but ourselves. Let us be the United Nations that people want us to be. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, in the darkest days of the pandemic, when cities were shuttered and vaccines still a dream, the peoples of the world came together as never before. They left messages of support on their windows. They sang for each other from balconies. They clapped in the evenings for their frontline workers, their heroes. They prayed in unison, asking for that miracle that could give us back the normalcy that we took for granted. It was hope and a sense of shared humanity that allowed them to do this. Let us give them hope now. I thank you. Before giving the floor to the first speaker, I wish to remind members of the following. A representative who is physically present in the Assembly Hall is to deliver a statement of her or his own for the general debate. Alternatively, pursuant to General Assembly Decision 75/573 of 14th July 2021, and without setting a precedent for future general debates, each member state, observer state, and the European Union may submit a pre-recorded statement which will be played in the Assembly Hall after introduction by their representative who is physically present in the Assembly Hall. Introduction of the pre-recorded statements will be made by delegations from their national seats. In accordance with the same decision, in addition to the verbatim records, the President of the General Assembly will circulate as a document of the Assembly a compilation of document of the statements delivered by means of pre-recorded statements submitted to the President no later than the day on which the pre-recorded statement was played in the Assembly Hall. And such pre-recorded statements will be attached to the verbatim records of the meetings. Submissions in this regard should be made to e-statements@un.org. The list of speakers for the general debate has been established on the basis that statements should be no longer than 15 minutes to enable all the speakers to be heard at a given meeting. I would like to appeal to all speakers to deliver their statements at a reasonable pace so that interpretation in the other official United Nations languages may be provided properly. I would also like to draw your attention to the decision taken by the General Assembly at previous sessions, namely that the practice of expressing congratulations inside the General Assembly Hall after a speech has been delivered is strongly discouraged, including in light of the ongoing COVID-19 pandemic. After delivering their statements from the rostrum, speakers are invited to exit the General Assembly Hall through room GA 200, located behind the podium, before returning to their seats. May I take it that the General Assembly agrees to proceed accordingly during the general debate of the 76th session? It is so decided. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Jair Messias Bolsonaro, President of the Federative Republic of Brazil. I request protocol to escort His Excellency. On behalf of the General Assembly, I have the honor to welcome to the United Nations His Excellency Jair Messias Bolsonaro, President of the Federative Republic of Brazil, and to invite him to address the Assembly.
Ok. Bom dia a todos. Senhor Presidente da Assembleia Geral, Abdullah Shahid, Senhor Secretário-Geral das Nações Unidas, Antônio Guterres, senhores chefes de Estado e de Governo e demais chefes de delegação, senhoras e senhores, é uma honra abrir novamente a Assembleia Geral das Nações Unidas. Venho aqui mostrar o Brasil diferente daquilo publicado em jornais ou visto em televisões. O Brasil mudou e muito depois que assumimos o governo em janeiro de 2019. Estamos há 2 anos e 8 meses sem qualquer caso concreto de corrupção. O Brasil tem um presidente que acredita em Deus, respeita a Constituição, valoriza a família e deve lealdade ao seu povo. Isso é muito. É uma sólida base se levarmos em conta que estávamos à beira do socialismo. Nossas estatais davam prejuízos de bilhões de dólares no passado. Hoje são lucrativas. Nosso Banco de Desenvolvimento era usado para financiar obras em países comunistas, sem garantias. Quem honrava esses compromissos era o próprio povo brasileiro. Tudo isso mudou. Apresento agora um novo Brasil, com sua credibilidade já recuperada diante do mundo. O Brasil possui o maior programa de parceria de investimentos com a iniciativa privada de sua história. Programa que já é uma realidade e está em franca execução. Até aqui foram contratados 100 bilhões de dólares de novos investimentos e arrecadados 23 bilhões de dólares em outorgas. Na área de infraestrutura, leiloamos para a iniciativa privada 34 aeroportos e 29 terminais portuários. Já são mais de 6 bilhões de dólares em contratos privados para novas ferrovias. Introduzimos o sistema de autorizações ferroviárias, o que aproxima nosso modelo ao americano. Em poucos dias recebemos 14 requerimentos de autorizações para novas ferrovias, com quase 15 bilhões de dólares em investimentos privados. Em nosso governo, promovemos o ressurgimento do modal ferroviário. Como reflexo, menor consumo de combustíveis fósseis e redução do custo do Brasil, em especial no barateamento de produção de alimentos. Grande avanço vem acontecendo na área do saneamento básico. O maior leilão da história do setor foi realizado em abril, com concessão ao setor privado dos serviços de distribuição de água e esgoto no estado do Rio de Janeiro. Temos tudo o que o investidor procura: um grande mercado consumidor, excelentes serviços, tradição de respeito a contratos e confiança no nosso governo. Também anuncio que nos próximos dias realizaremos o leilão para a implementação da tecnologia 5G no Brasil. Nossa moderna e sustentável agricultura de baixo carbono alimenta mais de 1 bilhão de pessoas no mundo e utiliza apenas 8% do território nacional. Nenhum país do mundo possui uma legislação ambiental tão completa quanto a nossa. Nosso Código Florestal deve servir de exemplo para outros países. O Brasil é um país com dimensões continentais, com grandes desafios ambientais. São 8 milhões e meio de quilômetros quadrados, dos quais 66%, 2/3, são vegetação nativa, a mesma desde o seu descobrimento em 1500. Somente no bioma amazônico, 84% da floresta está intacta, abrigando a maior biodiversidade do planeta. Lembro que a região amazônica equivale à área de toda a Europa Ocidental. Antecipamos de 2060 para 2050 o objetivo de alcançar a neutralidade climática. Os recursos humanos e financeiros destinados ao fortalecimento dos órgãos ambientais foram dobrados, com vistas a zerar o desmatamento ilegal. E os resultados desta importante ação já começaram a aparecer. Na Amazônia, tivemos uma redução de 32% do desmatamento no mês de agosto, quando comparado a agosto do ano anterior. Qual país do mundo tem uma política de preservação ambiental como a nossa? Os senhores estão convidados a visitar a nossa Amazônia. O Brasil já é um exemplo na geração de energia, com 83% advinda de fontes renováveis. Por ocasião da COP26, buscaremos consenso sobre as regras do mercado de crédito de carbono global. Esperamos que os países industrializados cumpram efetivamente seus compromissos com o financiamento de clima em volumes relevantes. O futuro do emprego verde está no Brasil. Energia renovável, agricultura sustentável, indústria de baixa emissão, saneamento básico, tratamento de resíduos e turismo. Ratificamos a Convenção Interamericana contra o Racismo e formas correlatas de intolerância. Temos a família tradicional como fundamento da civilização. E a liberdade do ser humano só se completa com a liberdade de culto e de expressão. 14% do território nacional, ou seja, mais de 110 milhões de hectares, uma área equivalente à Alemanha e França juntas, é destinada às reservas indígenas. Nessas regiões, 600 mil indígenas vivem em liberdade e cada vez mais desejam utilizar suas terras para a agricultura e outras atividades. O Brasil sempre participou em missões de paz da ONU, de Suez até o Congo, passando pelo Haiti e Líbano. Nosso país sempre acolheu refugiados. Em nossa fronteira com a vizinha Venezuela, a operação acolhida do governo federal já recebeu 400 mil venezuelanos deslocados devido à crise político-econômica gerada pela ditadura bolivariana. O futuro do Afeganistão também nos causa profunda apreensão. Concederemos visto humanitário para cristãos, mulheres, crianças e juízes afegãos. Nesses 20 anos dos atentados contra os Estados Unidos da América, em 11 de setembro de 2001, reitero nosso repúdio ao terrorismo em todas as suas formas. Em 2022, voltaremos a ocupar uma cadeira no Conselho de Segurança da ONU. Agradeço aos 181 países e um universo de 190 que confiaram no Brasil. Reflexo de uma política externa séria e responsável, promovida pelo nosso Ministério das Relações Exteriores. Apoiamos uma reforma do Conselho de Segurança da ONU, onde buscamos um assento permanente. A pandemia pegou a todos de surpresa em 2020. Lamentamos todas as mortes ocorridas no Brasil e no mundo. Sempre defendi combater o vírus e o desemprego de forma simultânea e com a mesma responsabilidade. As medidas de isolamento e lockdown deixaram um legado de inflação, em especial nos gêneros alimentícios no mundo todo. No Brasil, para atender aqueles mais humildes, obrigados a ficar em casa por decisão de governadores e prefeitos e que perderam sua renda, concedemos um auxílio emergencial de $800 para 68 milhões de pessoas em 2020. Lembro que terminamos 2020, ano da pandemia, com mais empregos formais do que em dezembro de 2019, graças às ações do nosso governo com programas de manutenção de emprego e renda que nos custaram cerca de 40 bilhões de dólares. Somente nos primeiros 7 meses deste ano, criamos aproximadamente 1.800.000 novos empregos. Lembro ainda que o crescimento para 2021 está estimado em 5%. Até o momento, o governo federal distribuiu mais de 260 milhões de doses de vacinas e mais de 140 milhões de brasileiros já receberam, pelo menos, a primeira dose, o que representa quase 90% adulta. 80% da população indígena também já foi totalmente vacinada. Até novembro, todos que escolheram ser vacinados no Brasil serão atendidos. Apoiamos a vacinação. Contudo, o nosso governo tem se posicionado contrário ao passaporte sanitário ou a qualquer obrigação relacionada à vacina. Desde o início da pandemia, apoiamos a autonomia do médico na busca do tratamento precoce, seguindo recomendação do nosso Conselho Federal de Medicina. Eu mesmo fui um desses que fez tratamento inicial. Respeitamos a relação médico-paciente na decisão da medicação a ser utilizada e no seu uso off-label. Não entendemos porque muitos países, juntamente com grande parte da mídia, se colocaram contra o tratamento inicial. A história e a ciência saberão responsabilizar a todos. No último 7 de setembro, data da nossa independência, milhões de brasileiros, de forma pacífica e patriótica, foram às ruas, na maior manifestação de nossa história. Mostrar que não abre mão da democracia, das liberdades individuais e de apoio ao nosso governo. como demonstrado, o Brasil vive novos tempos. Na economia, temos um dos melhores desempenhos entre os emergentes. Meu governo recuperou a credibilidade externa e hoje se apresenta como um dos melhores destinos para investimentos. É aqui, nesta Assembleia Geral, que vislumbramos um mundo de mais liberdade, democracia, prosperidade e paz. Que Deus abençoe a todos.
On behalf of the General Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Federative Republic of Brazil for the statement just made, and I request the protocol to escort His Excellency. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Joseph R. Biden, Jr., President of the United States of America. I request protocol to escort His Excellency. On behalf of the General Assembly, I have the honor to welcome to the United Nations His Excellency Joseph R. Biden, Jr., President of the United States of America, and to invite him to address the Assembly.
Mr. President, Mr. Secretary General, my fellow delegates, to all those who dedicate themselves to this noble mission of this institution, it's my honor to speak to you for the first time as President of the United States. We meet this year in a moment of intermingled with great pain and extraordinary possibility. We've lost so much to this devastating pandemic that continues to claim lives around the world and impact so much on our existence. We're mourning more than 4.5 million people, people of every nation, from every background. Each death is an individual heartbreak, but our shared grief is a poignant reminder that our collective future will hinge on our ability to recognize our common humanity and to act together. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the clear and urgent choice that we face here at the dawning of what must be a decisive decade for our world, a decade that will quite literally determine our futures. As a global community, we're challenged by urgent and looming crises, wherein lie enormous opportunities if we can summon the will and resolve to seize these opportunities. Will we work together to save lives, defeat COVID-19 everywhere, and take the necessary steps to prepare ourselves for the next pandemic, for there will be another one? Or will we fail to harness the tools at our disposal as the more virulent and dangerous variants take hold? Will we meet the threat of challenging climate, the challenging climate we're all feeling, already ravaging every part of our world, with extreme weather? Or will we suffer the merciless march of ever-worsening droughts and floods, more intense fires and hurricanes, longer heat waves, and rising seas? Will we affirm and uphold the human dignity and human rights under which nations in common cause more than 7 decades ago formed this institution? Will we apply and strengthen the core tenets of the international system, including the UN Charter and the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, as we seek to shape the emergence of new technologies and deter new threats? Or will we allow those universal principles to be trampled and twisted in the pursuit of naked political power? In my view, how we answer these questions in this moment, whether we choose to fight for our shared future or not, will reverberate for generations yet to come. Simply put, we stand, in my view, at an inflection point in history. And I'm here today to share with you how the United States intends to work with partners and allies to answer these questions, and the commitment of my new administration to help lead the world toward a more peaceful, prosperous future for all people. Instead of continuing to fight the wars of the past, we are fixing our eyes on devoting our resources to the challenges that hold the keys to our collective future. Ending this pandemic, addressing the climate crisis, managing the shifts in global power dynamics, shaping the rules of the world on vital issues like trade, cyber, and emerging technologies, and facing the threat of terrorism as it stands today. We've ended 20 years of conflict in Afghanistan, and as we close this period of relentless war, we're opening a new era of relentless diplomacy, of using the power of our development aid to invest in new ways of lifting people up around the world, of renewing and defending democracy, of proving that no matter how challenging or how complex the problems we're going to face, government by and for the people is still the best way to deliver for all of our people. And as the United States turns our focus to the priorities and the regions of the world, like the Indo-Pacific, that are most consequential today and tomorrow, we'll do so with our allies and partners through cooperation at multilateral institutions like the United Nations to amplify our collective strength and speed our progress toward dealing with these global challenges. It is a fundamental truth of the 21st century. within each of our countries and as a global community that our own success is bound up in others succeeding as well. To deliver for our own people, we must also engage deeply with the rest of the world. To ensure that our own future, we must work together with other partners, our partners, toward a shared future. Our security, our prosperity, and our very freedoms are interconnected, in my view, as never before. And so, I believe we must work together as never before. Over the last 8 months, I prioritized rebuilding our alliances, revitalizing our partnerships, and recognizing they are essential and central to America's enduring security and prosperity. We have reaffirmed our sacred NATO alliance to Article 5 commitment. We're working with our allies toward a new strategic concept that will help our alliance better take on evolving threats of today and tomorrow. We renewed our engagement with the European Union, a fundamental partner in tackling a full range of significant issues facing our world today. We elevated the Quad partnership among Australia, India, Japan, and the United States to take on challenges ranging from health security to climate to emerging technologies. We're engaging with regional institutions from ASEAN to the African Union to the Organization of American States to focus on people's urgent needs for better health and better economic outcomes. We're back at the table in international forums, especially the United Nations, to focus attention and to spur global action on shared challenges. We are re-engaged at the World Health Organization and working in close partnership with COVAX to deliver life-saving vaccines around the world. We rejoined the Paris Climate Agreement, and we're running to retake a seat in the Human Rights Council next year at the UN. And as the United States seeks to rally the world to action, we will lead not just with the example of our power, but, God willing, with the power of our example. Make no mistake, the United States will continue to defend ourselves, our allies, and our interests against attack, including terrorist threats, as we prepare to use force, if any is necessary. But to defend our vital U.S. national interest, including against ongoing and imminent threats. But the mission must be clear and achievable, undertaken with informed consent of the American people, and whenever possible, in partnership with our allies. U.S. military power must be our tool of last resort, not our first. And it should not be used as an answer to every problem we see around the world. Indeed, today, many of our greatest concerns cannot be solved or even addressed through the force of arms. Bombs and bullets cannot defend against COVID-19 or its future variants. To fight this pandemic, we need a collective act of science and political will. We need to act now to get shots in arms as fast as possible and expand access to oxygen, tests, treatments to save lives around the world. And for the future, we need to create a new mechanism to finance global health security that builds on our existing development assistance and global health and a global health threat council that is armed with the tools we need to monitor and identify emerging pandemics so that we can take immediate action. Already, the United States has put more than $15 billion toward the global COVID response. We've shipped more than 160 million doses of COVID-19 vaccine to other countries. This includes 130 million doses from our own supply and the first tranches of the 500 million doses of Pfizer vaccine we purchased to donate through COVAX. Planes carrying vaccines from the United States have already landed in 100 countries, bringing people all over the world a little dose of hope, as one American nurse termed it to me. A dose of hope, direct from the American people, and importantly, no strings attached. And tomorrow, at the U.S.-hosted Global COVID-19 Summit, I'll be announcing additional commitments as we seek to advance the fight against COVID-19 and hold ourselves accountable around specific targets on 3 key challenges: saving lives now, vaccinating the world, and building back better. This year has also brought widespread death and devastation from the borderless climate crisis. The extreme weather events that we have seen in every part of the world, and you all know it and feel it, represent what the Secretary General has rightly called Code Red for humanity. And the scientists and experts are telling us that we're fast approaching a point of no return in a literal sense. To keep within our reach the vital goal of limiting global warming to 1.5 degrees Celsius, every nation needs to bring their highest possible ambitions to the table when we meet in Glasgow for COP26. And then to have to keep raising our collective ambition over time. In April, I announced the United States' ambitious new goal under the Paris Agreement to reduce greenhouse gas emissions from the United States by 50 to 52% below 2005 levels by 2030, as we work toward achieving a clean energy economy with net zero emissions by 2050. And my administration is working closely with our Congress to make critical investments in green infrastructure and electric vehicles that will help us lock in progress at home toward our climate goals. And the best part is, making these ambitious investments isn't just good climate policy, it's a chance for each of our countries to invest in ourselves and our own future. It's an enormous opportunity to create good-paying jobs for workers in each of our countries and to spur long-term economic growth that will improve the quality of life for all of our people. We also have to support the countries and people that will be hit the hardest and that have the fewest resources to help them adapt. In April, I announced the United States will double our public international financing to help developing nations tackle the climate crisis. And today, I'm proud to announce that we'll work with the Congress to double that number again, including for adaptation efforts. This will make the United States a leader in public climate finance, and with our added support, together with increased private capital and from other donors, we'll be able to meet the goal of mobilizing $100 billion to support climate action in developing nations. As we deal with these crises, we're also encountering a new era, an era of new technologies and possibilities that have potential to release and reshape every aspect of human existence. And it's up to all of us to determine whether these technologies are a force to empower people or to deepen repression. As new technologies continue to evolve, we'll work together with our democratic partners to ensure that new advances in areas from biotechnology to quantum computing, 5G, artificial intelligence, and more are used to lift people up, to solve problems, and advance human freedom, not to suppress dissent or target minority communities. And the United States intends to make a profound investment in research and innovation, working with countries at all stages of economic development to develop new tools and technologies to help us tackle the challenges of this second quarter of the 21st century and beyond. We're hardening our critical infrastructure against cyber attacks, disrupting ransomware networks, and working to establish clear rules of the road for all nations as it relates to cyberspace. We'll reserve the right to respond decisively to cyber attacks that threaten our people, our allies, or our interests. We will pursue new rules of global trade and economic growth that strive to level the playing field so that it's not artificially tipped in favor of any one country at the expense of others. And every nation has the right and opportunity to compete fairly. We will strive to ensure that basic labor rights, environmental safeguards, and intellectual property are protected, and that the benefits of globalization are shared broadly throughout all our societies. We'll continue to uphold the long-standing rules and norms that have formed the guardrails of international engagement for decades, that have been essential to the development of nations around the world. Bedrock commitments like freedom of navigation, adherence to international laws and treaties, support for arms control measures that reduce the risk and enhance transparency. Our approach is firmly grounded and fully consistent with the United Nations mission and the values we've agreed to when we drafted this charter. These are commitments we all made and that we're all bound to uphold. And as we strive to deal with these urgent challenges, whether they're long-standing or newly emerging, we must also deal with one another. All of the major powers of the world have a duty, in my view, to carefully manage their relationships so they do not tip from responsible competition to conflict. The United States will compete and will compete vigorously and lead with our values and our strength. We'll stand up for our allies and our friends and oppose attempts by stronger countries to dominate weaker ones, whether through changes to territory by force, economic coercion, technical exploitation, or disinformation. But we're not seeking, say it again, we are not seeking a new Cold War or a world divided into rigid blocs. The United States is ready to work with any nation that steps up and pursues peaceful resolution to shared challenges, even if we have intense disagreements in other areas, because we'll all suffer the consequences of our failure if we do not come together to address the urgent threats like COVID-19 and climate change, or enduring threats like nuclear proliferation. The United States remains committed to preventing Iran from gaining a nuclear weapon. We're working with the P5+1 to engage Iran diplomatically and to seek a return to JCPOA. We're prepared to return to full compliance if Iran does the same. Similarly, we seek serious and sustained diplomacy to pursue the complete denuclearization of the Korean Peninsula. We seek concrete progress toward an available plan with tangible commitments that would increase stability on the peninsula and in the region, as well as improve the lives of the people in the Democratic People's Republic of Korea. We must also remain vigilant to the threat of terror that terrorism poses to all our nations, whether emanating from distant regions of the world or in our own backyard. We know the bitter sting of terrorism is real. We've almost all experienced it. Last month, we lost 13 American heroes and almost 200 innocent Afghan civilians in a heinous terrorist attack at the Kabul airport. Those who commit acts of terrorism against us will continue to find a determined enemy in the United States. The world today is not the world of 2001, though. And the United States is not the same country we were when we were attacked on 9/11 20 years ago. Today, we're better equipped to detect and prevent terrorist threats, and we are more resilient in our ability to repel them and to respond. We know how to build effective partnerships to dismantle terrorist networks by targeting their financing and support systems, countering their propaganda, preventing their travel, as well as disrupting imminent attacks. We'll meet terrorist threats that arise today and in the future with a full range of tools available to us, including working in cooperation with local partners so that we need not be so reliant on large-scale military deployments. One of the most important ways we can effectively enhance security and reduce violence is by seeking to improve the lives of the people all over the world who see that their governments are not serving their needs. Corruption fuels inequality, siphons off a nation's resources, spreads across borders, and generates human suffering, is nothing less than a national security threat in the 21st century. Around the world, we're increasingly seeing citizens demonstrate their discontent, seeing the wealthy and well-connected grow richer and richer, taking payoffs and bribes, operating above the law, while the vast majority of the people struggle to find a job or put food on the table, or to get their businesses off the ground, or simply send their children to school. People have taken to the streets in every region to demand that their governments address people's basic needs, give everyone a fair shot to succeed, and protect their God-given rights. And in that chorus of voices across languages and continents, we hear a common cry, a cry for dignity, simple dignity. As leaders, it's our duty to answer that call, not to silence it. The United States is committed to using our resources and our international platform to support these voices, listen to them, partner with them to find ways to respond that advance human dignity around the world. For example, there's an enormous need for infrastructure in developing countries. But infrastructure that is low quality or that feeds corruption or exacerbates environmental degradation may only end up contributing to greater challenges for countries over time. Done the right way, however, with transparent, sustainable investment in projects that respond to the country's needs and engage their local workers to maintain high labor and environmental standards, infrastructure can be a strong foundation that allows societies in low and middle-income countries to grow and to prosper. That's the idea behind the Build Back Better world. And together with the private sector and our G7 partners, we aim to mobilize hundreds of billions of dollars in infrastructure investment. We will also continue to be the world's largest contributor to humanitarian assistance, bringing food, water, shelter, emergency health care, and other vital life-saving aid to millions of people in need. When the earthquake strikes, the typhoon rages, or disaster anywhere in the world, the United States shows up. We'll be ready to help. And at a time when nearly 1 in 3 people globally do not have access to adequate food just last year, the United States is committing to rallying our partners to address immediate malnutrition and to ensure that we can sustainably feed the world for the decades to come. To that end, the United States is making a $10 billion commitment to end hunger and invest in food systems at home and abroad. Since 2000, the United States government has provided more than $140 billion to advance health and strengthen health systems, and we will continue our leadership to drive these vital investments to make people's lives better every single day. Just give them a little breathing room. And as we strive to make lives better, we must work with renewed purpose to end the conflicts that are driving so much pain and hurt around the world. We must redouble our diplomacy and commit to political negotiations, not violence, as a tool of first resort. To manage tensions around the world, we must seek a future of greater peace and security for all people of the Middle East. The commitment of the United States to Israel's security is without question, and our support for an independent Jewish state is unequivocal. But I continue to believe that a two-state solution is the best way to ensure Israel's future as a Jewish democratic state, living in peace alongside a viable, sovereign, and democratic Palestinian state. We're a long way from that goal at this moment, but we must never allow ourselves to give up on the possibility of progress. We cannot give up on solving raging civil conflicts, including in Ethiopia and Yemen, where fighting between warring parties is driving famine, horrific violence, human rights violations against civilians, including the unconscionable use of rape as a weapon of war. We'll continue to work with the international community to press for peace and bring an end to this suffering. As we pursue diplomacy across the board, the United States will champion the democratic values that go to the very heart of who we are as a nation and a people: freedom, equality, opportunity, and a belief in the universal rights of all people. It's stamped into our DNA as a nation, and critically, it's stamped into the DNA of this institution, the United States. We sometimes forget, I quote the opening words of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, quote, "The equal and inalienable rights of all members of the human family is the foundation of freedom, justice, and peace in the world." The founding ethos of the United Nations places the rights of individuals at the center of our system. And that clarity and vision must not be ignored or misinterpreted. The United States will do our part, but will be more successful and more impactful if all of our nations are working toward the full mission to which we are called. That's why more than 100 nations united again around a shared statement, and the Security Council adopted a resolution outlining how we'll support the people of Afghanistan moving forward, laying out the expectations to which we'll hold the Taliban when it comes to respecting universal human rights. We all must advocate for women, the rights of women and girls to use their full talents, to contribute economically, politically, and socially, and pursue their dreams free of violence and intimidation. From Central America to the Middle East to Africa to Afghanistan, wherever it appears in the world. We all must call out and condemn the targeting and oppression of racial, ethnic, and religious minorities when it occurs whether it occurs in Xinjiang or northern Ethiopia or anywhere in the world. We all must defend the rights of LGBTQI individuals so they can live and love openly without fear, whether it's Chechnya or Cameroon or anywhere. As we steer our nations toward this inflection point and work to meet today's fast-moving, cross-cutting challenges, let me be clear. I am not agnostic about the future we want for the world. The future will belong to those who embrace human dignity, not trample it. The future will belong to those who unleash the potential of their people, not those who stifle it. The future will belong to those who give their people the ability to breathe free, not those who seek to suffocate their people with an iron hand. Authoritarianism, the authoritarianism of the world, may seek to proclaim the end of the age of democracy, but they're wrong. The truth is, the democratic world is everywhere. It lives in the anti-corruption activists, the human rights defenders, the journalists, the peace protesters. On the front lines of this struggle in Belarus, Burma, Syria, Cuba, Venezuela, and everywhere in between. It lives in the brave women of Sudan who withstood violence and oppression to push a genocidal dictator from power and who keep working every day to defend their democratic progress. It lives in the proud Moldovans who helped deliver a landslide victory for the forces of democracy with a mandate to fight graft, to build a more inclusive economy. It lives and the young people of Zambia who harnessed the power of their vote for the first time, turning out in record numbers to denounce corruption and chart a new path for their country. And while no democracy is perfect, including the United States, we'll continue to struggle to live up to the highest ideals to heal our divisions. And we face down violence and insurrection. Democracy remains the best tool we have to unleash our full human potential. My fellow leaders, this is a moment where we must prove ourselves the equals of those who come before us, who with vision and values and determined faith in our collective future built our United Nations, broke the cycle of war and destruction, and laid the foundations for more than 7 decades of relative peace and growing global prosperity. Now, we must again come together to affirm the inherent humanity that unites us is much greater than any outward divisions or disagreements. We must choose to do more than we think we can do alone so that we'll accomplish what we must together. Ending this pandemic and making sure we're better prepared for the next one. Staving off climactic climate change and increasing our resilience to the impacts we already are seeing. Ensuring a future where technologies are a vital tool to solving human challenges and empowering human potential, not a source of greater strife and repression. These are the challenges that we will determine what the world looks like for our children and our grandchildren and what they'll inherit. We can only meet them by looking to the future. I stand here today for the first time in 20 years with the United States not at war. We've turned the page. All the unmatched strength, energy, and commitment, will, and resources of our nation are now fully and squarely focused on what's ahead of us, not what was behind. I know this. As we look ahead, we will lead. We will lead on all the greatest challenges of our time, from COVID to climate, peace and security, human dignity and human rights, but we will not go it alone. We will lead together with our allies and partners and in cooperation with all those who believe as we do that this is within our power to meet these challenges, to build a future that lifts all of our people and preserves this planet. But none of this is inevitable. It's a choice. And I can tell you where America stands. We will choose to build a better future. We, you and I, we have the will and capacity to make it better. Ladies and gentlemen, we cannot afford to waste any more time. Let's get to work. Let's make our better future now. We can do this. It's within our power and capacity. Thank you. God bless you all.
On behalf of the General Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the United States of America for the statement just made, and I request protocol to escort His Excellency. May I request representatives to remain seated while we suspend the meeting for 5 minutes before resuming to hear the next speaker. distinguished representatives, please take your seat. Please be seated. The meeting is resumed. Please be seated. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Ibrahim Muhammad Salih, President of the Republic of Maldives. Dem Mijalsaga Wahak Dakwani, Divirajyaga Izzati Raisul Jamhuriya Ibrahim Muhammad Salih. I request protocol to escort His Excellency. Alifdaluge Am Madlihuga Namuga, Divirajyaga Izzati Raisul Jamhuriya Alfal Ibrahim Muhammad Salih. Alifdala Marhaba Danwang. Adi Mimadliha Mukhatab ko Waqfu Dekkama Dawat Arwang. On behalf of the General Assembly, I have the honor to welcome to the United Nations His Excellency Ibrahim Muhammad Salih, President of the Republic of Maldives, and to invite him to address the Assembly.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Izzat al-Rais, Secretary General, Wadayan Tibbi Izzatirin, Assalamu alaikum. Alifdalge Haidiha Havana Am Majlihuge Riyasat Kamyab Kurevi Diharajya Foreign Minister Abdul Shahid. Me Divya Qawmadibuno Nuhan Matiri Sharafe. Me Munasabatuga Divya Rayituna Adi Argunga Namga Hun Marhabai Danawa. Hama Efadain Makama Alum Hoi Vadan Alifdalge Secretary General Barak Badi Ariskura. Izzat al-Rais, minimum dawlat ke maqam jazira rajya dibuni miige fansas ahar kuri eya ek divehin avashyagati alif dal member ka dih rajya eduma ekan hasil wadane kamuge yaqeen kame eduhaku nei ei istimari bharata ludemu dia dandiwal qawmata villi minimum dia Fahuge Tarikh Deki A Zama. Ei Amilla Hivara Minnatum Barrutan Hindemila Etake Gaum Alang Ufankurui Ranzama. Ei Tahuziba Tamadunuge Edumga Insaniyat Hashifalali Zama. Eruge Hassasi Husasaki Kudi Gaum Takum Aliftal Safang Eruma Bodet Gaum Takeruhun Libuma Nulibunga Machangway Ehsas. Rajya Aliftalga member kan Dinumamed.
Whether a small island would qualify to meaningfully contribute to world affairs. Today, 56 years since then, as President of the Republic of Maldives, I address the presidency of this General Assembly in our mother tongue. Our mother tongue, Divehi, the language we take pride in and is close to our hearts. A language that is most familiar for the presidency of this General Assembly. The Maldives may be small in size. Maldivians, however, are big in their rich culture and heritage. This is indeed a great honor for our nation. Mr. President, it is highly appropriate that your tenure at the helm of this great assembly is entitled the Presidency of Hope. because for certain, hope is a highly desirable commodity in these difficult times. And surely what led to the formation of the United Nations? It was hope for a world devoid of the ugliness of wars and famine, hope for equality of all peoples to prevail, hope for justice, human rights, self-determination, and democracy to reign supreme, hope of a world where people oppressed under the yoke of colonial rule and other forms of oppression were rendered free. Hope that we preserve a planet, its resources, ecosystems, and wonders for generations yet to be born. Mr. President, for the past 76 years, every year, we gather in this great hall and give speeches that inspire us to scale seemingly insurmountable odds to resolve the various problems that afflict our global community. Yet, for all our achievements and success, the COVID-19 pandemic has pushed our progress back years. The adverse impacts of climate change are increasing. The steady growth of the world's population is also increasing the presence of famine. And the menace of terrorism remains one of the biggest challenges we face today. This is an ever-present blemish on our common humanity. Which is why my first and foremost duty this morning would be to call on the world community to give our hope resoluteness by backing them up with effort. I believe the 5 rays of hope offered in your PGA manifesto presents great hope in itself, Mr. President. From our small island nations to the powers spanning continents, the consequences of COVID-19 have been the same. It has laid bare in the starkest of terms what we have already known. Namely, that in today's world we are bound together. We must work together in solidarity, in unity, to achieve our ambitions together. Mr. President, for the Maldives, as was the case the world over, the COVID-19 pandemic was a challenge without precedent. Our economy relies on welcoming tourists to these shores. We import nearly everything from food to medicine to the materials we build our shelters with. Having shut down our borders, we were faced with catastrophic outcomes. Tourists stopped arriving, foreign currency receipts dropped, businesses went under. The lockdown hindered social well-being. It set back years of schooling for our beloved children. Our task at hand back then was to determine the best course of action. The decision to close our borders was neither desired nor welcome. Left without choice, we had to close our borders. We acquired all the resources required to upgrade our healthcare system from scratch. At the time, a vaccine was a distant dream. Throughout this plight, we firmly abided by strict standards. We successfully managed the pandemic by determinedly following the instructions set by our healthcare professionals. Employees, agencies, and volunteers willingly lined up. Food, medical supplies, and other necessities were stocked up. As a result, we were able to tackle the pandemic. We have vaccinated 95% of all school children and 85% of all residents in the Maldives. Schools have resumed, businesses have restarted, our borders have been reopened, opening the doors to our resorts. The Maldives is ready to welcome the world. The Maldives has once again become sunny side of life. Come visit us, Mr. President. COVID-19 will persist as long as it is not defeated everywhere. The key is vaccines. Vaccinating the world as soon as possible is the way we overcome. Vaccine equity is of paramount importance in this regard. Eventually, in time, as the world recovers from the COVID-19 menace, we must all collectively resolve to make sure that such a catastrophe is not repeated again. Our citizens are banking their hopes on all present here to ensure that we pool our resources, efforts, knowledge, skills, and discoveries to prevent the next world pandemic. Mr. President, managing the virus is one aspect of recovery from COVID-19. Equally important is the task of rebuilding our economy, restoring livelihoods, and a return to normal life. Mr. President, COVID-19 is an urgent call to action. There is overwhelming scientific evidence that the climate emergency would be catastrophic to humanity. The report by the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, published mere weeks ago, was a shocking reiteration of what we have known for long. It was shocking because of the starkness of its pronouncements. That we have merely brushed off the reality of climate change for far too long. I wish to highlight one important aspect in this report, that the past 5 years have been the hottest on record since records started in the mid-19th century. The rate of sea level rise has tripled in comparison to the period 1901 to 1970. We have already caused a 1.1 degrees Celsius increase in warming of the planet. The recommendations are alarming given their urgency. How global emissions need to be reduced by 45% by 2030 and reach net zero by 2050 to limit warming to 1.5 degrees. Existential threat, cease to exist, climate vulnerable, risk of disappearing, loss of identity, ecological refugees are all phrases commonly tossed around to describe the plight of Maldivians and other island states like us would face if the current trends continue unabated. The difference between 1.5 degrees and 2 degrees is a death sentence for the Maldives. one overarching fact remains. The state of environmental ruin small island states endure now will without a doubt catch up with bigger nations sooner than later. There is no guarantee of survival for any one nation in a world where the Maldives ceases to exist. I come here today with messages that resonate closer to the heart than the cold facts presented by science. I carry in my hand the words of young Maldivian children who have written to me asking me to share their pleas for a world's climate with this assembly. These are pleas to protect the vulnerable environment that they call home, the home where they will grow up in, the home where they hope to achieve their dreams. This is the collective calling of generations to come. We must listen. Yet we remain hopeful that the day is not lost. Addressing the climate emergency requires a break from the lackluster business as usual practices that currently dominate the global climate change regime. It requires countries to adopt more stringent measures to halt their emissions. It needs the world's wealthy nations to help smaller nations receive the support in the form of capacity building, technology transfers, and financial resources to ramp up their defenses in the climate fight. It also requires us to give up our addiction to fossil fuels and adopt cleaner, smarter technologies for our energy use. We are determined to not passively wait on the climate front. We aspire to be more than another cautionary tale of what happens when nature and the destructive forces she can unleash are not respected. We have put forward an ambitious plan to reach net zero by 2030, which we hope to achieve with international support. Mr. President, when we speak of pressing global issues, addressing terrorism and violent extremism remain on the agenda. We cannot be complacent to the growing threat posed by extremist interpretations of religious texts. The Maldives has always prided itself on being a moderate Muslim country in which a pluralist and rationalist Islam prevailed, but we are not immune from the threat posed by radicalized extremists. On the 6th of May this year, we suffered one of the worst terrorist attacks to have ever occurred on our soil, the targeted assassination attempt on a Speaker of Parliament, former President Mohammad Nasheed. We will not stand idly by while more such cowardly attacks are planned and while more young minds are poisoned by false and violent interpretations of religion. We condemn terrorism in all its forms everywhere and reiterate our steadfast commitment to work with the international community to address terrorism in a coordinated and comprehensive manner. Mr. President, our government and the people of the Maldives stand firmly and resolutely with the Palestinian people. Despite decades of United Nations efforts, the Palestinian people have yet to see justice. We continue to bear witness to the inalienable rights of the Palestinian people being so wantonly violated in ever-escalating ways by Israel. Generations of educated youth around the world are standing up for the rights of the Palestinian people. They are standing up in protest against the unjust and inhuman treatment of the Palestinian people. Despite the many resolutions of both the General Assembly and the Security Council, the rights of Palestine are minimal or non-existent. As the head of state of a small country, I am able to stand here and speak to you all today because my country is recognized as a state. What has the world got to lose by fully recognizing Palestine as an independent state? On behalf of the Maldivian people, I want the privilege extend to millions of my Palestinian brothers and sisters for them to be fully recognized by the United Nations and their individual liberties protected. I want to see a fully recognized Palestinian state with all the benefits and opportunities that membership confers. Maldivians will continue to fight for the full recognition of Palestine as an independent state. Mr. President, as a neighbor in the wider South Asia region, we are also concerned about the long-term peace and stability of Afghanistan. We want to ensure the safety of the people, the protection and realization of the rights of women and girls, and that steps are taken to form an inclusive and representative government for the people. Through these steps, Afghanistan can demonstrate its commitment to building a peaceful, durable, and thriving country. Mr. President, I believe that the United Nations still offers the best hope for humanity. This organization still represents the pinnacle of what concerted diplomacy can achieve and continues to embody the hopes of all, irrespective of status, class, or gender, who believe in peaceful dialogue to solve global problems. From famine to pandemics to terrorism, the United Nations is the most important global platform for deliberation, decision-making to solve the world's most important challenges. I thank the international community for their support to the Maldives' candidature for the presidency of the General Assembly. I wish every success for this Assembly's work. Thank you.
الإفضال مجلسه عام مجلسه ناموكا ديهراجة رئيس الجمهورية شكر دانون دبي تقرير. On behalf of the General Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Republic of Maldives for the statement just made, and I request protocol to escort His Excellency. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Ivan Duque Marquez, President of the Republic of Colombia. I request protocol to escort His Excellency. On behalf of the General Assembly, I have the honor to welcome to the United Nations His Excellency Ivan Duque Marquez, President of the Republic of Colombia, and to invite him to address the Assembly.
A very good morning to you, delegates. President of the General Assembly of the United Nations Organization, Abdullah Shahid, Secretary General of the United Nations Organization, Mr. Antonio Guterres, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, heads of state and heads of missions. Today, once again, we find ourselves in this global forum, which historically has been a forum that is vital for the development of multilateralism, the building of peace and solutions to the threats facing our shared world. We are doing this year in the face of a cruel pandemic that is assailing our health systems, our economies, our achievements in the area of equality and our progress on the 2030 agenda. However, above all other considerations, we are meeting here once again in this historic hemicycle, reminded as we are of mankind's weakness, and at the same time recognizing the stature and the abilities of the human race, which is able to overcome the greatest challenges. COVID-19 crashed abruptly into our lives. It changed our daily lives, our interactions, and it carried away our loved ones. This deadly virus has tested our emotions to understand today more than ever before just how important the embrace of a father or a mother is, just how much it means to share time with family, just how fulfilled we feel following an unexpected friendly encounter. This fate has threatened our education, our health, our economy. The technology of the Internet of Things, artificial intelligence, cybersecurity, cloud computing and its applications have revealed to us that progress in the virtual world are opportunities for human development. The pandemic has shown our strengths and has also shown our weaknesses. We have seen shortcomings in multilateralism, in responding effectively and in a coordinated way during the most critical times. The divides existing between nations with regard to the process of vaccination are unprecedented. While some nations are acquiring additional doses for 6 or 7 times the size of their population and are also announcing third booster shots, others have not even been able to inject one single dose of hope in their population. The pandemic has worsened other crises as well, the effects of which are just as threatening. We are witnesses to the greatest effects of climate change and the greatest inequalities brought on by economic recession and by migration crises, where we see people who are prepared to risk their lives for decent work, a plate of food, and at the same time they're fleeing dictatorships and shameful regimes. The pandemic has also clearly shown the effect it can have on peace building and the achievement of the Sustainable Development Goals. This reality makes it possible for me to share with you Colombia's reality and share with you together actions that we need to undertake together, undivided. We need to think together about the future of humanity. In our country, we have confronted the pandemic on 3 fronts: health, care for the most vulnerable, and the reopening of our economy. We are making progress in our national vaccination plan to cover, as a minimum, 70% of our citizens. We are part of the COVAX mechanism, assuming regional leadership in coordination with the World Health Organization and the Pan American Health Organization. Today, I call upon the international community to strengthen multilateralism in the area of health and to make progress in the fair distribution of vaccines. Delegates, this is our moral duty. If we maintain the delays in fair distribution of vaccines for all countries, then we are being exposed as humanity to new variants attacking us with even more ferocity. Global herd immunity requires solidarity so that some do not hoard supplies to the expense of the needs of others. And in attending to the most vulnerable, we have acted with determination and creativity, inspired as we are to resume the path of the 2030 agenda. We are proud to say that it is the government of Colombia that has implemented the most ambitious social agenda of the century and perhaps in our recent history. By December 2022, up until Up until December 22, we will maintain a basic emergency allowance called the Solidarity Income, covering more than 4 million vulnerable homes, providing direct economic support to more than 25% of our population. In addition to that, we have created an employment subsidy protecting more than 4 million formal workers, and a scheme for reimbursing VAT to more than 2 million vulnerable homes, correcting the historic regressive effects of this tax. And to this unprecedented social agenda, we have added a payment of 25% of the cost for hiring young people, equivalent to Social Security. And today this has become a policy of state, reaffirming the implementation of a genuine social transformation forever, providing free university education on an ongoing basis to the most needy and to the emerging middle class in our country. These achievements are part of the effort at fiscal responsibility and enable us to defend our social achievements. We have brought about the most important social reform of the century in Colombia, and also the approval of the most important tax reform, which, when it comes to tax collection, accounts for 1.8% of our GDP, thus strengthening our ability to service our debt and reduce the deficit, establishing a clear pathway to stabilize public finances and ensure a broad social protection. This has been an effort, a collective effort, achieved without populism and without demagoguery, and without affecting the competitiveness of our businesses. These achievements in the area of health, social care, and fiscal stability are part of the commitment to Colombia, which is our agenda for renewal. With private investment, and public-private investment, we have seen economic gains, which have achieved the best growth indicators on a quarterly basis this year. And undoubtedly, this is the best growth quarter that we've had in this century. And it also shows the way forward towards growth of more than 7% in this year of 2021. That will give us the greatest growth of the century. This new deal in Colombia is the best way to recover from the pandemic and what it took away from the 2030 agenda. And also it brings us towards the achievement of the Sustainable Development Goals. Delegates, heads of state, today I am making a global call. Many countries are facing the threat of COVID, and emerging countries have had to increase their debt and fiscal deficit. Many of them have not undertaken the necessary fiscal reforms to be able to pay for emergency spending, and others have been evaluated by rating agencies with the eyes and criteria that were pre-pandemic. Well, given the high levels of debt and the needs which exist, what we need is a global consensus led by the International Monetary Fund and multilateral development banks, which would establish new fiscal minimum risk criteria during the post-recovery period. If we don't do this, then in the short term, given the demand for debt and a generalized increase in capital costs, what we could see is a debt crisis which will bring with it greater setbacks and global recessionary effects. All of these challenges and actions that we are addressing today are also occurring amongst the greatest challenge for humanity, namely the climate crisis. Given this challenge, Colombia is acting with determination and with moral commitment. We are a country which only represents 0.6% of global CO2 emissions, but we find ourselves to be the most threatened by the effects of climate change. Our action requires commitment, boldness and that we exercise leadership by example. And that is why we will be coming to Glasgow to COP26 with a commitment to reduce our greenhouse gas emissions by 51% by 2030. And also, we will be attempting to become carbon neutral by 2050. And this work has already begun, and this is confirmed by our rapid energy transition, which has its own legislation, which we are expanding exponentially to include renewable and non-conventional energy in order to multiply by a factor of 20 our available capacity, and ensure as well zero deforestation by 2030. And that going hand in hand with the development of the circular economy, the harnessing of the hydrogen cycle, and above all, the total and unrestricted defense of the Amazon. Limited fiscal stability resulting from the impact of the pandemic, for many, will become an obstacle to achieving a lot of the goals unless we develop global tools. And for this purpose, I propose to the global community that for a certain period of time, and with the support of the International Monetary Fund, we establish a rule according to which the expenses and investments on structural climate change can be considered apart from the traditional accounting lines for measuring fiscal deficit. These tools, just like the multilateral debt alleviation and pardoning schemes, together with other successes in the area of climate change, should be applied as soon as possible, and delegates, they should be applied unconditionally. By addressing urgent investment needs, however, we cannot be held hostage to political debates relating to conflicts with regard to allocation of resources. Action is required now, immediately, and it cannot be postponed. Our region of Latin America and the Caribbean needs a strengthening of green funding, which urgently requires the capitalization of the Inter-American Development Bank and also of the CAF, the Development Bank of Latin America. And this needs to happen with other tools. Colombia is facing the pandemic and climate change and is also addressing the worst migration crisis affecting the planet, the crisis of millions of Venezuelans fleeing the narco dictatorship and infamy. Our work with the United Nations Organization and the Office of Dr. Filippo Grandi, High Commissioner for Refugees, has shown great progress, such as providing temporary protection status to more than 1,200,000 Venezuelan migrants living in our country. We undertake this challenge not being a rich country and at an enormous fiscal cost. This situation requires that through the donor conferences that have been established, we now need to see the disbursements of the commitments of the international community, and I urge you to do that. And here I pause to state the following clearly. The dialogue between the interim government of Venezuela embodying democratic resistance and the narco dictatorship, although those talks do give some hope, should not allow us to become dewy-eyed, because the only effective outcome to this situation is the holding as soon as possible of a presidential election which is free, transparent, and involving meticulous international observation. Any solution which perpetuates the shameful dictatorship and which allows the regime to gain time will only exacerbate the humanitarian disaster that our continent is experiencing. The end of the dictatorship is the only viable way to move forward for the well-being of the Venezuelan people. It should, above all, be the purpose of international action. On the other hand, Colombia is also advancing on peace building within the law. Not even the effects of this cruel pandemic of COVID-19 have been able to move us away from our commitment to fulfill our commitment to a country that wants to put an end to drug terrorist violence. The peace agreement signed in 2016 with the FARC terrorist group today has made significant progress, which allows for the process of reintegration of former combatants who are now becoming legal, and that's been verified by the UN Observer Mission in Colombia. And also, thanks to our commitment to the development plans with a territorial focus and our concentration on areas most affected by violence. And because of this, the Ombudsman's office in Colombia has stated that over the last 3 years of our government, more progress has been made than during the first 20 months of implementation. In this framework, we are moving towards greater investment in tertiary roads, to the greatest certification of properties in our history. We're moving towards the implementation of a multi-purpose land registry with an agenda of fairness in the purchase of rural produce without intermediaries, which has meant that we've been able to have the greatest agricultural commodities exports recorded in our history. Even so, the challenges are many, because of the dissident behavior of the FARC or the ELN and other criminal groups who have never chosen the path of peace, and they persist in their attacks on social leaders, environmental leaders, and those in the process of reintegration. Despite all of these challenges, peace within the law has shown us that we can have great reasons for optimism. We have seen the lowest rates historically of homicides of the last decades, and also the lowest rates of kidnappings since we began collecting data for these atrocious crimes, without losing sight of the fact that drug trafficking does feed violence, and we have to fight it firmly. We have managed to seize the greatest number of alkaloids in the history of the country, and the greatest manual eradication of illegal crops. We are advancing with determination, but we still have to make a difference by acting together. In Colombia, more cocaine means less peace and less environment. Every gram of cocaine consumed in nations which activate demand signifies a homicide or an ecocide in Colombia, because for each hectare of cocaine, we are destroying hectares of forest. Addressing this worrisome rise in the consumption of narcotics is a matter of urgency, and the time has come for the international community to share its responsibility. Fighting crime and lawful peace building means that we must progress with regard to zero tolerance in the conduct of members of the forces of law and order, and we must continue to take firm steps towards structural reforms of the national police, and in their hands strictly defend human rights. We have patriotic forces of law and order, and their mandate is always to work with the Constitution and human rights in mind. The realities that we face also require us to constantly strengthen democracy so that it can be the antidote to those who attempt to threaten through hate and who seek social divisions. What we can do for a safe democracy is to guarantee a better future. In Colombia, young people have taken a heavy hit from the pandemic, and today it is they who lead the great debates on climate action, proposing collective policies and actions. With them, we have signed a pact for a genuine change in policy that will benefit them. In December of this year, there will be the first election, an open and popular election, to make up the municipal youth councils. This is an unprecedented initiative in the Latin American region, and this will validate the views of our young citizenry with an effective path to ensuring that proposals prevail over protests. This, delegates, represents great determination on the part of Colombia, and we're not going to fail because we want these young, empowered citizens to demonstrate our genuine capacity for democratic change. Delegates, this is the last time that I will be addressing you as the President of Colombia. In 2018, I explained to you our agenda of lawfulness, entrepreneurship, and fairness. And in this year, 2021, we have demonstrated that despite the situation imposed by the pandemic, our agenda is moving forward. It has become a state policy, and it is fact-based. Colombia of mass vaccination is moving forward. Colombia of the reopening of the economy in a safe way is moving forward. Colombia has the greatest social budget of its history. Colombia is moving towards energy transition and climate change. Colombia is moving forward with fraternal migration. Colombia of peace with truth, justice, reparation and not repetition is also on a path of clear action. Delegates, this is the Colombia that has gender equality in the cabinet. It is the Colombia that also wants to contribute to the modernization and reform of this great multilateral organization to make it more permanent and closer to the needs of citizens. We know that we have very many challenges to navigate, very many obstacles to overcome, but we have this great nation which reflects and thinks globally in order to be an example and to generate progress. This is Colombia which believes in multilateralism and which invites the community to common action. This is the Colombia which solves the problems of democracy in democracy, which looks adversity in the face, knowing with certainty that it can be turned into an opportunity, and which will never gives up and will never give up, whatever the storm. The Colombia of good people, honorable, hard-working people, that is part today of this global movement. And action on climate change today is action for fraternal migration, and that requires that we all act together and we can no longer wait. Thank you very much.
On behalf of the General Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Republic of Colombia for the statement just made, and I request protocol to escort His Excellency. The Assembly will hear an address by His Highness Sheikh Tamim bin Hamad Al Thani, Amir of the State of Qatar. I request protocol to escort His Highness. On behalf of the General Assembly, I have the honor to welcome to the United Nations His Highness Sheikh Tamim bin Hamad Al Thani, Amir of the State of Qatar, and to invite him to address the Assembly.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim.
In the name of God, the most merciful, the most compassionate, Your Excellency, President of the General Assembly, Your Excellency, Secretary General of the United Nations, Honorable Audience, I would like to congratulate His Excellency, Mr. Abdullah Shahid, on assuming the presidency of the 76th session of the General Assembly, wishing him every success. I also express our appreciation to His Excellency Mr. Volkan Bozkır for his efforts in managing the deliberations of the 75th session of the General Assembly. I extend my congratulations to His Excellency Mr. Antonio Guterres on his re-election as Secretary General of the United Nations. We reaffirm our support for him in accomplishing his mission. Honorable audience, our meeting today, held in person rather than virtually under the theme restoring hope sends an important message about the return to normalcy, with, of course, full adherence to protection and precaution measures. This comes after the world witnessed and is still witnessing difficult times due to the COVID-19 pandemic, which has left behind millions of victims and countless humanitarian and socio-economic crises. This difficult test, still facing humanity, has revealed the flaws and vulnerabilities of our collective security system, while inspiring us with many lessons. This includes the importance of balancing between the concern for people's health and maintaining the economic cycle to secure their livelihoods. It also includes the importance of integration between the indispensable role of the state played within its borders on the one hand, and its role in confronting cross-border issues and joint commitments to counter challenges, crises, and disasters on the other hand. We affirm our support to the priorities included in this session's vision, emphasizing the need for the equitable distribution of vaccines, ensuring their accessibility to the countries in the Southern Hemisphere, while securing treatment for all and coordinating efforts to combat another pandemic, that is the pandemic of fake news, of conspiracy theories, and the unprecedented skepticism about the vaccines which has swept the world during this pandemic and is still hindering the necessary spread of the vaccines against the backdrop of its continuation. In this regard, the state of Qatar has adopted a balanced and effective approach to tackle the pandemic and its impact on the health and economy at the national level. Experience has proven that success in this fight depends both on the state's policies and capabilities, especially in the field of public health, citizens' sense of responsibility, and their level of awareness. Building on our partnership with the international community to counter global crises, the State of Qatar has spared no effort to provide support to relevant international institutions and countries affected by the pandemic. We have continued to provide medical supplies and cater to other needs to counter the pandemic through the Global Alliance for Vaccines and Immunization, Gavi. We also provided support to the World Health Organization and the Humanitarian Initiative to provide vaccines for the most vulnerable groups and the countries in dire need. Honorable attendees, conflicts loom large in the United Nations agenda and place heavy burdens on its shoulders since its foundation. Unfortunately, the Middle East region is a source of many of these burdens. Hence, Qatar believes that contributing to the peaceful settlement of conflicts as one of its priorities, including suggesting concepts of collective security, as there can be no security, stability, development, or decent human life under conflicts. We have always endeavored for an environment of peace, stability, and cooperation in the region. For example, in the Gulf region, our immediate environment, we have repeatedly stressed the importance of the Gulf Cooperation Council and our commitment to settle any differences through constructive dialogue. The Al-Ula Declaration, issued by the leaders of the GCC countries last January, came as an embodiment of the principle of settling differences through dialogue based on common interests and mutual respect. We are confident in our ability to consolidate this consensus reached among brothers. On the other hand, we believe that rational dialogue underpinned on mutual respect is the only solution to the disagreements and differences with Iran. This is also applicable on the return to the nuclear agreement with Iran. I do not think that there are alternatives to this approach, including among those who oppose the return to this agreement. honorable audience this year has witnessed numerous Israeli violations in the occupied East Jerusalem and a recurrence of attacks on Islamic and Christian sanctities, especially the Al-Aqsa Mosque during the holy month of Ramadan, and the seizure of Palestinian homes in the context of the Judaization and settlement policies. This was followed by a dangerous military escalation in the Gaza Strip, which caused hundreds of casualties among unarmed civilians, aggravating the already dire humanitarian situation in the Strip. The international community bears responsibility to reach a comprehensive, just and peaceful settlement of the Palestinian cause by establishing a Palestinian state on the 1967 borders with East Jerusalem as its capital alongside the State of Israel, putting an end to the occupation of Arab territories in addition to reaching a just solution to the refugee issue. This is what the international community has agreed upon for decades, yet it has not been reflected on the ground despite its risks if left unresolved. As a result of this continuous procrastination, there occasionally appear some who believe that we can marginalize the Palestinian cause on the international agenda or circumvent such a deeply rooted national cause by suggesting ideas such as improving the economic situation of the population under occupation instead of ending this occupation. Recently, the issue of evacuating the residents of the Sheikh Jarrah and Silwan neighborhood, the storming of Al-Aqsa Mosque by the settlers, and the Palestinian Arab and international angry popular response came to reaffirm the centrality of the Palestinian cause and that there is no way to circumventing it. Honorable attendees, the American decision to withdraw from Afghanistan following negotiations with the Taliban constituted an extremely critical turning point for this country. The responsibility lies first and foremost on the Afghan people with all its factions, and second on the international community to work systematically and persistently to achieve a comprehensive political settlement and pave the way for stability in this country that has long suffered from the ravages of war. As you know full well, Qatar has spared no effort to help in evacuating thousands of individuals and families from various nationalities during the past weeks. It was our humanitarian duty. Most importantly, though, is that we were confident that war offered no solution. At the end of the day, there had to be dialogue. And our actions were underpinned on this basis when we hosted the Taliban office based on a request by our international partners to open and patronize a direct dialogue between them and Taliban in Doha. This position has proven to be correct. In coordination with our international partners, we will continue to do all what's necessary to ensure that the tangible gains achieved within the Doha path will be maintained, and it's necessary that the parties abide by their commitments. The state of Qatar reaffirms its firm position on the need to protect civilians, respect human rights, combat terrorism, and reach a comprehensive political solution to ensure security and stability for the sake of the Afghan people. In this regard, we emphasize the importance of the continued support of the international community to the Afghan people at this critical stage, and to separate between humanitarian aid and political differences. It's also important to continue dialogue with Taliban. Boycotting them will only lead to polarization and reactions, whereas dialogue could be fruitful. The issue in Afghanistan is not a matter of victory or defeat, but rather the failure to import a political system, regardless of intentions, efforts made, or money invested. This experience in Afghanistan has collapsed after 20 years. The world has reached correct conclusions in this domain. However, it's important to avoid slipping into counter-extremism if major powers abandon their duties regarding issues of world peace, guaranteeing the implementation of international conventions, and protecting civilians from war crimes. There is a difference between imposing trusteeship on other countries and carrying duties by major powers to implement international resolutions and conventions. It's also unreasonable for major powers to impose by force of arm on other countries a form of a political system that they deem appropriate on the one hand, and give up on the other hand, supporting countries that have adopted the same system of governance desired by the will of their people without external interference. It has been a decade since the start of the Syrian crisis, which unfolded with a peaceful uprising and then turned into a humanitarian catastrophe due to the war launched by the regime against its people and the extremist armed forces that took advantage of the situation. The continued crisis poses immense perils, including the aggravation of the threat of terrorism to Syria and to the peace and security in the region and the world at large. We should not turn a blind eye to the Syrian issue, and the international community should not turn its back on the suffering of the Syrian people, like what happened with the bombing of the city of Dara and other areas. There will come a day when we remember these incidents with great regret. The international community must redouble its effort to put an end to this crisis through a peaceful solution in accordance with the Geneva Communique 1, the implementation of Security Council Resolution 2254, with all its elements, and to maintain the national unity, territorial integrity, sovereignty, and independence of Syria. Turning to Libya, we have witnessed positive developments that give rise to cautious optimism. The ceasefire and the resumption of the Libyan Political Dialogue Forum, the election of representatives of the Interim Executive Authority, and winning a vote of confidence of the House of Representatives by the National Unity Interim Government are all positive developments. We call upon all Libyan parties to preserve these gains and ensure the full implementation of what has been agreed upon on the political, economic, and security tracks, and to successfully hold elections and work on reaching comprehensive reconciliation. With regard to the crisis in Yemen, where the war has led to tragic humanitarian situations and risks of division that may in turn lead to the outbreak of other conflicts, the State of Qatar reaffirms its keenness for Yemen's unity and territorial integrity. We reiterate our firm position that the only way out of the crisis is through negotiation between the Yemeni parties on the basis of the outcome of the national dialogue, the Gulf Cooperation Initiative, and the relevant Security Council resolutions, especially Resolution 2216. Excellencies, these days mark the 50th anniversary of Qatar's membership in the United Nations on the 21st of September 1971. Over the past 5 decades, relations between Qatar and the international organization were characterized by close cooperation and exemplary partnerships in various fields. Qatar's bet on international institutions and multilateral cooperation was a strategic one. In this context, we affirm pursuing our contributions to support UN entities and fulfilling our commitments to the issues identified as priorities by the international community at this stage. We're pleased that Doha has become a hub for international multilateral action in our region, which is in dire need for the work and effort of the UN agencies and other international institutions. The offices hosted in Doha have started functioning. In this context, we look forward to inaugurating the United Nations House in Doha soon. Speaking of the United Nations and global issues facing humanity at large, highlighting the need for its role, I would like to refer to the participation of the State of Qatar in international effort to combat terrorism and address its root causes through supporting education, addressing poverty and unemployment among youth, as well as settling conflicts which all constitute a breeding ground for terrorism. I would also like to refer to the world's increasing dependence on information technology and modern communication in all aspects of life, from education, security, and economy. On the other hand, the world has felt the effects of the misuse of cyberspace, including the breaching private domains of individuals and international piracy, and the serious threat it poses to the security and stability of the international community. Thus, we reiterate our call to the United Nations to lead the process of unifying efforts to prevent the misuse of scientific progress in cybersecurity and regularize these vital aspects in line with the rules of international law. Climate change remains one of the most critical challenges of our time. It brings disastrous impacts on all aspects of life for the current and future generations. Thus, we must continue our joint efforts to counter those effects. We look forward to the upcoming United Nations COP26 to be held in Glasgow in the United Kingdom, to be a turning point towards realizing the ambitions of the international community. In this regard, the state of Qatar has placed climate change at the forefront of its priorities, adopting the necessary measures to develop climate change-related technologies and clean energy. We will present all such measures at the conference next November. To conclude, our joint responsibility and the shared destiny of humanity require dedication to the values of partnership in international relations to achieve the interests of our peoples and the good of humanity. I thank you, and may the peace, mercy, and blessings of God be upon you.
On behalf of the General Assembly, I wish to thank the Emir of the State of Qatar for the statement just made, and I request protocol to escort His Highness.
I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Slovakia to introduce an address by the head of state.
Mr. President, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I have the honor to introduce the pre-recorded statement by the President of the Slovak Republic, Her Excellency Zuzana Čaputová, for the general debate of the 76th session of the United Nations General Assembly. Thank you.
Dear Mr. President of the General Assembly, dear Mr. Secretary General, dear colleagues, excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, that at least some of you can meet in person after 2 complicated pandemic years fills me with some optimism. Optimism that science can and does offer solutions, and that if we respect scientific recommendations, we will overcome the challenges ahead. Indeed, we are in a much better place than a year ago. Vaccines offer a clear path out of the pandemic. But where the scientists have succeeded in sequencing the virus or producing safe vaccines, the politics are still failing. A year ago, we made promises and pooled resources. More than 5 billion vaccine doses have been administered across the world, but nearly 75% of them in just 10 countries. 50 countries have less than a 5% vaccination rate, with half of them just 1% rate. This is a failure of politics projected onto the world stage in real time. Vaccine egoism will only delay the pandemic's end and lend time to new, more lethal mutations. Solidarity should be our binding principle, not an option. Vaccine must be accessible to all, and Slovakia will continue supporting the COVAX effort. Even as we get close to defending COVID-19, let us not rush into business as usual, just because we can. Our memory of how things were must be complemented by our reflection on whether they were right. Secretary General Guterres rightly said that we have our common agenda. Slovakia fully subscribes to the priorities laid out in this report. Simply put, our common task is saving our planet. Previously, the earth was whispering, but now she is screaming that she cannot hold us any longer, that the humankind is too heavy a burden to carry. Saving the planet is not a promise we make today for our successors to implement it later. We have hesitated for so long that we have run out of generations of political leaders who can talk the talk but do nothing. This task is upon us today. Saving our planet means accelerating our response to the climate crisis. The findings of the recent IPCC report might be shocking, yet they are just stating facts. In less than 6 months, we were able to strike a deal on global fair taxation. We must equally strike a deal to prevent global carbon leakage. The upcoming COP26 in Glasgow must set the pace for a much swifter adaptation and radical emissions cut. Slovakia will reduce our emissions by 55% by 2030 and become climate neutral by 2050, along with the rest of the European Union. By 2023, coal will no longer be used to produce electricity and heat. In the coming years, we will spend almost 6% of our GDP on economic recovery. 1/3 of that will go into our green transition. None of this will be easy. Per capita, Slovakia is the biggest car producer in the world. Clean mobility, locally developed and produced green batteries will decarbonize transport in Slovakia and elsewhere. We are ready to share our solutions and learn from the best. We must decouple economic growth from the degradation we have been causing to the planet and support those most affected, those forced out of their homes by floods or drought, or those losing jobs as we close down the most polluting factories. The Green Climate Fund must be properly funded and accessible. At the coming summit, we must all play our part to protect biodiversity. In Slovakia, half of the national parks territory will be free of human intervention by 2025. In 10 years, this will be 3/4 of our national parks. Excellencies, unless we stop the global warming, future generations will suffer. Our failure will damage multilateralism and spur violence. Saving our planet, therefore, also means upholding a rules-based international order and the rule of law at home and abroad. Violation of these rules endangers everyone, not only those directly affected in Ukraine, Syria, Myanmar, or the Sahel region. It is the UN Security Council's main responsibility to maintain international peace and security. Too often, we see it unable to act. Stopping violence and providing humanitarian access is not something to bargain about. It must be our utmost priority. We must make our own democracies more resilient and support those demanding their basic rights, including the freedom of speech or assembly, are respected. These rights are not menu for governments to choose from. Citizens must exercise them freely. In Belarus, where 650 people are prosecuted on political grounds, such as the social scientist Valeria Kostyugova, or in the occupied Crimea, or Venezuela, Russia, or Xinjiang. Distinguished Assembly, the developments and lessons learned from Afghanistan will be high on our agenda. Rightly so, this reflection is necessary. But we must also urgently provide humanitarian assistance to the people in Afghanistan, 40% of whom are facing acute food insecurity. Over the past 2 decades, girls and women in Afghanistan could exercise their legitimate rights. These mustn't be taken away. Together with the Prime Minister of Iceland, the Prime Minister of New Zealand, and other women political leaders, we launched a call to support Afghan girls and women. I invite you to join forces to ensure this turns into the concrete steps. My final point is about inclusiveness. We cannot save our planet if we leave out the vulnerable, the women, the girls, the minorities. The silent pandemic of gender-based violence can prove lethal to the health of our societies. Our long-term strategies, however brilliant, will become short-lived history if we don't involve young people. To conclude, let me recall the words Pope Francis addressed to our youth during his recent visit to Slovakia. Do not be dismayed or yield to those who tell you that nothing will ever change. We can change the world around us for better. Let's start now. Thank you.
On behalf of the General Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Slovak Republic for the statement just made. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Marcelo Rebelo de Sousa, President of the Portuguese Republic. I request protocol to escort His Excellency. On behalf of the General Assembly, I have the honor to welcome to the United Nations His Excellency Marcelo Rebelo de Sousa, President of the Portuguese Republic, and to invite him to address the Assembly.
Representative of the President Abdullah Shahir, Secretary General Antonio Guterres, Excellencies, to Mr. President Abdullah Shahid, I congratulate you and offer you our full support for your priorities to recover sustainably from the pandemic, to uphold human rights, to revitalize multilateral organizations such as the United Nations. I thank the outgoing President Volkan Bashir for a historic General Assembly. Mr. Secretary General, as I said here in June, I congratulate you for your exemplary first term. I thank the General Assembly and for the confidence it placed in the right person at the right time. I fully support the call for a global ceasefire, the reform process of the United Nations, and the call to action for human rights. I equally support the priorities chosen, a United Nations 2.0 and an agenda focused on persons to respond to the pandemic, to seek international peace and security, to galvanize climate action, to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals in this decade of action, to ensure the centrality of human rights, to promote gender equality, and to deal with the challenges of digital transformation. Excellencies, the pandemic, the resulting economic and social crises, and the recent developments in Afghanistan confront us with evidence that we cannot and must not ignore. First evidence. The world is multipolar. No country, no matter how powerful, can face on their own or with only a few partners, climate change, pandemics, economic and social crises, terrorism, misinformation, and also promote the safe and orderly movement of persons, the protection of the most vulnerable, and human rights. Second evidence, the governance of a multipolar world requires commitment and agreement between nations, and that means multilateralism. Third evidence, multilateralism, faced with challenges that go beyond borders and require joint responses, must be based on international law, on the values of the Charter, and on the strengthening of international organizations, starting with the United Nations and its specialized agencies. Fourth evidence, whenever we hesitate on multilateralism, whenever we question international law and the role of international organizations, we fail. We have witnessed it in the response to the pandemic or to emerging crises and in the promotion of peace and security. Our common agenda and the innovative ideas put forward in the Secretary General's recent report are our best roadmap. Fifth evidence, we need to enlarge, deepen, and accelerate reforms in the United Nations, in management, in peace and security, and the development system, and also to move forward in the reform of the Security Council, reflecting the realities of the 21st century, with at least an African presence among the permanent members, as well as Brazil and India. But these reforms require additional financial means. Affirming the role of the United Nations, but struggling with reforms and denying resources implies in practice weakening multilateralism and fostering crisis situations with negative effects for everyone. Excellencies, Portugal has always been and will always be on the side of consensus that solves crises. Portugal and the European Union stand with multilateralism, with the United Nations, with a rules-based international order, with human rights. Portugal is committed to the reform of the World Health Organization, to supporting an international treaty on pandemics, to guaranteeing that vaccines are a global public good. Portugal is also committed to the 2030 Agenda, to the relief of external debt of the most vulnerable countries, to the implementation of the Global Compact for Migration as a champion country. In 2022, Portugal will host in Lisbon, together with Kenya, the second UN Ocean Conference, an essential dimension of climate action. And Portugal supports the international recognition of the right to a healthy environment. Portugal participates in peacekeeping operations. Portugal supports the EU-Africa dialogue and international action for the stabilization of the Sahel, maritime security in the Gulf of Guinea, and the cooperation with Mozambique and in its fight against terrorism. Portugal has never changed course. This was demonstrated during our presidency of the Council of the European Union, in our participation in the community of Portuguese-speaking countries, which now celebrates its 25th anniversary, and in the global protection of the Portuguese language, which is spoken by almost 300 million persons. We also demonstrated it in the bold initiative of President Jorge Sampaio, who passed away a few days ago, of the Global Platform for Syrian Students, now extended to Afghan refugees. Excellencies, we do not change our principles, and we will hold this course should you place your trust in us for a term in the Security Council in 5 years from now. We believe that the most pressing concerns of our time, like climate change, pandemic, economic and social crises, wars and insecurity, migration and refugees, only confirm that isolationism, protectionism, unilateralism, intolerance, populism, and xenophobia inevitably lead to that end. The Secretary General's message is clear, insightful, and forward-looking. It is more than an appeal to member states, it is an appeal to all the citizens of the world. It is not just for climate that there is no planet B, it is for everything. For all of us, throughout the world, we are aware of this, that we will be tempted to speak promising multilateralism and paralyzing it and wasting time at the same time. 20 years after September 11th, 6 years after the Paris Agreement, a year and a half after the beginning of the pandemic, we need effective multilateralism more than ever. Not speeches, we need actions. There really is no more time to waste.
On behalf of the General Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Portuguese Republic for the statement just made, and I request the protocol to escort His Excellency. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Kyrgyzstan to introduce an address by the head of state.
Distinguished Secretary General, Mr. Antonio Guterres, distinguished Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen, it is an honor for me to present the video statement by His Excellency Sadir Japarov, President of the Kyrgyz Republic, at the 76th session of the United Nations General Assembly. Thank you very much indeed. Distinguished Mr. President, distinguished Secretary General, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, from the outset, I would like to congratulate Mr. Abdullah Shahid from the state of the Maldives on his election to the post as President of the 76th session of the UN General Assembly. I would like to wish him every success in this important post. I would like to thank Mr. Volkan Bozkir from the state of Turkey for his work as the President of the 75th session of the UN General Assembly. Kyrgyzstan supports the topic of today's debate, which covers all pressing issues on the international agenda. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, 30 years ago, Kyrgyzstan became a fully fledged member and a subject under international law when it gained its sovereignty. Very recently, on the 31st of August, our multi-ethnic people celebrated 30 years of our country's independence. I believe, and I believe many would agree with me, that the country's main achievements over this historically short period of time is the establishment of democracy as a model for the development of statehood and for a strong society. I'd like to assure you that we will remain steadfast on the democratic path. This is what our freedom-loving people wants. We will soon mark the anniversary of the famous October events in our country, which kicked off a new stage in its contemporary history. Over the space of a year, we have managed to restore socio-political stability and socio-economic stability that has lent the trust and confidence of the people. The results of the presidential elections and the constitutional referendum were recognized by the international community, including by OSCE observers from the UN Office of Democratic Institutions and Human Rights. General elections await us to the National Parliament, and they're slated for the 28th of November. I would call upon UN member states and international organizations to send their
and one another, and that's really a reassuring thing. We're grateful that our partnership has accomplished what we've accomplished together over 70 years. We have a big agenda to discuss today, starting with our partnership to advance our vision of a free and open Indo-Pacific. And this conversation that we're going to continue with Japan, India, and India on Friday, and the first in-person Quad leaders meeting. It's a historic event, and I think we're all looking forward to it. The United States and Australia are working in lockstep on the challenges that I laid out today in my speech to the United Nations, ending COVID, addressing the climate crisis, defending democracy, shaping the rules of the road for the 21st century, because I meant what I said. We are at an inflection point. Things are changing. We either grasp the change and deal with it, or we're going to be left behind, all of us. And so I want to thank you again, Scott, it's great to see you. Look forward to working with you and all your team, and the floor is yours.
Well, thank you, Mr. President. Thank you for your warm welcome and to the entire delegation. I think it's very important we're meeting here in New York. This month we mark the 70th anniversary of the ANZUS Alliance. There have been 14 Australian Prime Ministers since Sir Robert Menzies and 14 US Presidents that have stewarded this great partnership. The one time the ANZUS Alliance was invoked was when the towers came down here in New York and were attacked. And that invoked the ANZUS Alliance for the first and only time. And so to both mark that event and remember all of those who were lost on that day, we reflect on, frankly, more than 100 years of our partnership where we have stood together through the most difficult of times and the most prosperous of times. And the United States and Australia have always shared a partnership that is about a world order that favours freedom. And that's why we've always stood together. And in pursuing that freedom, it of course goes to our security interests. But more than that, it goes to global prosperity. It goes to global freedom, the freedom of our seas, the freedom of our region. It goes to addressing the great global challenges of climate change, a new energy economy, and a very, very challenging future, but one that our partnership, I have no doubt, will be able to address. But it's not just about our partnership, because our partnership reaches out to so many others, whether it be our friends in the ASEAN nations or in Europe or elsewhere, where we share so many like-minded interests. And so the issues we discuss in our partnership today really do reach out to so many others in terms of how we address the global challenges. So, Mr. President, I want to thank you for your leadership and your focus on the Indo-Pacific region. There's no doubt that you get it.
I think the last point you made is important. It goes well beyond just our partnership. Our partnership is in line with all the other democracies in the world. And we've got a lot of work to do, so thank you all very much.
Mr. President.
the international transport through roads. In particular, work will soon be completed on an alternative north-south highway. We're also involved in a project to build the China, Kyrgyzstan, Uzbekistan mainline railway. We support the modernization of the Eurasian railway infrastructure. Even now, Kyrgyzstan is in a position to provide advantageous delivery times and costs for goods between countries of the Eurasian Economic Union, Central Asia, the People's Republic of China, and the European Union to the seaports of Karachi, Bandar Abbas, and the Black Sea. We would like to invite international logistic businesses to engage in multiform cooperation inter alia in the area of multimodal transport. Nonetheless, I'd like to underscore that successful investment projects and new transport corridors cannot provide maximum benefit if barriers to crossing state borders are maintained. In this regard, we advocate creating propitious conditions for international transport and preventing delays in freight flows between countries. We also advocate lifting barriers to economic cooperation and simplifying border crossing procedures and transit between countries and regions. Distinguished colleagues, we cannot fail to mention our concern regarding recent events in Afghanistan. We are in a position to provide 500 young Afghans with an opportunity to study in our universities and also to provide humanitarian assistance to those in need. First and foremost, these will be ethnic Kyrgyz living in the Little and Big Pamir area of Afghanistan. Given the ongoing evacuation of UN agencies from Afghanistan, Kyrgyzstan is proposing temporarily relocating them to Bishkek. In this regard, we urge the UN Secretary General to consider our proposal. Furthermore, given the situation in Afghanistan, the question of the security of Central Asia is once again at the forefront. We hope that social political stability and law and order will be quickly re-established in Afghanistan. Kyrgyzstan is carrying out multi-pronged work to combat terrorism and extremism. Kyrgyzstan, in good faith, is implementing the provisions of the UN Global Counterterrorism Strategy, the UN Security Council resolutions, the recommendations of the CTED, Executive Directorate of the UN Security Council. Thus, Kyrgyzstan is already using passenger locator forms and data on passenger manifests in order to monitor international movements of terrorists. We are banking on the UN's support and that of interested states to help repatriate our citizens from Syria, including women and children. Moreover, we call for international efforts to be stepped up, not only to combat terrorism and extremism, but also to combat transnational organized crime. This involves illicit activities such as drugs and arms trafficking, human trafficking, laundering criminal income, and cybercrime. Kyrgyzstan, within the Shanghai Cooperation Organization, is working on setting up a center to combat international organized crime in Bishkek. We believe that in order to combat modern threats and challenges to international security and to prevent conflict, a significant role should be played by regional structures. Kyrgyzstan, either as a member or as a participant, it participates in the Commonwealth of Independent States, the Collective Security Treaty Organization, the Shanghai Cooperation Organization, and the meeting on trust building measures in Asia, and also the Organization for Security Cooperation in Europe. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, a serious challenge to humanity was posed by the coronavirus pandemic. It has caused numerous victims. It has put national healthcare systems under unprecedented pressure and has caused a collapse of the global economy. We hope that thanks to work underway on medications and treatments, we will soon fully overcome this terrible virus. It's important for the know-how against viruses to be accessible to all very soon. As regards the situation in our country, I'd like to point out that our authorities have undertaken necessary measures to protect the lives and health of the population, and in particular that of healthcare workers. Our vaccination campaign is well underway. There are vaccine awareness-raising campaigns. The country has various different vaccines from different global producers. I'd like to take this opportunity to express our sincere gratitude to the leadership of China, Russia, Kazakhstan, and Sweden, who've provided us with vaccines as a form of humanitarian assistance, either bilaterally or as part of the COVAX program under the WHO. The coronavirus pandemic was also a reason for the fact that achieving the SDGs, the Sustainable Development Goals in Kyrgyzstan, is not going to be possible on time and fully. We have had to rechannel finances earmarked for the SDGs to combat the pandemic and to service external debt. In this regard, we would urge our bilateral and multilateral creditors to support the initiatives on debt relief pegged to very important sustainable development projects in Kyrgyzstan. These projects, first and foremost, are to preserve the integrity of our unique mountain ecosystem and its biological diversity, and ice caps which are swiftly being destroyed as a result of climate change. It is very unfortunate that in Kyrgyzstan there are some ill-intentioned investors who are chasing after significant profit and abuse the people's trust, and so they do not take due care that their activities do not harm the environment. In line with our national legislation, the Kyrgyz authorities have been curbing these kind of activities, but we need to deal with the ecological consequences thereof nonetheless by dealing with harmful refuge, etc. Over the past 3 decades, Kyrgyzstan has been an active advocate of the interests of mountain states that are landlocked in order to tackle the challenges of sustainable development and the impact of climate change. On our initiative, 2002 was declared the International Year of Mountains, and in that year in Bishkek there was the first Global Mountain Summit. In 2018 there was the 4th World Mountain Summit. During this session of the UN General Assembly, there is the group of Friends of Mountain Countries, and we are hoping that 2022 will be declared the International Year of Mountains. This would confirm the 5-year plan for sustainable development in mountain regions up to 2022, and then to create a global summit, Bishkek 25. Distinguished Secretary General, over the past few years, the people and nature in our country have significantly felt the negative impact of climate change. The position and views of our country will be put forward clearly at the forthcoming COP26 on climate change in Glasgow. I'd like to take the opportunity of this important rostrum to make a few remarks nonetheless. For mountainous Kyrgyzstan, one of the priority thorny areas is climate change adaptation. We pay particular attention to protecting the areas of our mountain forests along with playing a natural function of absorbing carbon, they also play a very important role in preserving water resources. In this regard, we are in favour of developing and adopting under the aegis of the UN a special targeted programme on mountainous forests to protect them, replant them, and to help them. As I've previously mentioned, ice caps and rivers are under threat in Kyrgyzstan, and this year, in UNESCO, we are initiating a resolution to protect mountain ice caps, and at the same time, we're continuing to work with international partners to implement the provisions of the resolution, Nature Knows No Borders. This was put forward by Kyrgyzstan and was recently approved by the UN General Assembly. Some significant achievements have already been made. For example, thanks to the work with different countries, international organizations have managed to protect certain animals, such as the snow fox. Furthermore, by 2050, Kyrgyzstan will try to achieve carbon neutrality. Kyrgyzstan's economy is becoming greener. We are going to turn to carbon-free sources of energy. And I am thinking first and foremost about hydroelectricity here. In order to ensure energy security, Kyrgyzstan intends gradually to implement a number of projects to build hydroelectric stations that are ecologically clean sources of energy, access to modern, environmentally friendly, green and inexpensive energy resources in developing countries is extremely important in terms of achieving the global aims in the area of development and in achieving the 2030 agenda. We believe that achieving hydroelectric station building in Kyrgyzstan, ensuring that we do this, will meet Central Asian countries' need for hydroelectricity and thus will create good conditions for sustainable development of our region. I would invite investors to work closely with the hydroelectric sector, including based on a public-private partnership principle, in the spirit of the Paris Agreement. In concluding this particular topic, Kyrgyzstan trusts that the support and assistance of the international community, the UN and international financial institutions will be paid to solving the problems of the ecosystems and ecologies of mountainous countries that are landlocked. In this regard, we trust that the issue of setting up within the UN a special global fund to support mountainous countries in achieving the Sustainable Development Goals and adapting and preventing climate change will be set up. Distinguished Secretary General, in conclusion, I'd like to point out that the fight against COVID-19 and dealing with its socio-economic impact, achieving the Sustainable Development Goals, and also implementing the Paris Agreement, all these should be a top priority in terms of consolidating efforts and work of the international community. We need to ensure that no one is left behind, including in developing mountainous countries that are landlocked. As we work together to counter contemporary challenges and threats, the role of the UN is significantly increasing. In this regard, I would urge for comprehensive support to be lent to our organisation in order to solve together the global problems for the benefit of sustainable development and for all. Thank you very much, and I wish you a very fruitful session in the general debate. Thank you very much.
On behalf of the General Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Kyrgyz Republic for the statement just made. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Gitanas Nauseda, President of the Republic of Lithuania. I request the protocol to escort His Excellency. On behalf of the General Assembly, I have the honor to welcome to the United Nations His Excellency Gitanas Nauseda, President of the Republic of Lithuania, and to invite him to address the Assembly.
Mr. President, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, this year marks a special anniversary for independent Lithuanian state. 30 years ago, the Republic of Lithuania became a member of the United Nations. We had been striving for international recognition ever since the restoration of independence in March 1990. Membership in the United Nations has made Lithuania a full-fledged member of the international community. It empowered us to seek peace, to defend human rights, and to contribute to effective multilateralism. A significant decision of the United Nations General Assembly was made in 1992 to call for a complete withdrawal of foreign military forces from the territories of the Baltic states. It was a powerful manifestation of the global solidarity, a kind of solidarity we still often need today. Recent years have shown us that no country is able to deal with global challenges alone. It is a global effort that helps us to mitigate the consequences of the COVID-19 pandemic. This fight is not over. I believe we are on the right path. The way forward goes through the widespread use of safe and effective vaccines. We need an active global vaccine sharing mechanism that would help to protect everyone, including those who are the most vulnerable. Alarmingly, the pandemic is deepening global poverty and inequality. The widening gaps in education, social security, and digital connectivity divide the global population. Right now, millions of people are also being overwhelmed by a dangerous infodemic. It too causes much suffering and contributes to many untimely deaths. Therefore, I would like to congratulate the efforts of the United Nations, especially by a verified campaign in fighting misinformation and disinformation. They pose an ever greater threat to our societies. To counter various kinds of manipulations, we need a holistic approach and concrete new ways to get better in detecting, analyzing, and exposing disinformation. Ladies and gentlemen, various forms of pressure and hybrid attacks are closely related to deteriorating security situation in many parts of the world. We have seen authoritarian regimes and states continuing their military buildups and intensifying violent crackdowns on political opposition, free media, and civil society. These regimes demonstrated many times their willingness to endanger our peace, security, and prosperity. We refuse to accept such behavior as a new normal. Therefore, Lithuania fully supports the calls to uphold human rights in all countries. Such cases when political activists and human rights defenders are tortured and killed must be carefully investigated. We also deplore efforts by Russia to exert pressure on Lithuanian judges and prosecutors who investigate the case of atrocities committed by the occupying Soviet army in Lithuania in 1991. Lithuania calls on all states not to execute related international arrest warrants. It is also with deep sadness that I remember last year's developments in Belarus. A genuine protest movement that sprang up after a rigged presidential elections has been brutally suppressed. Independent civil society and media organizations are being silenced. Hundreds of people detained, severely beaten, tortured. The irresponsible actions by the Belarusian authorities might also have a bigger impact on international security. We saw it in the hijacking and forced landing of the Ryanair flight on May 23rd. It was done in clear violation of international law. Such actions should be treated as an act of state-sponsored terrorism. The Belarusian regime is also testing new methods of hybrid actions. For several months now, Lithuania has been dealing with unprecedented hybrid attack by artificially creating and directing flows of irregular migration. Belarus aims to put political pressure on the European Union. Lithuania firmly rejects this attempt of sowing discord and calls on the United Nations to address it. We all need to actively fight human trafficking, break the business models of smugglers, and discourage migrants from endangering their lives. There must be serious discussions on how to prevent a country to use irregular migration to make pressure on another country. We must make it clear that people should not be used as tools. Furthermore, Belarus has recently generated yet another outrage by starting the commercial exploitation of an unsafe nuclear power plant close to the Lithuanian border. By ignoring numerous worrying incidents and failing to comply with basic international safety standards, the Belarusian regime has once again shown a complete lack of a sense of responsibility. I believe that it would be a colossal mistake to treat such violators on the same footing as climate-friendly producers who respect environmental and nuclear safety rules. Solving the issue of the Belarusian nuclear power plant is crucially important for our environment and a matter of safety for all the people of Europe. Ladies and gentlemen, for the 7th year, we are witnessing the continuing military aggression against Ukraine, as well as the illegal annexation and occupation of Crimea. These actions violate international law, the Charter of the United Nations, as well as the provisions of the Helsinki Final Act. They should be condemned universally. We must reinforce the policy of non-recognition of the occupation and annexation of Crimea. it is also extremely important to protect the rights and freedoms of the local civilian population. I commend the Ukrainian effort to keep this issue on the agenda by creating the International Crimean Platform. Lithuania respects Ukraine's European and Euro-Atlantic choice and continues to support its reforms in this troubled period. Seeking to consolidate international efforts, we have co-hosted the Ukraine Reform Conference in Vilnius this past July. Currently, we are also witnessing a worsening human rights and security situation in the Abkhazia and Skhin Valley regions of Georgia. Aggressive actions of the occupying forces, such as borderization, movement restrictions, and illegal detentions, are hindering the lives of the local people. Our duty is to make the aggressor accountable. The international community may also give special attention to comprehensive settlement of Transnistrian conflict based on sovereignty and territorial integrity of Moldova within its internationally recognized borders. Ladies and gentlemen, we are being constantly reminded about the need to preserve the international rules-based order. As we have inherited it, our duty is to pass it to the next generations. We must show restraint on international matters and implement our commitments and obligations. The Open Skies Treaty, the Vienna Document, the Conventional Armed Forces in Europe Treaty, and many other agreements are crucial for building confidence in international security. The principles of sovereignty, independence, and territorial integrity should prevail in the face of the new challenges. For the United Nations to remain relevant and strong, an efficient Security Council is required. Every instance of inaction by Security Council encourages aggression and threatens the multilateralism system. Lithuania, therefore, strongly supports the initiative of limiting the use of veto in Security Council in cases of mass atrocities, genocide, war crimes, and crimes against humanity. To express Lithuania's strong commitment to the international human rights agenda, we are also running for a seat at the United Nations Human Rights Council in 2022-24. If elected, Lithuania will pay special attention to the protection of human rights defenders, the rights of the child, the rights of persons with disabilities, as well as human rights in conflict areas. We will continue defending the rights of women and girls, freedom of peaceful assembly and association, freedom of religion and belief, and stand up for ensuring access to information and the safety of journalists. To fulfill these promises, Lithuania will make use of experience gained by membership in various United Nations bodies. As the current president of the Executive Board of the United Nations Children's Fund, UNICEF, Lithuania is engaged in international efforts to save children's lives and to defend their rights. Seeking to make a change, Lithuania has also presented its candidacy for election to the UNESCO Executive Board for 2021-25. We are ready to promote UNESCO's mission and mandate and to contribute to making the organization more efficient, responsive, and keen to find sustainable solutions. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to turn now to the challenge of our time, climate change. The recent report of the Intergovernmental Panel of Climate Change has clearly stated that we have little time left for necessary decisions and real actions. Lithuania fully supports the Secretary General Antonio Guterres of the United Nations in this call for the urgent and bold steps to address the triple crisis of climate disruption, biodiversity loss, and pollution destroying our planet. It is crucially important for every country to turn up at the upcoming COP26 meeting in Glasgow with most ambitious proposals. Lithuania seeks a timely transition towards a resilient and climate-neutral economy and is committed to reaching related European Union targets. The recently adopted National Climate Change Management Agenda sets goals for Lithuania to reduce emissions by 70% compared to 1990 and to become climate neutral by 2050. Wide support of society is needed for the decarbonization efforts to be effective. They must bring new major opportunities and benefits of innovative green growth, employment, higher quality of life, public health, and biodiversity. The shift from fossil fuels to renewable energy is inevitable. The real question now is who will be first to reap the benefits. Lithuania has earlier used its chances for early digital transformation, with advances in modern information and communication infrastructure, jump-starting a fast growth of digital economy. We intend to do the same with green transformation. Ladies and gentlemen, we have always shared one world. But only recently have we been awakened to the fact of our shared responsibility. Now we know that we have to make an effort. We must actively build our common future. The time for passive observation is gone. We do clearly need a new social contract anchored in human rights as well as a better management of our global commons. How can all of this be achieved? I believe that the way forward goes through an honest and open discussion. Our success relies on our ability to build bridges of trust among peoples and to make it work for the whole humanity. Our hopes, our brave ideas, and our individual strength should all be channeled into global efforts. Let us build our future together. Thank you very much.
On behalf of General Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Republic of Lithuania for the statement just made, and I request the protocol to escort His Excellency. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Uzbekistan to introduce an address by the head of state.
Your Excellency Abdullah Shahid, President of the 76th Session of the United Nations General Assembly, Your Excellency Antonio Guterres, UN Secretary General, it's my distinct honor and great privilege to introduce a pre-recorded video statement of His Excellency Shavkat Mirziyoyev, President of the Republic of Uzbekistan, at the 76th Session of the United Nations General Assembly.
Distinguished Mr. Chairman Abdullah Shahid, esteemed Secretary General Antonio Guterres, dear heads of delegations, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, I sincerely congratulate Mr. Antonio Guterres on his re-election as the UN Secretary-General. Today, humanity is at the turning point in its path of development, and the nature of international relations is changing dramatically. The transnational threats to peace, security, and sustainable development are growing. The climate is rapidly changing. The mass migration flows are increasing and traditional values are declining. I am convinced that in such a complex environment, the importance and the role of the United Nations and its specialized agencies on a global scale is growing. It is the United Nations that must continue to play a leading role in these important processes of global destiny, with a new substance and quality. We support the Secretary-General's efforts to strengthen solidarity and accord in the international relations, increase the efficiency and transparency of the organization. Dear participants of the session, today the COVID-19 pandemic, which became a global disaster, and its not only social and economic but also spiritual and political consequences are in the focus of our attention. We fully support the United Nations approach that ensures equal and fair access to vaccines based on the principle of no one should be left behind. I would like to take this opportunity to express my special gratitude to our foreign partners who have provided us the practical assistance in the framework of the COVAX global platform. We are committed to further strengthening the coordinating role of the World Health Organization in effectively combating pandemic in the international recognition of vaccination results. The Code of Voluntary Commitments of States during pandemic, developed on the initiative of the Republic of Uzbekistan and distributed as an official document of the UN General Assembly, is our practical contribution in this regard. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, the large-scale and rapid democratic reforms that are underway in our country became irreversible in recent years. Ensuring and protecting the human rights, freedoms, and legitimate interests are the basis of our democratic reforms. The strict measures are being taken to ensure the freedom of speech and mass media, freedom of religion and conscience, gender equality, and interethnic harmony. For the first time in its history, Uzbekistan was elected as a member of the United Nations Human Rights Council. We have developed the new Uzbekistan strategy to continue the reform path. The concept of this strategy is to strengthen the role of the civil society institutions, protect human rights, reduce poverty, provide each citizen with a guaranteed source of income, and achieve sustainable environmental development. Our main goal is to become one of the countries with above middle income in terms of the per capita income by 2030. It should be emphasized that this plan is in line with the spirit of the UN Sustainable Development Goals until 2030. In this regard, we propose to hold an international conference in Tashkent, dedicated to studying the problems of global economic recovery, the implementation of the best practices in poverty reduction in the post-pandemic period. It is well known that the World Conference on Involving Youth in Global Action was successfully held in our country. We are going to organize a global educational forum in the framework of a regular dialogue on human rights in the ancient city of Samarkand in Uzbekistan to continue our efforts in this direction. Dear friends, we are consolidating a completely new political environment in the Central Asian region in the spirit of mutual understanding and respect, good neighborliness, and strategic partnership. Our main objective is to make Central Asia a place of prosperity and sustainable development, trust, and friendship. To this end, we attach priority to strengthening the interactions with neighboring and adjacent regions. In this regard, we have put forward a proposal to adopt a special resolution of the United Nations General Assembly on strengthening the interconnectivity of Central and South Asia. I would like to underscore once again that Afghanistan is an integral part of Central Asia. It is not only us and the neighboring states, but also the whole world are interested in the establishment of peace and tranquility in this country. Therefore, we are always doing our best to help the Afghan people. We have recently opened the Uzbek-Afghan border and resumed the supply of basic needs and oil products, as well as electricity to this country. During these challenging times, it is impossible to isolate Afghanistan and leave it within the range of its problems. As it is well known, last year, from this high rostrum, we proposed to establish a permanent UN Committee on Afghanistan. The influence and voice of the United Nations on Afghanistan must be heard louder than ever. The growing number of threats and conflicts, transnational threats in the world, requires further strengthening of the international cooperation. The presentation of the results of the 10-year plan of the UN Global Counterterrorism Strategy in Central Asia in Tashkent in November this year, and holding an international conference on the prospects will undoubtedly serve these noble purposes. The signing of a regional program for Central Asia for 2022-2025 with the United Nations Office on Drugs and Crime will lay a solid foundation for the actions in this direction. As we continue our efforts in this regard, we intend to develop a joint action plan against drugs with the participation of this UN office, covering the countries of Central and South Asia. Dear participants of the session, Uzbekistan pays a special attention to combating the climate change, protecting the environment and biodiversity. This is our noble human duty not only for today, but also before the future generations. I would like to take this opportunity to express my deep gratitude to all member states for the adoption of a special resolution of the UN General Assembly, declaring the RLC region as a zone of environmental innovation and technology. We are determined to achieve the goals of the Paris Agreement. We are taking concrete steps to move towards the renewable energy sources. In particular, it's envisaged to double the energy efficiency of our economy by 2030, increase the share of renewable energy by 25%, and develop environmentally clean transport. By 2025, it is scheduled to commission the new solar and wind power plants with a total capacity of 2,900 megawatts. In 2022, we intend to hold a high-level international forum in cooperation with the United Nations on Green Energy in the RLC region in the city of Nukus. We support the adoption of the Global Biodiversity Program in the near future. In addition, in the future we stand ready to host one of the meetings of the parties to the Biodiversity Convention in our country. Along with this, we propose to hold the 6th High-Level Assembly under the auspices of the United Nations in 2023 in Uzbekistan for in-depth discussions of the priorities of global environmental policy. The participants of the Assembly will have an opportunity to learn about the difficult situation in the RLC region, which is the center of an ecological disaster caused by the drying up of the RLC, and draw the necessary conclusions. In addition, we intend to put forward an initiative in the Assembly to develop a global environment charter aimed at laying the foundations of a new environmental policy of the United Nations. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, Uzbekistan is always ready to develop the mutually beneficial, long-term, and multifaceted partnership with all countries of the world and global organizations. I am confident that we will continue to strengthen our close cooperation aimed at sustainable growth, safe and a prosperous future. Thank you for your attention.
On behalf of the General Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Republic of Uzbekistan for the statement just made. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Felix Antonio Tshisekedi Chilombo, President of the Democratic Republic of Congo. I request protocol to escort His Excellency. On behalf of the General Assembly, I have the honor to welcome to the United Nations His Excellency Felix Antonio Tshisekedi Chilombo, President of the Democratic Republic of Congo, and to invite him to address the Assembly.
Monsieur le Président,
President of the 76th session of the General Assembly, Secretary General, Heads of State and Government, Heads of delegation, it is a true pleasure to be back in this General Assembly chamber after over a year of absence following on from the COVID-19 pandemic, this 21st century plague which has shaken humanity, particularly due to the high number of victims it has claimed, the destruction of the economies of nations, and the exacerbation of poverty across the world. This in-person meeting is encouraging. It allows us to hope for a return to normal life in our countries. And this thanks to the talent of our scientists and the shared efforts of our states in remarkable international solidarity. We must step up these efforts and bolster this solidarity to truly, definitively overcome the COVID pandemic, to relaunch growth in our economies and to ensure a better future for the people of our planet. This is why I welcome the choice of the theme for this 76th session of the General Assembly: building resilience through hope, to recover from COVID-19, rebuild sustainably, respond to the needs of the planet, respect the rights of people, and revitalize the United Nations. This theme does translate our determination to eradicate COVID-19 and our desire to rebuild our destinies, our shared destinies, through multilateralism, under the auspices of a United Nations which can meet humanity's existential challenges, particularly that of achieving the sustainable development and inclusive goals. President, victory against COVID-19 will only be possible and enduring if we fight together, and if we reach herd immunity, which is sufficient to protect the whole of humanity. For its part, Africa is not sitting back. It does not intend to surrender against any kind of fatality. Quite the contrary. Africa has set up a joint continental strategy against COVID-19. In this context, Africa has created a COVID-19 response fund and launched a platform for medical supplies to guarantee that all its countries have access to the necessary equipment and supplies. On the 28th of March 2021, through the African Vaccine Acquisition Trust, the AVAT, Africa has signed an agreement for the purchase of 220 million doses of vaccines, and some African countries have started the project to create the African Medicines Agency. Others are already producing licensed vaccines. By January 2022, the number of vaccines to be distributed will, in our continent, exceed 25 million doses per month. Globally renowned African researchers in medical sciences have proposed a range of effective remedies against coronavirus, which should be supported by this global organization and specialized scientific institutions. In this regard, I take this opportunity to thank all those partners who supported the continent's efforts in combating COVID-19, this pandemic. However, whilst welcoming the certain progress made by medical science regarding the detection of the virus and the invention of the vaccine in record time, unfortunately, we must note that this ill is still a long way from being eradicated. The recurrence of the pandemic is like a many-headed serpent. It is now on its third wave, which is more virulent still than the previous ones, particularly in Africa and elsewhere in the world as well. This jeopardizes the hopes stemming from the significant progress already made. This is why, to definitively reverse this current trend, the following actions are urgent, in my view. Firstly, increasing testing capacity in countries which do not have the necessary laboratory products. Secondly, ensuring sufficient, swift supplies of the necessary medicines and equipment for caring for the sick. Thirdly, increasing vaccination by providing vaccines to all those who do not produce them themselves and providing them with local production capacity. I wish here to launch an appeal to the international community to support the project to create the African Medicines Agency. Fourthly, encouraging medical research and increasing scientific cooperation between university institutions. And finally, fifthly, supporting reform policies for health structures and broadening healthcare coverage to the greatest possible number of people in developing countries. President, COVID-19 does not only take human lives. It is also a virus on the world economy. It has plunged the economy into a recession, thus exacerbating the vulnerability and dependence of economies in poor countries, many of which are African. Moreover, the impact of the general drop in economic activity has been particularly keenly felt in Africa by the most vulnerable groups, including women and children, particularly through loss of jobs, drop in revenue, and losses in education. At the same time as we are trying to eradicate coronavirus, we must also look at relaunching the global economy, which might risk to make these groups still more fragile, to break their resilience, and to compromise a return to prosperity and social normality for a long time to come. We cannot win this battle except through a shared effort on the basis of a roadmap which we define together. This means we must share responsibilities and there must be greater equity and complementarity in the globalization of our economies and of international issues too. Against the current backdrop of the health crisis due to COVID-19, African economies have a huge need for financing in order to recover. All the more so since internal efforts to cushion the blow caused by the pandemic and limit its collateral damage have proved insufficient in comparison to the efforts of richer countries. Indeed, the embryonic recovery risks being unequal, thus further deepening the gaps between Africa and the rest of the world. This is why the African Union welcomes all initiatives to finance the African economies affected by COVID-19, particularly the efforts of the G20 on the Debt Service Suspension Initiative and the Common Framework for Debt Restructuring, as well as the Paris Summit on the 18th of May 2021, which launched the idea of a New Deal, the fourth summit of the G20 Pact for Africa, also known as the Compact with Africa, the ambitious reconstitution of the IDA 20 resources, and above all, a fresh allocation of $650 billion of special drawing rights by the International Monetary Fund to meet the financing needs of the economies in countries facing difficulties as a result of the pandemic. The 33 billion special drawing rights allocated to Africa in this context are nevertheless insufficient, given the immensity of Africa's needs for its economic recovery. This is why the United Nations and its member states must support the objective of the Paris Summit of reaching 100 billion SDR for Africa, thanks to the reallocation to poor countries of 25% of these special drawing rights allocated to rich countries. Part of this reallocation could contribute to increasing the capital of the African Development Bank and the World Bank. It is also desirable for these exceptional resources to contribute to promoting more vigorously youth entrepreneurship in Africa, as well as access to capital for small and medium enterprises and the green economy. It is in this spirit that I call for massive support from our technical and financial partners for the initiative of an Alliance for Entrepreneurship in Africa announced during the Paris Summit. This will hold its founding meeting in the next few weeks. The Democratic Republic of the Congo calls for an acceleration of the effective implementation of IMF resources, without forgetting the imperative of debt relief in African countries, and ensuring that all promises made to Africa are kept, in compensating for the sacrifices made so as to preserve humanity against global warming. With regard to global warming, I wish to recall that there are less than 6 weeks to go before COP26 and 9 years before 2030. For Africa, 2030 will be marked by a decrease in the GDP, which could reach 15%, as well as a decrease in agricultural income and a strong increase in the risk of coastal flooding and flooding in landlocked countries. In order to face up to these negative impacts, before that looming deadline, the African continent will require $30 billion every year to adapt. This amount will reach $50 billion by 2040. That is why I call upon the international community in general, and to the Friends of Africa in particular, to support the Accelerated Adaptation in Africa programme, the AAA, which is led by the Global Centre for Adaptation and the African Development Bank. This programme intends to mobilise $25 billion in 5 years to help Africa to support the shock of climate change. So, above and beyond proclamations of good faith and good intentions, the relaunch of the global economy will be a reality for all, and international solidarity will have a palpable impact, particularly for African people, in this way. President, heads of delegation, Africa does not need charity. Africa is fighting to gain spaces for liberty and action in a world which is constantly competing so as to forge a better destiny and to contribute more to the general progress of humanity. Africa needs constructive, win-win partnerships to make the most of its fabulous natural wealth, to endow itself with development infrastructure and to improve the living conditions of its people. Clearly, achieving these objectives will require strong, stable, democratic institutions, as well as adequate public policy, good governance, and regional integration. The capacity and dynamism of our people and the natural resources of Africa are not in question. Globally, substantial progress has been made over the last 2 decades in terms of consolidating democratic processes, achieving economic growth, and combating poverty. Despite the failures of international relations and the harmful consequences of climate change. However, the scourge of insecurity caused by terrorists, armed groups, mercenaries, and criminals of all stripes imperils the institutional stability of our young democracies and annihilates the efforts by many African leaders to develop their countries. Indeed, whilst the combat against Daesh has certainly enjoyed victories in the Middle East, particularly in Iraq and in Syria, in Africa, on the other hand, ACME and other groups affiliated to Daesh are gaining ground every day. Mali, Niger, Nigeria, Cameroon, Chad, and Burkina Faso regularly suffer deadly attacks by Daesh and the jihadists of Boko Haram. Since 2017, the northeast of Mozambique has been victim of recurrent armed attacks by jihadist Salafists, the jihadist Salafists of Ansar al-Sunnah, who have already caused at least 2,600 deaths. Islamic fundamentalism has reached the east of the Democratic Republic of the Congo, which is paying a high price in the provinces of Ituri, North Kivu, South Kivu, and Maniema. Jihadists operate there under the cover of the FDLR and the allied democratic forces Madima at-Tawhid wal Muadin movement, known as the ADF-MTM. They are killing my compatriots and pillaging the agricultural and mining products of my country. Last April, terrorists and mercenaries from Libya plunged Africa into deep mourning by brutally snatching away one of our great leaders, Marshal Idriss Déby Itno, President of the Republic of Chad, who was killed in a cowardly way when he was on the front lines defending the sovereignty of his people and country. From this rostrum in the United Nations, on behalf of the Congolese people, I support the courage and commitment of this historic figure to protect Africa against terrorism.
Monsieur le Président.
Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen, heads of delegations. Africa refuses to be a breeding ground for international terrorism. This is why some African leaders, such as those of the G5 Sahel, have got together to join their forces against this shared enemy. There is a resolve and firm determination among the Congolese people and its leaders to actively participate in eradicating terrorism. Terrorism not only destroys nations and jeopardizes the future of democracy in the world, but also it increasingly extends its tentacles in Africa. Therefore, the Democratic Republic of Congo has joined the Global Coalition Against Terrorism as the 24th member. My country is delighted with the decision taken by the coalition's meeting in Rome on the 28th of June to set up within it a working group on terrorism in Africa. Mr. President, Article 1.1 of Chapter 1 of the United Nations Charter clearly stipulates that one of the aims of establishing the United Nations organization is to maintain international peace and security. Today, international peace and security are broadly dependent on member states' domestic stability. This is why, when African states are destabilized or threatened with being destabilized, in particular by terrorism, it is the UN's duty to actively support them in their heroic combat for the well-being of humanity. This must go beyond statements of compassion or intention, which are rarely followed up by action on the ground. If the community of nations minimizes the danger posed by the spread of jihadism in Africa, if it does not adopt a comprehensive, effective strategy to eradicate this scourge, the open wounds in the Sahara area, in Central and also in Southern Africa, will continue to metastasize until they become a real threat for international peace and security. For these reasons, the Democratic Republic of Congo supports the implementation of a global counter-terrorism strategy focused on these pillars. Firstly, adopting a specific security policy, strengthening states' resources, in particular by pooling resources and exchanging security information, respecting human rights, and prevention. Now, on prevention, it is crucial to underscore that along with the security approach, which involves intelligence services and their work, we should promote the socioeconomic approach upstream. This is focused on education, youth employment, and combating poverty in order to eradicate once and for all terrorism from our societies. As long as injustice and inequality between nations and individuals persist in the world, terrorism will always find fertile ground for it to emerge and spread. Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen, heads of delegations, the African people and their leaders are sufficiently aware that the development of their continent is their exclusive responsibility, and it depends on their respective countries integrating into a free trade area. This should help the movement of persons and goods and should help the sharing of intelligence, energy, and projects. The establishment of the African Continental Free Trade Area, ZLECAF, stems from this awareness and desire of Africans to build on their economic independence, and it stems from an urgent need for development in Africa. In a world where poor people just seem to get pity and disdain, achieving this free trade area, so making it effective and transforming it into a huge market with more than 1 billion consumers, is a challenge both for leaders but also for African elites in the 21st century. In the Democratic Republic of Congo, we are convinced that Africa will win from this, and it will meet this challenge because it has the resources and determination to do so. The main tools to achieve this great goal of African integration are the implementation of priority regional and continental projects that are part of Agenda 2063, the conclusion of partnerships between African states, the implementation of domestic policies which encourage private investment, in particular by improving the business climate, the diversification and industrialization of national economies, the peaceful settlement of disputes between states as part of the African institutions and mechanisms, according to the option plumped for by the African Union, namely African problems, African solutions. Based on this, based on the UN Charter and based on the principle of subsidiarity, since I acceded to the chairmanship in office of the African Union, I have been striving to facilitate settling the dispute that is dividing Egypt, Sudan, and Ethiopia on the operationalization of the Grand Ethiopian Renaissance Dam that was built by Ethiopia on the Nile. To this end, I have taken the following steps. I've organized negotiations in Kinshasa in April and had direct consultations with the most senior authorities from the 3 countries. I met with them during my diplomatic tour in June in their respective capitals. This approach has helped us identify those points that still need to be hammered out between the parties. The aim is to conclude a fair, binding agreement that would take into consideration the interests of each party by promoting an indispensable climate of mutual trust so that the Grand Dam becomes an instrument for economic and regional integration and an instrument for solidarity between Ethiopia, Egypt, and Sudan. These points have been conveyed to the 3 countries, and in the near future, discussions will restart again. I remain confident because not only are the leaders of the three countries determined to settle their dispute through dialogue within the context of the African Union, but also because they constantly say that they are very confident in the African Union's facilitation efforts. I'd like to take this opportunity to thank them. I would reassure observers and all states or institutions that have been accepted by the parties by saying to them that their assistance is most welcome. Mr. President, recently political crises have broken out in several African states. These crises must not diminish the enormous progress made by most African states in the area of democracy and good governance. I would like to reassure the community of nations that the democratization process is irreversible in Africa. The problems we're facing at the moment are all part and parcel of a laborious democratic process, but one that is being built slowly but surely and stone by stone. The African people will no longer put up with military or autocratic regimes. The DRC people are pursuing their worthy fight against dictatorship, autocracy, and anti-values which are still present. In this context, as soon as I took up highest office, I undertook political and economic actions and reforms that were root and branch in nature. I was fiercely opposed to the old guard way of doing things based on abuse and human rights violations. This led to the institutional changes in December 2020 and the first trimester of 2021. My compatriots were extremely pleased with this. They had constantly called for radical change in the governance of our country. In economic terms, the DRC has joined a program with the International Monetary Fund. It did so in June, and it enjoys assistance from the World Bank, so that it can carry out major social projects and basic infrastructure projects. Thanks to the implementation of far-reaching reforms, economic growth has sped up, overtaking 5% a year. Inflation has decreased, and our national currency, the Congolese franc, has stabilized on the foreign exchange market. Since an improvement in domestic revenue is one of our priorities, the government of DRC, since I became the head of the country, has been undertaking a rigorous policy to combat corruption and money laundering of public funds, and also impunity. The results have been tangible. There's been a substantial increase in revenue since the second trimester of this year. We are constantly ensuring that Africa and the world is involved in multilateral and bilateral cooperation. We would invite DRC investors to create wealth and jobs for young people. Our country's government has already concluded partnership agreements with several countries and private investment firms. We are determined to further build on the return of trust in our country. Nonetheless, there is a serious problem that hangs over these encouraging achievements and risks hampering the excellent work that the Congolese people have done. This is the lack of security in the northeast of the DRC over the past 2 decades, and the bloody attacks and recurrent attacks of a number of different arms groups that do contain some Islamic terrorists. It's no secret to anyone that these attacks have caused thousands of deaths and IDPs. Women have been raped, and there have been mass human rights violations. Given the ongoing existence of this cancer that undermines the country in the northeast and the difficulties encountered by the troops of the UN stabilization mission in Congo in its theatre of operations, I have decided to proclaim, and in line with Article 85 of the Constitution, a state of an emergency to bring an end to the insecurity in one of the in this strategic region of the DRC. Given this exceptional status, the armed forces of the DRC are shouldering all responsibility for the administrative and security management of these particular provinces at the same time as conducting military operations. Given this state of emergency, important progress has been made. In particular, several hundred militiamen have been taken out. Numerous members of the armed group have their actions have been stopped. Numerous weapons and ammunition has been recuperated by the DRC armed forces. Several illicit weapons and arms trafficking networks and ammunition trafficking networks have been dismantled. Numerous areas in the east of the country that were previously occupied by the rebels have been taken back. Numerous hostages who were previously detained by some armed groups have been released, and many major roads have been reopened. They were previously under the control of the negative forces, and there's been a significant decrease in incursions against civilians. These results are all an opportunity that need to be capitalized on and should rally all of us in the international community and as leaders of the Congolese people in order, once and for all, to put an end to this infernal cycle of violence imposed by the negative forces in the northeast of the DRC and to build on peace, security and stability in the Great Lakes region. It is for this reason that the DRC government is maintaining and stepping up pressure on armed groups and those working with them. And the state of emergency will only be lifted when the circumstances leading to it have gone. It is crucial that the application to the DRC of prior warning measures by the Sanctions Committee of the UN imposed by paragraph 5 of Resolution 1807. This is regarding all imports of military goods by the government of my country or all other form of assistance, advice or training linked to military activities of the armed forces and the security forces of the DRC. All of this needs to be lifted. This is especially because the government needs to ensure the safety and security of people and goods throughout its entire national territory. Serious sanctions have been taken against all mafia networks, whether they hamper transit routes or and we've also imposed sanctions against multinational companies that are illegally exploiting minerals in my country and provide fuel in exchange to armed groups in terms of weapons and ammunition. This is thus fueling the conflict in the DRC and in the Great Lakes region as a whole. The withdrawal of MONUSCO needs to be progressive, responsible and well-ordered in line with Resolution 2556/2020 of the UN Security Council. Mr. President, pursuant to this resolution, a DRC-MONUSCO joint committee that's been expanded to other UN agencies and to civil society has been set up. Its aim is to define the strategy and to draft the roadmap for the definitive withdrawal and drawdown of MONUSCO from the Democratic Republic of Congo. My country's government, endorses the transition plan for the withdrawal of MONUSCO drafted by the Joint Committee in cooperation with civil society. The transition period will expire in 2024. During this time, the DRC expects that the UN and the Security Council provide all necessary resources to MONUSCO and its Force Intervention Brigade so that they can swiftly fulfill their mandates and missions in line with the resolution that I mentioned. There's a need for the troops deployed to have the necessary capacity and resources including the necessary training to meet the needs of the realities on the ground and of this asymmetric war that is being conducted by armed groups and Islamic terrorists. And no one can contest their existence in the DRC. Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen, heads of delegations, in the DRC and in the world in its entirety, without peace and security, nothing can be built. Security and peace are preconditions for the progress of nations. The Congolese people needs it for its prosperity and in order to build its democracy, which is still fragile. This is why I am placing all my energy into and attaching great interest into bringing an end to insecurity, to massacres and to looting. And I'm doing all I can to build lasting peace throughout the whole of the Democratic Republic of Congo. This will be further helped by the organisation of free, transparent, inclusive and credible elections planned for 2023. It would be remiss of me to conclude my statement without reiterating once again the age-old issue of the reform of the UN and the representation of Africa within the Security Council. This cannot be repeated enough. We are talking here about the effectiveness of the UN and of the need to provide justice for a whole continent that is the birthplace of the whole of humanity and whose role is just increasing every day. It needs to play a greater role in international affairs. The revitalization of the UN, that is a topic in our discussion and during this session, is also crucial. The United Nations would make a serious political mistake by still sticking to its post-war thinking, the war of 1940 to 1945, which was 76 years ago, and focusing on that balance of power. To this end, I reiterate the African position established by the heads of state and government, which is in the Esselwini Consensus and in the Siet Declaration. What we're talking about is having Africa represented by 2 additional seats as non-permanent members and 2 others as permanent members with veto rights, which would give them the same privileges and obligations as current permanent members. On behalf of the people of the DRC, I wish the 76th session of the UN General Assembly every success. Thank you very much.
On behalf of the General Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Democratic Republic of the Congo for the statement just made, and I request protocol to escort His Excellency. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of the Islamic Republic of Iran to introduce an address by the head of state.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Mr. President, I have the honor to introduce the pre-recorded statement by His Excellency, Mr. Syed Ibrahim Raisi, the President of the Islamic Republic of Iran. Thanks a lot.
In the name of God, the compassionate, the merciful, praise is due to Allah, the Lord of the worlds, and His peace and blessings be upon Muhammad and his pure household and his select companions. Mr. Chairman, at the outset, allow me to extend my congratulations to Your Excellency for your election as the chair of the 76th session of the UN General Assembly. Ladies and gentlemen, Iran is the land of culture and civilization, the land of knowledge and spirituality, the land of perseverance and independence. The Iranian people are monotheist and patriotic. They have their unique identity and love to explore the world. For hundreds of years, our nation have safeguarded their right to self-determination and freedom against the hegemonists and have made their country the most progressive in the election-based political system in the West of Asia. The Islamic Revolution was indeed a great leap for the fulfillment of national and Islamic ideals of Iranians, including freedom, independence, and religious democracy. I, as the elected president of the great people of Iran, am honored to be their representative to convey to the world at large the message of rationality, justice, and freedom, which are the three most fundamental principles of the life of the contemporary man. However, those three principles that all the Abrahamic religions have in common would not be able to attain their purpose without spirituality. Freedom and justice as two sacred and innocent words that are too broad to define are indeed very tough and intricate when it comes to practicing them. Freedom means the right to think, decide, and act for all the human beings. Peace and lasting security are tied to the administration of justice. And basically, the divine prophets emerged so that people would demand justice and exercise their rights. Justice and freedom may be achieved only when the rights of all nations are fulfilled. As a matter of fact, any violation of the rights of nations will more than anything endanger global peace and security. Ladies and gentlemen, this year, two scenes made history. One was on January the 6th, when the US Congress was attacked by the people, and two, when the people of Afghanistan were dropped down from the US planes in August. From the capital to Kabul, one clear message was sent to the world. The United States hegemonic system has no credibility, whether inside or outside the country. What is seen in our region today proves that not only the hegemonist and the idea of hegemony, but also the project of imposing westernized identity have failed miserably. The result of seeking hegemony has been blood spilling and instability, and ultimately defeat and escape. Today, the US does not get to exit Iraq and Afghanistan, but is expelled. And at the same time, it is the oppressed people from Palestine and Syria to Yemen and Afghanistan, as well as the US taxpayers, who have to pay for this lack of rationality. Today, the world doesn't care about America first or America is back. If rationality prevails in the minds of the decision makers, they have to realize that nations' perseverance is stronger than the power of the superpowers. Over the past decade, the US has been making the mistake of modifying its way of war with the world instead of changing its way of life. An erroneous path cannot be brought to fruition by merely adopting a different method. Sanctions are the US new way of war with the nations of the world. Sanctions against the Iranian nation started not with my country's nuclear program. They even predate the Islamic Revolution and go back to the year 1951, when oil nationalization went underway in Iran, which in turn led to a military coup backed by the Americans and the Britons against the then government of Iran, which had been elected by the people. Sanctions, and especially sanctions on medicine at the time of COVID-19 pandemic, are crimes against humanity. The Holy Quran introduces the destruction of nature and mankind as a major characteristic of the tyrants. The Islamic Republic of Iran proposes that any kind of sanction-induced restriction or disruption in the supply of good health and environment as to humanitarian issues be declared forbidden. Moreover, I, on behalf of the Iranian nation and millions of refugees hosted by my country, would like to condemn the continued illegal US sanctions, especially in the area of humanitarian items, and demand that this organized crime against humanity be recorded as a symbol and reality of the so-called American human rights. Despite the fact that the Islamic Republic of Iran was keen from the outset to purchase and import COVID-19 vaccines from reliable international sources, It faced inhumane medical sanctions. Therefore, from the very beginning, we started to sustainably produce vaccines domestically. In addition to peaceful nuclear and satellite technologies, Iran is the medical hub of the region, and numerous Iranian physicians and scientists such as Avicenna shine in the history of humankind. Knowledge that is beneficial to humanity cannot be sanctioned. We ourselves have been able to produce fuel for the Tehran research reactor, which makes radiopharmaceuticals for more than 1 million cancer patients in Iran. We have also made astonishing progress in the area of biotechnology and stem cells in spite of all sanctions. And today, despite all sanctions targeting human rights, we have become one of the manufacturers of COVID-19 vaccines. Cooperation amongst the countries of the world in the realm of health, and especially on vaccines, is tantamount to helping the spirit of humanity and the policy based on divinity, humanity, and international relations. Coronavirus is a wake-up call for the whole world, reminding us once again that the security of all human beings are interdependent. Crises in the human societies such as violence, poverty, unemployment, moral and economic corruption, collapse of family foundations, regional wars, organized terrorism, and environmental crises are all the results of inattention to the principles of rationality, justice, and freedom. Ladies and gentlemen, the strategic thoughts of the Islamic Republic of Iran are rooted in the ideas of the founder of the Islamic Revolution, the late Imam Khomeini, may his soul rest in peace, as well as in the genuine concepts of true Islam, that is, rationality, prudence, and pondering, and have resulted in the resistance in line with the national interests of countries. Speaking about the rights of nations without speaking of the obligations of the governments cannot bring about the fulfillment of the rights, as the independence of a nation is its freedom. The Islamic Revolution supports this kind of freedom and hence obstructs extremism. And this is the nature of the true strength of the Islamic Republic of Iran, which does good to all. The Islamic Republic of Iran is inspiring, and as such, the power emanating from it creates security. The security-making model of the Islamic Republic of Iran is based on forming intra-regional mechanisms through diplomacy that is pivoted on and free from outside interferences. It has been our policy to strive for the preservation of stability and territorial integrity of all the countries of the region, if not for the power and role of Iran alongside the governments and peoples of Syria and Iraq, as well as the selfless efforts of martyrs Abu Mahdi al-Muhandis and General Qasem Soleimani. Today, ISIS would be the Mediterranean neighbors of Europe. And of course, ISIS will not be the last wave of extremism. The new drive to come up with the Cold War-esque divisions will not help foster the security of humans by isolating independent countries. An arbitrary attitude is not the way to solve terrorism, because terrorism has its roots in various crises such as identity and economy. The fact that modern lives have become devoid of meaning and spirituality, as well as the spread of poverty, discrimination, and oppression, have helped the rise of terrorism. The increasing growth of indigenous terrorism in the West bears witness to this bitter truth. Even more bitter is the use of terrorism as an instrument for foreign policy, because you cannot fight terrorism with double standards. You cannot make a terrorist group such as ISIS in a certain place and claim to fight it somewhere else. After first seeking the grace of the Almighty God, the solution to skirmishes and conflicts in our region lies in the following: making the will of nations rule over their own destiny by referring to the results of public vote. But in order for this to materialize, two basic preconditions need be met. One, halting the aggressions of the outsiders and occupation, and two, the sincere cooperation of governments to counter terrorism. The military presence of the United States in Syria and Iraq is the biggest hindrance to the establishment of democracy and will of nations. Freedom does not fit in the backpacks of soldiers coming from outside the region. If an inclusive government having an effective participation of all ethnicities shouldn't emerge to run Afghanistan, security will not be restored to the country. And like occupation, paternalism is also doomed to failure. The humanitarian crisis in Yemen is very worrying, and the world needs to break its silence towards crimes against humanity. The solution? The speedy and unconditional stop to the Yemeni aggression, opening of channels for providing humanitarian aid, and facilitation of constructive talks between Yemeni groups. The occupier Zionist regime is the organizer of the biggest state terrorism, whose agenda is to slaughter women and children in Gaza and the West Bank. Today, an all-out blockade has turned Gaza to the biggest prison in the world. The so-called deal of the century failed, just like any other deal forced on Palestinians. There is only one solution: holding a referendum with the participation of all Palestinians, of all religions and ethnicities, including Muslims, Christians, and Jews. This solution was set forth by the supreme leader of the Islamic Republic of Iran many years ago, which is now registered as one of the official documents of the United Nations. Mr. Chairman, today the whole world, including the Americans themselves, have admitted that the project of countering the Iranian people, which manifested itself in the form of violating the JCPOA and was followed by the maximum pressure and arbitrary withdrawal from an internationally recognized agreement, has totally failed. However, the policy of maximum tyranny is still on. We want nothing more than what is rightfully ours. We demand the implementation of international rules. All parties must stay true to the nuclear deal and the UN resolution in practice. 15 reports released by the IAEA have attested to the adherence of Iran to its commitments. However, the United States has not yet discharged its obligation, which is lifting sanctions. It has encroached upon the agreement, withdrawn from it, and levied even more sanctions on my people. The United States mistakenly believed it would render us desperate and devastated, but our perseverance has yielded results and will always do. For the smart and dynamic resistance of the Islamic Republic of Iran comes from our strategic rationality, and we don't trust the promises made by the US government. It is the strategic policy of the Islamic Republic of Iran to consider the production and stockpiling of atomic weapons as forbidden, and that based on the religious decree by His Eminence, the Supreme Leader. Nukes have no place in our defense doctrine and deterrence policy. The Islamic Republic considers useful the talks whose ultimate outcome is the lifting of all oppressive sanctions, while decisively defending all its rights and the interests of its people. Iran is keen to have large-scale political and economic cooperation and convergence with the rest of the world. I seek effective interaction with all the countries of the world, especially with our neighbors, and shake their hands warmly. A new era has begun. The Islamic Republic of Iran is ready to play its part for a better world. A world brimful of rationality, justice, freedom, morality, and spirituality. Thank you all for your attention. Peace and mercy of Allah be upon you.
On behalf of the General Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Islamic Republic of Iran for the statement just made. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Chile to introduce an address by the head of state.
Señor Presidente.
President, Secretary General, Excellencies, it is my honor to present the statement by His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Chile, Sebastián Piñera Echenique, who, from our capital in Santiago de Chile, will speak to the General Assembly in the general debate of the 76th session. Thank you very much, President.
Señor Presidente de la Asamblea.
President of the General Assembly, Secretary General of the United Nations, ladies and gentlemen. We are living through times which will mark future generations for decades. Those of us today inaugurating this General Assembly have a mission to accomplish and a responsibility to these future generations. The decisions or shortcomings of today will define the path of humanity over the upcoming decades. We are in the middle of the most serious pandemic of the last 100 years. Alongside this, we have a climate crisis, a serious social and economic crisis, and the erosion of our democratic institutions. In addition, multilateralism is under pressure, and there is a need to reform our international architecture. However, we cannot sit weeping and wailing. Quite the contrary. What is needed is serene diagnosis and, above all, wisdom, willpower and courage to adopt the most efficient and urgent actions, which is what we need. President, despite the repeated warnings of the scientific community that pandemics were latent threats, the international community and states decided to ignore them. So the coronavirus pandemic took us by surprise, with no early warning mechanisms, no information sharing systems, with fragile health systems, even in the most developed nations, who were not always able to care for all the sick. And most serious of all, we were lacking vaccinations and medicines to combat COVID-19. The medical personnel in Chile and across the world stepped up without hesitation to work tirelessly to tackle this emergency, often putting their own lives at risk to save our lives. I wish to pay them heartfelt tribute for their selflessness and commitment, for their professionalism, perseverance and resilience. The pandemic showed us that when the forces of innovation, technology and creativity are deployed, we can achieve incredible results. In just 10 months, we went from facing a virus we had no information about to having a battery of safe, effective vaccines to combat it. This is an unprecedented achievement in the history of humanity. Let us remember that the vaccine against typhoid took over 130 years to be approved. The vaccines against tuberculosis and dengue arrived 45 and 110 years after the diseases appeared. We have certainly borne witness to a great triumph of science. However, this triumph contrasts with a political failure. Because whilst some countries have doses of vaccine enough to vaccinate their population several times over, there are countries which do not have vaccines or equipment to protect their population even at a minimum level. So this is a triumph of science, but it is also a failure of politics. In science, cooperation prevailed. In politics, individualism. In science, shared information won the day. In politics, reservations. In science, teamwork predominated. In politics, we saw isolated efforts. And we must learn lessons from this failure. The first lesson is humility. The world was suddenly brought to its knees by a microscopic enemy. The second lesson is solidarity, to assist and support the most vulnerable. The third is cooperation, which is indispensable to resolve global problems. And the fourth is the determination to listen to the voices of scientists and expert opinion. In Chile, implementing these principles, we have established a health protection network, which very early on allowed us to integrate the public and private health systems, to triple the number of intensive care beds available, and to care for the sick according to their needs, whatever their social security or socio-economic circumstances. We also swiftly broadened our diagnostic network, which now includes 180 laboratories, which can process almost 90,000 PCR tests daily, and over 21 million altogether. An essential pillar of our strategy was early identification of the most promising international laboratories, which were seeking and developing the necessary vaccines. We used scientific criteria and no political considerations, and a determination to conclude agreements and contract swiftly so as to ensure the necessary vaccines to protect the lives and health of our whole population. Now, Chile, almost 90% of our target population is fully vaccinated in Chile, and we have already started vaccinating children and providing booster shots for vulnerable groups. We have also cooperated during the most critical points of the pandemic, when inputs were scarce, by donating medicines and part of our vaccine stock to help inoculate the medical personnel of other Latin American countries. In the same spirit, along with the World Health Organization and over 50 other countries, we are promoting a treaty for preparedness and response to future pandemics. Nobody can guarantee that these pandemics will not happen. However, we must guarantee that when this does happen, we will be better prepared. President, the pandemic has also caused an unprecedented economic and social crisis, which has led to great losses worldwide in incomes, in jobs, which have affected families, the bankruptcy of many businesses, especially small and medium businesses, and an increase in poverty, as well as shortages amongst the middle classes. The crisis has also meant that fiscal deficit and public and private debt have shot up, jeopardizing macroeconomic stability. These ills have hit the most vulnerable countries and sectors hardest, and particularly women, thus increasing the gender gap. Some of the causes of this situation already existed before the pandemic, for example, a trade war between major powers, an incipient rise in protectionism, and a weakening of free rules-based trade. This clear diagnosis means that it is indispensable for public policy decisions to be based on macroeconomic, fiscal and monetary policies which are responsible and serious, and we must continue to progress towards liberalising trade, incorporating the new technologies of the digital revolution, which will certainly make all the difference between those who are aboard the train of progress and those who watch it flash past from the station. The pandemic and the digital revolution have fed into one another. Progress in digital technology has certainly allowed us to tackle the pandemic better. For example, in Chile, it would be difficult to imagine how we would have faced this pandemic without recent progress in our country, such as digital hospitals, virtual police stations, or our Chile Atiende information website. The pandemic has also sped up the establishment of the digital society, which has drastically changed our ways of working, learning, informing ourselves, and interacting in society. These changes are here to stay. Chile is doing its utmost to catch this train of progress. To this end, we have concluded free trade treaties with countries which represent over 90% of the global GDP. This important network of integration, alongside years of fiscal and monetary responsibility, have allowed us to deliver the biggest social assistance package in the world during this pandemic, which represents 20% of our GDP. The social protection network we have built together has channeled over $35 billion in direct transfers, which has meant aid and relief for SMEs and for almost 16 million of the almost 20 million Chilean citizens. These measures have allowed us to return to pre-pandemic levels of economic activity and investment. Following a fall of 5.8% in our GDP last year, this year our economy will grow by around 10%. We have also managed to recover 1.9 million jobs, which represents 80% of the total jobs lost. President, the coronavirus pandemic has forced us to restrict freedoms and decree quarantines, but climate change has not been in quarantine. It continues to advance implacably and more quickly and with more serious effects than we had expected. And worst of all, Some of its consequences are already irreversible. Indeed, this is no longer about a climate change. We are facing a climate crisis. Science, through the report of the United Nations panel of experts, has spoken clearly and unequivocally. Our citizens are demanding as a moral imperative that we change the course of history. And technology is giving us the tools to avoid an environmental apocalypse. The time for diagnosis is over. Now is the time to act, with great determination and a clear sense of urgency. We have a historic responsibility to both present and future generations. We are the last generation who can prevent the current climate crisis becoming an environmental apocalypse. Chile is a small country which contributes less than 0.25% of total greenhouse gas emissions. But we are resolute in our determination to assume our responsibilities and make our contribution to this war against the climate crisis. To do that, we have accelerated our process of decarbonizing our energy matrix. By 2025, we will have closed 2/3 of our coal-fired plants, and by 2040, we hope to have closed 100% of them. Moreover, we are working to ensure that by 2030, 70% of our energy matrix will be based on clean, renewable energies. This figure will increase until it reaches almost 100% in 2050. As evidence of this desire and commitment, we wish to share with you that in 2021 we will have inaugurated more sun and wind energy capacity than we had inaugurated in the whole of our history. But it's not enough to reduce our carbon footprint. We must be more ambitious and ensure that our efforts to produce clean, renewable energy also crosses borders and helps other countries to meet their own decarbonization goals. We are therefore deploying green hydrogen, which is clean, renewable energy, whose production makes the most of our geographical assets. The high and constant solar radiation of our deserts, and the strong and constant winds in Patagonia. Nature has therefore given us the potential to produce over 70 times the energy which we currently need, thus avoiding the release of millions and millions of tons of carbon dioxide every year. Green hydrogen is the energy of tomorrow, which in Chile we are producing today. In addition to these initiatives, I wish to highlight, first, the electrification of our public transport system. Santiago City is the city outside China with the greatest number of electric buses in the country. Secondly, the protection of oceans and biodiversity, including the first marine protected area in the high seas and a marine protected area in the Antarctic. Thirdly, protection of the forests, including the planting of over 230,000 hectares of forests in 10 years, particularly of native species. Fourthly, the circular economy, including banning the use of plastic bags and other plastic items. And above all, a change from a culture of waste to a culture of recycling. Each generation has its own challenge. Avoiding seeing the climate crisis becoming an environmental apocalypse is the mission of our generation. This is a question of life and death, because the survival of the human species on planet Earth is at stake. We must not forget that 99 out of every 100 species ever to have existed no longer exist today, and we do not wish to add this human species to this unhappy list. History, our children, our grandchildren, and future generations will judge us not on our good intentions, but on our actions and results in the face of this challenge. President, in recent years, democracies have undergone a constant and gradual process of deterioration. All the international indices reflect this deplorable situation. There is one diagnosis, but there are many reasons for it. In Latin America, as well as the endemic reasons of low economic growth, extensive poverty, inequality, corruption, state inefficiencies, we are also facing the coronavirus pandemic and other diseases which are equally toxic and lethal for democratic, peace-loving societies. ills such as the virus of populism, the cancer of polarization, and the plague of political fragmentation. The virus of populism operates by promising demagogical and fantastical solutions it knows it cannot deliver on. And short-lived immediate satisfaction always ends up sacrificing the future and weakening progress, as well as weakening democratic institutions and the rule of law. Polarization leaves no room for agreements and compromises. This true cancer infects the social fabric. It infects our institutions and injects intolerance throughout society. Finally, fragmentation, which consists of a trend towards an identity politics and individual causes, or the causes of small groups, which makes it impossible to articulate and process any differing visions or social demands, and hampers agreements and governability. In our region, a new threat to democracy has also arisen, not from the outside, but from within. For many years, the threats came from military or subversive actions to snatch power from legitimate, democratically elected authorities. Today, the main threat comes from democratically elected governments who initially enjoyed legitimacy and who maneuver to remain in power, who subjugate the independence of other state powers, who co-opt the organs responsible for overseeing electoral processes and often crush opposition, resulting in open illegitimacy in their power. 32 years ago, Chile saw an exemplary transition to democracy. Over these last 3 decades, we have achieved not only a recovery of our democracy, but also a high level of economic growth and human development, a decrease in poverty and inequality, whilst always upholding freedoms and human rights for all our citizens. However, Chile has not been immune from the threats I was mentioning earlier. The social upheavals of 2019 included legitimate social demands from our citizens, but there was also an irrational, uncommon and unacceptable wave of violence. Despite the difficulties and pursuant to our long and beautiful democratic tradition, Chile was able to channel this social upheaval and its legitimate demands through a peaceful, institutional, democratic process in line with our constitution and the rule of law. Because we absolutely believe that the cure for the above-mentioned ills consists of more and better democracy. Today, following a transparent participatory vote, there is a constitutional convention in Chile, which is made up with equal numbers of men and women and participation by representatives of our indigenous peoples. This convention will propose a new constitution to our citizens. This must be ratified or rejected by the citizens themselves through a vote, which will be clean, transparent and democratic. Most Chilean people hope that this convention will put forward a text for a new constitution which can improve and correct anything that needs changing, and can also incorporate greater equity and social justice, protect our freedoms, protect our republican tradition and the values of our society. President. Another challenge we are facing in the world is whether the current institutions constituting our international architecture have adjusted or not to the new global reality, and whether they do respond to current and future challenges or not. Ever since the current international bodies were created last century, the world has changed radically, and there has been a technological and digital revolution which drastically changed our ways of living, working, learning and relating. However, the backbone of the multilateral organizations has stagnated. International institutions currently require significant changes and a true recast to be adequate to today and the future. International organizations must combine 2 principles. First of all, the broadest possible participation to give them legitimacy. And secondly, a decision-making system which is not stymied by antagonism, vetoes, blocks, and which sometimes makes it difficult to reach consensus, although that is so important. We must find new mechanisms to achieve the right balance between these values. Multilateral action is essential to protect democracy and security across the world, to achieve development and the well-being of our peoples, to protect the environment and tackle pandemics. At the same time, public awareness of procedures, debates and decisions and clarity in appointing staff are necessary for transparent functioning of these institutions. Ultimately, there is no better policy than an enlightened public, and no better disinfectant than sunlight. I cannot conclude without a word about what the triumph of the Taliban regime means, particularly for women and girls, who will have to live beneath its yoke. President, Afghan society is facing very difficult times, but the women in Afghanistan are in a particularly dangerous situation. Right now, as we speak, there has been a return to power by those who in the recent past wished to prohibit women from education, to deny their basic rights and freedoms, people who considered that the world had to be a world of they wished to impose upon them forced marriages. They wanted to guarantee impunity for those guilty of sexual violence against women. Attacks upon women in Afghanistan are attacks against women across the world. And we cannot, the United Nations cannot, be aware of this and then sit back and watch, paralysed by bureaucratic restrictions or political divisions in the Security Council. We must unite to work to protect them and restore women their full freedoms and rights, because the cause of women in Afghanistan is a cause for the whole of humanity. I wish to conclude my words by expressing our satisfaction at the contributions that Chile has made with great efforts in recent times. For example, these contributions include our contribution to the Declaration of Human Rights, which is the cornerstone of our civilization, our active promotion of democracy, freedoms, and human rights across the world. We are also proud of our contribution to protecting the Antarctic, which is the world's last bastion of pristine nature. We are proud of our protection of the oceans and our combat against climate change. We are proud as well of hosting over 70% of the world's astronomical observation capacity and being pioneers in research and development of the potential of green hydrogen, which is a clean energy which will be essential to combat and win the battle against the climate crisis. Chile is and will continue to be a free, welcoming nation with a noble soul and great solidarity, which will overcome difficulties and maintain its identity, thanks to the knowledge, moderation, mettle and courage of its people. Chile will continue to be a good country to be born, grow, build a family, work and grow old in a climate of liberty, justice and peace. And Chile will continue to honour all its international commitments and contribute to bequeath a better world to future generations. Thank you very much.
On behalf of the General Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Republic of Chile for the statement just made. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Moon Jae-in, President of the Republic of Korea. I request protocol to escort His Excellency. On behalf of the General Assembly, I have the honor to welcome to the United Nations His Excellency Moon Jae-in, President of the Republic of Korea, and to invite him to address the Assembly.
President Abdullah Shahid, Secretary General Antonio Guterres, distinguished delegates. Standing before you again in 2 years at the UN General Assembly, I am keenly reminded of the precious normal daily lives that had been lost. Guided by the leadership of President Shahid, who assumed presidency of the 76th session of the UNGA, I hope the international community will gather its wisdom and work in partnership to tackle global crises. For the past 5 years, Secretary General Guterres has worked tirelessly to revitalize and reform the UN, and I offer my sincere congratulations and respect to you, Mr. Secretary General, for your re-election victory. I am most certain that you will make greater strides in the key agenda dearest to your heart, such as peacekeeping operations, climate change, response, and SDGs. I hope that the UNGA session this year will impart to the people of the world a message of hope that we will emerge victorious from the pandemic and climate crisis and attain sustainable development. Mr. President, Mr. Secretary General, and distinguished delegates, humans by nature build and live together in communities. Resorting to collective intellect and mutual aid in those communities, humanity has prevailed over a myriad of infectious diseases and lived in coexistence. The COVID-19 pandemic will also be surmounted by the love of humanity and solidarity, and at its center, the UN shall stand. In our fight against the coronavirus, borders were crossed to share genomic information, vaccines were successfully launched through close collaboration, and therapeutics are also being developed at a rapid pace. A triumph over COVID-19 demands us to break down barriers. The horizons of our lives and thoughts have extended from villages to countries, and from countries to the entire planet. This, I reckon, is the coming of an era of global community. In this era of global community, we employ one another and work with one another. We gather our wisdom together and we act together. To date, countries with advanced economy and more power have taken the lead in the world. Yet, from now, all nations are called upon to move in tandem with their best possible goals and approaches in pursuing sustainable development. As the pivot of such cooperation and action, the UN will be asked to take on a larger role than now. Founders of the UN, having gone through the scourge of 2 world wars, aspired to establish an order for world peace. Now, the UN is requested to recommend a new set of rules and goals as it ushers in this era of global community. To facilitate mutually beneficial cooperation within the framework of multilateral order, the UN must become an institution that builds trust among nations, an institution that brings together the commitment and capabilities of the community of nations to galvanize action. The Republic of Korea will take an active part in the international order of solidarity and cooperation to be led by the UN. Korea, a newly independent state after World War II, was able to build a democracy and a strong economy with the support of the UN and the international community. Now, a responsible member of the international community, Korea is determined to step up its efforts to help countries prosper together and embrace one another. Korea will take the lead in putting forward a vision for partnership and coexistence that can be shared by developed and developing countries alike. A task most urgent for the global community is delivering an inclusive recovery from the coronavirus crisis. Low-income families, the elderly, and other vulnerable groups were left most widely exposed to the threat of the virus. Socioeconomic problems built up over the years were brought to the fore by the pandemic. Poverty and hunger have deepened. From income jobs to education, gaps widened across gender, class, and countries. The UN has been calling for reducing such inequalities already for years by putting forth the Sustainable Development Goals for 2030. Now, it is incumbent upon all members of the UN to work with greater vigor to realize the SDGs. Korea will stand together to help all people in every country live without the fear of coronavirus. We will deliver on our $200 million pledge to COVAX AMC. As one of the global vaccine production hubs, we will strive for an equitable and expeditious supply of COVID-19 vaccines. Korea will also stand at the vanguard of the endeavors to achieve the SDGs. In a bid to defeat the pandemic and make a new leap forward, we are pushing ahead with the Korean New Deal policy. Notably, we are reinforcing employment and social safety nets and expanding investment in people under the Human New Deal to realize an inclusive recovery that puts people first. Our policy experience from the Korean New Deal will be shared with the rest of the world. To help developing countries advance closer towards SDGs together, Korea plans to scale up its ODA, particularly in green, digital, and healthcare, the areas that have seen a surge in demand during the pandemic. Another pressing task for the global community to undertake is responding to the climate crisis. Even as we speak, our planet is getting hotter faster than anticipated. The community of nations must join forces in closer concert together to push forward carbon neutrality. Last year, Korea committed itself to carbon neutrality by 2050 and legislated its vision and implementation framework by enacting the Framework Act on Carbon Neutrality. By next month, we will finalize our 2050 carbon neutrality scenario and unveil our enhanced 2030 NDC at COP26 in coming November.
We have shut down coal-fired power plants earlier than scheduled and ended public financing for new overseas coal-fired power generation, with efforts underway to ramp up the generation of new and renewable energy. Carbon neutrality can be achieved only when each and every country is engaged in continued cooperation, and action plans must be also sustainable. Through Green New Deal, Korea is turning its carbon neutrality commitment into opportunities to cultivate new industries and create jobs. Many Korean businesses are voluntarily joining the RE100 campaign and expanding their investment in hydrogen and other new and renewable energy, while pushing forward ESG management and carbon neutrality with greater force. The government, for its part, will firmly back up the private sector in technology development and investment. Korea will scale up its climate ODA and set up a Green New Deal Trust Fund with a view to supporting the work of Global Green Growth Institute and share its technologies and capacity for carbon neutrality. We will stand ready to help developing countries build their capacity to tackle the climate crisis. Moreover, building on our experience as the host of the P4G Seoul Summit in galvanizing the global commitment into climate action, Korea seeks to host COP28 in 2023. We aspire to take on a more vigorous role for the faithful implementation of the Paris Agreement. Mr. President, Mr. Secretary General, and distinguished delegates, the most ardent dream of the global community is creating a life that is peaceful and secure. The birth of the UN has transformed the paradigm of international relations based on competition and conflict into the one of coexistence and shared prosperity. The UN has endeavored to replace the incomplete peace maintained by the balance of power with sustainable peace grounded in cooperation, thereby promoting freedom for entire humanity. To ensure a complete, lasting peace, which will begin taking firm root on the Korean Peninsula, Korea remains fully committed to doing its part. Envisioning a denuclearized, co-prosperous Korean Peninsula, the government of the Republic of Korea has steadily carried forward the Korean Peninsula peace process, and amid the support of the international community, achieved historic milestones. The Panmunjom Declaration, Pyongyang Joint Declaration of September 2018, a military agreement resulting from the Inter-Korean Summit, as well as the Singapore Declaration from the U.S.-North Korea Summit. Peace on the Korean Peninsula begins always with dialogue and cooperation. I call for a speedy resumption of dialogue between the two Koreas and between the United States and North Korea. I hope to see that the Korean Peninsula will prove the power of dialogue and cooperation in fostering peace. 2 years ago, in this very place, I declared zero tolerance for war, mutual security guarantee, and co-prosperity as the three principles in resolving issues related to the Korean Peninsula. Last year, I proposed a declaration to ending the war on the Korean Peninsula. More than anything, an End the War declaration will mark a pivotal point of departure in creating a new order of reconciliation and cooperation on the Korean Peninsula. Today, I once again urge the community of nations to mobilize its strength for the End the War declaration on the Korean Peninsula, and propose that 3 parties of the 2 Koreas and the United States, or 4 parties of the 2 Koreas, the U.S., and China, come together and declare that the war on the Korean Peninsula is over. When the parties involved in the Korean War stand together and proclaim an end to the war, I believe we can make irreversible progress in denuclearization and usher in an era of complete peace. In fact, this year marks a meaningful 30th anniversary of the simultaneous admission of South and North Korea into the United Nations. With the joint accession to the UN, the 2 Koreas both recognized that they were 2 separate nations, different in systems and ideologies. However, such was never meant to perpetuate the division. For when we acknowledged and respected each other, only then could we set out on a path to exchange, reconciliation, and unification. When the 2 Koreas and the surrounding nations work together, peace will be firmly established on the Korean Peninsula, and prosperity fostered across entire Northeast Asia. That will go down as a Korean Peninsula model in which peace is attained through cooperation. North Korea, for its part, must brace for changes that befit the era of global community. I expect that the international community, together with Korea, remain always ready and willing to reach out to North Korea in a cooperative spirit. Heeding the yearnings of the separated families already advanced in age, we must lose no time in pressing ahead with their reunions. When South and North Korea are engaged together in regional platforms such as the Northeast Asia Cooperation for Health Security, a more effective response to infectious diseases and natural disasters will become feasible. As a community bound by common destiny on the Korean Peninsula, and as the members of the global community, the South and North, I hope, will come together to join forces. Towards building a Korean Peninsula that promotes shared prosperity and cooperation, I will make ceaseless efforts until my very last day in office. The recent situation in Afghanistan serves as a stark reminder of the crucial role that the UN plays in advancing peace and human rights. Coming December, the UN Peacekeeping Ministerial will be hosted in Korea. To ensure safer and more effective operation of UN peacekeeping missions, Korea will make use of this opportunity to encourage closer cooperation in the international community. For the UN's initiatives in conflict prevention and peace building, Korea too will increase its fair share of contribution. Korea will make a bid for a seat as a non-permanent member of the UN Security Council for the coming 2024-2025 term, and to build sustainable peace and thriving future generations, it stands ready to play an active part. And I look forward to your cooperation and support in this regard. Mr. President, Mr. Secretary General, and distinguished delegates, humanity, even in the darkest hours of adversity, has never lost hope for the future. Trusting one another, working side by side, we have changed that very hope into reality. Even in the face of the COVID-19 crisis, we're yet again sowing the seeds of hope. To build back better, we're gathering our greatest strengths. If humanity is united as one and never loses sight of today, we will surely be able to build a better tomorrow. As humanity embarks on a new journey for ushering in the era of global community, I count on the United Nations to lead the way with a spirit of solidarity and cooperation. Thank you.
On behalf of the General Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Republic of Korea for the statement just made, and I request protocol to escort His Excellency. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Recep Tayyip Erdogan, President of the Republic of Turkey. I request protocol to escort His Excellency. On behalf of the General Assembly, I have the honor to welcome to the United Nations His Excellency Recep Tayyip Erdogan, President of the Republic of Turkey, and to invite him to address the Assembly.
Esteemed President, venerable heads of state and government, Honorable Secretary General, distinguished delegates, on behalf of myself and my nation, I would like to wholeheartedly greet you. I wish that the 76th session of the United Nations General Assembly will be beneficial for our countries and the entire human race. I'm very pleased to be at the General Assembly again after 2 years to address you, because as the humanity in the last 2 years, we've really been through painful times. We have lost 4.6 million people, including our friends, relatives, and loved ones during the COVID-19 pandemic, which was labeled as the biggest health crisis of the last century. Despite all the efforts displayed and the progress we've made in vaccination, we still witness the continuation of the negative ramifications of the pandemic. In such a climate that we are observing the 76th session of the United Nations General Assembly, and I do believe that the messages of solidarity and cooperation which we will be conveying here will not only support the fight against the pandemic, but also increase the hopes of billions of people who are going through very challenging times. Our General Assembly needs to be strengthened so that the international community can contribute more effectively to the solution of global problems. And I would like to take this opportunity to express my gratitude to Mr. Volkan Bozkır, President of the 75th General Assembly, for his fruitful work towards that direction. And I do believe that Mr. Abdullah Shahid, who recently assumed the presidency of the 76th General Assembly, will carry the flag forward to greater heights. And as Turkey, we will continue to fulfill our responsibilities so that the General Assembly can carry out its activities in the most efficient way. On this occasion, I also would like to congratulate Mr. Guterres, who once again assumed the duty of United Nations Secretary General, and wish him continued success. It's extremely fitting that this year's General Assembly has been organized under the theme Building Resilience Through Hope. First of all, I would like to express one fact, no matter how painful it might be to hear. Unfortunately, we were reminded once again during this pandemic that the entire world are a part of a big family. But the solidarity test that we were put to failed us miserably. Especially the underdeveloped countries and poor segments of the societies were literally left to their fate in the face of the pandemic. The distorted structure of the global system, which rather creates problems instead of solutions, deepens those problems and condemns them to insolvency, also holds its share in the increased loss of lives around the world. At a time when millions of people have lost their lives and tens of millions of people are suffering in the grip of the virus, it is a disgrace for humanity that the vaccine nationalism is still being carried on through different methods. It's clear that a global disaster such as the COVID-19 pandemic can only be overcome through international cooperation and solidarity. It's not possible for any country to survive safely on its own before all countries are free from this pandemic. We hope that the will which we will be showcased in the General Assembly will constitute a turning point in understanding this fact for what it is. In addition to the importance of global cooperation during the pandemic, we had the opportunity to observe the high level that medical science has achieved. We took pride in the fact that the first vaccine approved by the WHO has been developed by two scientists of Turkish origin living in Germany. We, as Turkey, have tried to share the capabilities at our disposal with our friends and brothers and sisters around the world from day one, which complies with our belief, which is basically let the people live so that the state can live. While providing, on the one hand, the best health care services to our citizens, we also sent medical aid to 159 countries and 12 international organizations. On this occasion, I would like to inform you that we will offer in the near future our national vaccine called Turkovac to the benefit of all humanity together with our nation. We support the initiatives towards strengthening the World Health Organization and preparing a convention against pandemics. We also emphasize, in particular, that a reasonable balance should be established between the protection of public health and the continuation of social and economic life. Distinguished delegates, the events that we've witnessed remind us some of the realities once again. Our joys, like our sorrows, our sufferings, like our achievements, and our problems, like the solutions, are all common. When somebody acts with a fait accompli logic, the entire humanity would pay the bill, not just the major countries. We witnessed, lastly, in Afghanistan, in a very painful way, that the problems cannot be solved by imposing methods that do not take into account the realities and the social fabric on the ground or in the field. The people of Afghanistan have been left alone. They were abandoned with the consequences of instability and the conflicts that have lasted for more than 4 decades. Regardless of the political process, Afghanistan needs the help and solidarity of the international community. We hope that peace, stability, and security will be established in the country as soon as possible, and that the Afghan people will find relief. And as Turkey, we will continue to fulfill our fraternal duty towards the Afghan people during their difficult days. 10 years have gone by in the humanitarian drama in Syria, which caused the death of hundreds of thousands of people and the displacement of millions of people before the eyes of the whole world. While our country embraces close to 4 million Syrians, we are also battling on the ground terrorist organizations that have drowned the region in blood and tears. We are the only NATO ally which has fought Daesh, Korakor, and defeated this terrorist organization. Again, with our presence on the ground, we were able to stop the massacres and ethnic cleansing atrocities committed by the PKK terrorist organization's extensions in Syria. As a result of our efforts, and at the expense of our martyrs, we were able to ensure the voluntary return of 462,000 Syrians to the areas where we provided security. In a similar way, thanks to our footprint in Idlib, we've saved the lives of millions of people and prevented them from being displaced. The international community cannot allow the Syrian crisis to linger on for another 10 years. We need to display a stronger will to find a political solution to the problem based on the United Nations Security Council Resolution 2254 and in a way that will meet the expectations of the Syrian people. We welcome the extension of the United Nations Humanitarian Assistance Mechanism, which is delivered to the northwest of Syria via Turkey for yet another 12 months. We hope that the conciliatory approach displayed on this issue will also be emulated in order to bring forward the political process and ensure the voluntary, safe, and dignified return of the asylum seekers. I would like to once again reiterate, in your presence, that making any distinction between the terrorist organizations in the region and using them as subcontractors in the field is unacceptable. Acts of terrorism in different countries around the world over the past 10 years have shown that terrorism is not only our common enemy, but that of the entire mankind. Our struggle against terrorist organizations that threaten the territorial integrity of Syria and our national security will continue with resolve. In our country, with the exception of the Syrians, there are also migrants under various statuses, the number of which currently exceeds 1 million. Because of the current developments in Afghanistan, we are faced with the possibility of another influx of migrants from this country. As a country that saved human dignity in the Syrian crisis, we no longer have the potential nor the capability to absorb new immigration influxes. On the basis of fair burden and responsibility sharing, it is high time for all the stakeholders to do their part on this issue. A concrete attitude now needs to be displayed against those who erode the 1951 Geneva Convention and the international humanitarian law. Distinguished delegates, thanks to our strong support for international legitimacy in Libya, a ceasefire was declared, and then the Presidential Council and the National Unity Government were formed. We will continue to support the efforts of the National Unity Government to provide public services and unify all institutions and organize elections in a timely manner. I reiterate my call to the international community to stand by the legitimate government which represents all regions of Libya. One of the most important problems that fuels instability and threatens peace and security in our region is the Israeli and Palestinian conflict. As long as the persecution of the Palestinian people continues, lasting peace and stability in the Middle East is not possible. For this reason, invasion, annexation, and illegal settlement policies must absolutely and immediately be brought to an end. We will continue to stand up against the violation of the international status of Jerusalem, which is based on the United Nations Resolution of 1947, and against violations of the sanctity of the Haram al-Sharif and of the rights of the Palestinian people. The peace process and the vision of a two-state solution must be revived without further delay. The establishment of an independent and contiguous Palestinian state with Jerusalem as its capital on the basis of the 1967 borders remain amongst our primary objectives. Important steps have been taken forward vis-à-vis establishing stability in the Caucasus. By exercising its right of self-defense, Azerbaijan has ended the invasion of its own territory, which has been the subject of Security Council resolutions which were not implemented for many years. This development has also enabled the opening of a new horizon ahead of us for opportunities to be explored in the region to establish a lasting and a sustainable peace. We are determined to support every positive step forward that will be taken by the parties involved. We attach importance to the protection of the territorial integrity and sovereignty of Ukraine, including the Crimea, whose annexation we do not recognize. Within China's territorial integrity perspective, we do believe that more efforts need to be displayed regarding the protection of the basic rights of the Muslim Uyghur Turks. We maintain our stance in favor of solving the ongoing problem in Kashmir for 74 years through dialogue between the parties and within the framework of relevant United Nations resolutions. We also support ensuring the safe, voluntary, and dignified return of Rohingya Muslims who are living under difficult circumstances in camps in Bangladesh and Myanmar back to their homelands. A fair, lasting, and a sustainable solution to the Cyprus question is possible only through a results-oriented, realistic approach. While the leader of one of the two peoples on the island, which the United Nations considers as equal, can address you, it's not fair that the other leader cannot make his voice heard on this platform. For a solution, it is necessary to reaffirm the sovereign equality and equal international status of the Turkish Cypriot people, who are the co-owners of the island. Therefore, we support the new vision put forward by the Turkish Cypriots for a solution. I hereby call on the international community to address the views of the Turkish Cypriots with an open mind and without any prejudice. The continuation of the calm environment in the Eastern Mediterranean region is in our common interest. We hope that the problems regarding maritime boundary delimitation will be resolved within the framework of international law and good neighborly relations. For this, it is necessary, first of all, to abandon the mentality whereby Turkey, which has the longest coast in the Eastern Mediterranean, is completely disregarded in the region. Our proposal to organize an Eastern Mediterranean conference in which all the actors in the region will be represented for dialogue and cooperation still remains on the table. Similarly, we believe that the problem in the Aegean Sea should be resolved through a bilateral dialogue. We also maintain our determination in the European Union membership process. We are in full solidarity with the continent and the African Union also today, drawing on the strength of our deep-rooted ties with Africa, which dates back 2 centuries. With this understanding, we continue our efforts to hold the 3rd Turkey-Africa Partnership Summit in Turkey in the forthcoming periods. With our Asia Anew initiative, we are consolidating Turkey's unifying position between Europe and Asia. Likewise, we attach great significance to developing our relations with Latin America and the Caribbean region on bilateral and multilateral platforms. Turkey has been and will continue to be by the side of every step taken forward for a safer, peaceful, prosperous, and equitable world for everyone. Distinguished delegates, while the Earth embraces millions of living species on its soil, it only expects us to respect the balance of nature in return for this generosity. Unfortunately, mankind has recklessly used the resources the Earth offered us in search of progress and development, which we pursued throughout history. At the end of this process that lasted for centuries, we are now facing threats entirely caused by men, outside nature's own balance. The problems, which we may classify under topics such as climate change, air pollution, water and food security, loss of biodiversity, have reached to such an extent that will steer us from a safe and a prosperous future for the entire human race. Among these topics, climate change is one we should particularly focus on, as, beyond being an environmental problem, it will lead to irreparable consequences and uncertainty. Greenhouse gases such as carbon dioxide, methane, nitrous oxide, which have increased by 50% compared to the pre-industrial period, literally elevate the world's temperature. Indeed, for some time now, disasters have been occurring all around the world, caused by an increase of 1.1 degrees Celsius compared to the pre-industrial period. We are experiencing unusual events such as floods in Asia and Europe, hurricanes in America, drought in Africa, fires in the Mediterranean basin, rainfall on the peak of Greenland, and snowfall on the deserts. These disasters not only cause damage to the environment and the ecosystem, but also threaten people's livelihoods and property. In many places, people are collectively preparing to go to other places, to migrate. However, the world hasn't still found a solution to the refugee problem caused by conflict-prone crisis regions such as Syria and Afghanistan. At this time, we don't know how to deal with the migration of hundreds of millions of people due to factors such as drought, food shortages, and meteorological events. The greatest impact of climate change will be observed on the populations living in the centers of metropolitans. For example, the city of New York, where we are right now, has gone through very challenging days as it has suffered from giant hurricanes within only a 2-week time span, which in turn caused rainfalls witnessed only once every 500 years. The destruction caused by rains affecting the Western Europe has yet to be repaired. Although we, as Turkey, produce the most rapid and effective solutions in that regard, we've experienced our share of quite challenging days. A significant part of the world infrastructure is a byproduct of the last 2 centuries of human progress. So it is not possible to handle the ramifications of climate change with the existing infrastructure. The continued rise in global temperatures, hence expectations for more intense rainfalls, must steer all of us towards new pursuits. For example, it has now become mandatory for urban planning to be taken into consideration by respecting the consequences of climate change. Another danger awaiting our world is that forests, being among the most important carbon sinks, are now facing complete annihilation due to land use on the one hand and fires on the other. Another area affected by the increase in temperature is our seas. Expanding water and melting glaciers have raised sea levels by 20 centimeters over the past century. This figure is the fastest increase during the last 3,000 years. If effective measures will not be taken and greenhouse gas emissions will continue to increase, sea levels are expected to rise by more than 1 meter at the end of this century. Such a rise would mean that an important part of coastal cities and island states will be wiped out completely. Of course, this situation will also be accompanied by new and massive waves of migration. I would like to draw your attention to the fact that all these problems have come up only with a 1.1 degrees Celsius increase in temperature. I leave it to you to consider what would happen if the temperature increase would reach 1.5 Celsius or 2 Celsius, or even more. Distinguished delegates, hence, after all these developments, as the states of the world, we came together in 2015 to fight climate change, and we've agreed on the Paris Climate Agreement. The scope of the agreement is to limit global temperature rise to 1.5 degrees Celsius by the midst of the century. However, the current trend shows that this is not quite possible if measures will not be taken duly. For this reason, first and foremost, it's compulsory for countries with historical accountability for the emergence of problems which led to climate change to take the main responsibility. It may be possible to prevent the coronavirus pandemic with the vaccines which were developed. However, it's out of the question to find such a laboratory-manufactured solution to climate change. For this reason, also for climate change, we repeat our appeal with the motto that we continuously repeat: the world is bigger than 5. Whoever has done the most damage to nature, to our atmosphere, our water, our soil, and the earth, and whoever has wildly exploited natural resources should also make the greatest contribution to the fight against climate change. Unlike the past, this time, no one can afford the luxury to say, "I'm powerful, so I will not pay the bill." Because climate change will treat mankind quite equally. It will treat everyone exactly the same, regardless of the differences between the European or the Asian, American or the African, rich or the poor. The duty for all of us is to take measures against this enormous threat with a fair burden sharing and to fulfill our obligations duly and immediately. As Turkey, we act with this mentality. We are among the first countries to have signed the Paris Climate Agreement. However, we hadn't yet ratified this agreement due to the injustices related to stated obligations and burden sharing. I would like to announce to the whole world, here from the United Nations General Assembly, the decision we have taken following the progress made within the framework of the agreement recently. We plan to present the Paris Climate Agreement for approval to our Parliament next month, within the framework of our National Determination Contribution Statement and in conformity with the positive steps which will be taken. Before the United Nations Climate Change Conference, which will be held in Glasgow, we envisage to complete the ratification phase of the carbon-neutral targeted agreement. We consider this process, which will lead to radical changes in our investment, manufacturing and employment policies, as one of the main elements of our 2053 vision. Of course, we have other measures with respect to climate change. We prepared the action plan necessary for harmonization with European Union's Green Deal and put it into effect in the past month. With the Zero Waste project led by First Lady, my wife, Her Excellency Emine Erdogan, we increased our recycling rate by 9 points in 3 years. We increased our sink areas by increasing our forest assets from 20.8 million hectares to approximately 23 million hectares. We increased the share of renewable energy resources in our electricity generation capacity to 53%. We have been promoting the steps that will structure our industry, that will restructure our industry in accordance with cleaner production activities for a better future. We are determined to bring these efforts forward by receiving the necessary financial support. Turkey is not indifferent to any global problem whatsoever, crisis or call, and will do its part on climate change and environmental protection similarly. So, ladies and gentlemen, before I conclude my remark, I would like to emphasize once again that our belief a fairer world is possible despite the difficulties we face. In this vein, we continue to view the United Nations as the unique platform for solving issues that concern the entire human race. Our new Turkish house building, located right in front of this building, which we have officially inaugurated only yesterday, is a testimony of our trust and confidence in the United Nations system. As a country with one of the 5 largest diplomatic networks in the world, we have a strong presence in the field and at the table for conscientious and fair solutions in a very wide geography. We can build a world of peace, stability, prosperity, and happiness all together. I once again would like to greet you all on behalf of my nation and wish the 76th General Assembly utmost success. May you all remain in good health.
On behalf of the General Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Republic of Turkey for the statement just made, and I request protocol to escort His Excellency. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Guy Parmelin, President of the Swiss Confederation. I request protocol to escort His Excellency. On behalf of the General Assembly, I have the honor to welcome to the United Nations His Excellency Guy Parmelin, President of the Swiss Confederation, and to invite him to address the Assembly.
Thank you. Merci, Monsieur.
Thank you, Mr. President of the General Assembly, Madam Deputy Secretary General of the United Nations, ladies and gentlemen, heads of state and government, excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. For most of my professional life, I have been a wine grower. Wine growing has taught me patience, perseverance, and confidence. A vine takes years to grow and produce. Improving grape varieties is a subtle science to produce the best wines. You have to respect nature and work in tune with it. Why am I talking to you about this here in the sanctuary of the United Nations? The COVID-19 pandemic is a bit like hail or frost that can suddenly ravage vines, unexpected and destabilizing. Good wine growers live with this risk and know how to recover from such twists of fate. The pandemic is a human, social and economic catastrophe that is also affecting international peace and security. Our thoughts are with all the victims, direct and indirect. The pandemic has made us realize that we must anticipate future crises, be prepared to deal with them, and show solidarity in order to build a resilient world. All too often, we get carried away by short-term thinking and the prospect of rapid gain. We need to rediscover a sense of anticipation and the awareness that fate may strike at any moment. What will happen next? Scientists work to identify future threats and alert us to them. They also provide us with information and data as elements of the solution. The proper management of this data is of paramount importance. This is why Switzerland is proud to be hosting the next UN World Data Forum in Bern in October. We know the risks. We must be prepared for them and invest in prevention. We must provide ourselves with the means to achieve this. Research, education and vocational training, especially for girls and women, must be at the heart of developing access to knowledge, promoting innovation, and enabling action. More broadly, access to knowledge and skills gives us the keys to anticipating and preparing for our future. When hail or frost strikes, Swiss wine growers help each other, and they call on the insurance funds which they have paid into. When a crisis affects entire regions, or even the planet, solidarity must be global, and solutions common. The United Nations is the place where knowledge and resources are pooled. The organization itself arose from lessons learned from past crises. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, let us continue to defend rules-based multilateralism. Switzerland is committed to an effective and efficient United Nations and supports reforms aimed at improving conflict prevention, strengthening the UN development system, and modernizing management methods. Switzerland has much to contribute to the challenges facing the world. 20 years after joining the United Nations, we are ready to contribute to the work of the UN Security Council for the 2023-2024 term. The COVID-19 pandemic has accentuated existing protectionist tendencies and highlighted resilience shortcomings in global production and supply chains. Policies to promote reshoring and investment controls are therefore gaining momentum. With the continuous acceleration of our economic processes made possible by technological change and digitalization, our societies have become complex. As the adverse weather and fires of recent months around the world have painfully reminded us, it is clear that the climate is being disrupted as a result of human activity, and human action is also putting pressure on the biodiversity of our planet. Power rivalries are worsening, and armed conflicts are raging on almost every continent. International humanitarian law and human rights are violated on a daily basis, and this sows the seeds of future conflicts. It is our responsibility to find answers before we hit the wall. The 2030 Agenda already gives us the framework we need to achieve this goal. In view of these challenges, Switzerland would like to emphasize 5 points. First, in order to defeat the pandemic, we must ensure that vaccines are accessible to everyone in the world. Switzerland is committed to ensuring fair and affordable access to vaccines, treatments, and diagnostics. Our country contributes to the Vaccine Alliance and supports the COVAX AMC initiative for low and middle-income countries with $155 million. As the host country of several international health organizations, including the World Health Organization, Switzerland provides resources and promotes reforms that enable effective action in this area. Second, the crisis has revealed the interdependence of our modern societies and the importance of international value chains, particularly in essential goods. We need to strengthen their resilience without resorting to protectionist measures that threaten global economic recovery. The legal framework for international trade must work to enhance legal certainty and predictability even in times of crisis. The World Trade Organization has a key role to play here. Third, technological developments and digitalization offer solutions to many of the challenges we collectively face. In Switzerland, there is close cooperation with universities and the private sector to find innovative technological approaches for development and poverty reduction projects. Yet there are risks involved. The virtual world is not a lawless zone. In the General Assembly, Switzerland works to promote responsible state behavior and the application of international law in cyberspace. It also participates in efforts to combat cybercrime. Geneva plays a role as a global center for digital policy and networking for the actors involved. Fourth, let us take climate change seriously. As the latest report of the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change shows, human activity can still determine the future course of climate. I will personally be present at COP26 in Glasgow to reaffirm Switzerland's commitment to the effective and consistent implementation of the Paris Climate Agreement. At the national level, Switzerland is committed to achieving climate neutrality by 2050. It is implementing concrete initiatives such as infrastructure projects that promote the modal shift from road to rail. I call on all countries to aim for climate neutrality by 2050 at the latest, and to submit ambitious climate targets for 2030. Switzerland is also committed to the preservation of biodiversity. Fifth, in a polarized world, it is more important than ever to return to dialogue. Switzerland's International Geneva traditionally provides a neutral platform for discussion. Earlier this year, one of the events it hosted was the Libyan Political Dialogue Forum, which resulted in the appointment of a unified executive authority, a first for the country since 2014, which is tasked with preparing national elections. Switzerland is very concerned about the plight of the Afghan population. It welcomes the humanitarian conference on Afghanistan convened by the Secretary-General last week in Geneva. Switzerland is also working hard to promote international law, including humanitarian law, in order to avoid conflicts or reduce their effects. Switzerland is proud to have prepared its report on the implementation of international humanitarian law. I call on all UN member states to do the same. Such reports enable states to assess their good practices and the challenges to be faced. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, hail and frost will continue to ravage the vines in my country from time to time. Our world will continue to face crises in the future. Let us create the means to face them together in a spirit of cooperation and solidarity. Let's work to make the world ever better educated, more innovative, more resilient, and more just. Let's be inspired by Saipe's Land Art World in Progress 2, currently on display on the North Lawn. Let's take a cue from the two children building the world as they imagine it. And let us cultivate this world of ours, as I have learned to tend my vines. Thank you for your attention.
On behalf of the General Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Swiss Confederation for the statement just made, and I request protocol to escort His Excellency. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of China to introduce an address by the head of state.
谢谢主席先生。主席先生，下面请聆听中华人民共和国国家主席习近平阁下的讲话。
主席先生，2021年对中国人民是一个极其特殊的年份。 今年是中国共产党成立100周年，今年也是中华人民共和国恢复在联合国合法席位50周年。中国将隆重纪念这一历史性事件。我们将继续积极推动中国同联合国合作迈向新台阶，为联合国崇高事业不断做出新的更大贡献。主席先生，1年前，各国领导人共同出席了联合国成立75周年系列峰会，发表了政治宣言，承诺合作抗击疫情，携手应对挑战，坚持多边主义，加强联合国作用，构建今世后代的共同未来。1年来，世界100年未有之大变局和新冠肺炎疫情全球大流行交织影响，各国人民对和平发展的期盼更加殷切，对公平正义的呼声更加强烈，对合作共赢的追求更加坚定。当前，疫情仍在全球肆虐，人类社会已被深刻改变，世界进入新的动荡变革期。每一个负责任的政治家都必须以信心、勇气、担当回答时代课题，做出历史抉择。第一，我们必须战胜疫情，赢得这场事关人类前途命运的重大斗争。一部世界文明史也是同瘟疫斗争的历史。人类总是在不断战胜挑战中实现更大发展和进步。这次疫情虽然来势凶猛，我们终将战而胜之。我们要坚持人民至上、生命至上，呵护每个人的生命、价值、尊严。要弘扬科学精神，秉持科学态度，遵循科学规律，统筹常态化、精准防控和应急处置，统筹疫情防控和经济社会发展。要加强国际联防联控，最大限度降低疫情跨境传播风险。疫苗是战胜疫情的利器。我多次强调，要把疫苗作为全球公共产品，确保发展中国家的可及性和可负担性。当务之急是要在全球范围内公平合理分配疫苗。中国将努力全年对外提供20亿剂疫苗，在向新冠疫苗实施计划捐赠1亿美元基础上，年内再向发展中国家无偿捐赠1亿剂疫苗。中国将继续支持和参与全球科学溯源，坚决反对任何形式的政治操弄。第二，我们必须复苏经济，推动实现更加强劲、绿色、健康的全球发展。发展是实现人民幸福的关键。面对疫情带来的严重冲击， 我们要共同推动全球发展迈向平衡、协调、包容新阶段。在此，我愿提出全球发展倡议：坚持发展优先，将发展置于全球宏观政策框架的突出位置，加强主要经济体政策协调，保持连续性、稳定性、可持续性，构建更加平等均衡的全球发展伙伴关系，推动多边发展合作进程协同增效，加快落实联合国2030年可持续发展议程，坚持以人民为中心，在发展中保障和改善民生，保护和促进人权，做到发展为了人民，发展依靠人民，发展成果由人民共享，不断增强民众的幸福感、获得感、安全感，实现人的全面发展。坚持普惠包容，关注发展中国家拓出需求，通过缓债、发展援助等方式，支持发展中国家，尤其是困难特别大的脆弱国家，着力解决国家间和各国内部发展不平衡、不充分问题。坚持创新驱动，抓住新一轮科技革命和产业变革的历史性机遇，加速科技成果向现实生产力转化，打造开放、公平、公正、非歧视的科技发展环境，挖掘疫后经济增长新动能，携手实现跨越发展。坚持人与自然和谐共生，完善全球环境治理，积极应对气候变化，构建人与自然生命共同体，加快绿色低碳转型，实现绿色复苏发展。中国将力争2030年前实现碳达峰，2060年前实现碳中和。这需要付出艰苦努力，但我们会全力以赴。中国将大力支持发展中国家能源绿色低碳发展，不再新建境外煤电项目，坚持行动导向，加大发展资源投入，重点推进减贫、粮食安全、抗疫和疫苗发展筹资、气候变化和绿色发展、工业化、数字经济、互联互通等领域合作，加快落实联合国2030年可持续发展议程，构建全球发展命运共同体。中国已宣布，未来3年内再提供30亿美元国际援助，用于支持发展中国家抗疫和恢复经济社会发展。第三，我们必须加强团结，践行相互尊重、合作共赢的国际关系理念。一个和平发展的世界应该承载不同形态的文明，必须兼容 走向现代化的多样道路。民主不是哪个国家的专利，而是各国人民的权利。近期国际形势的发展再次证明，外部军事干涉和所谓的民主改造贻害无穷。我们要大力弘扬和平、发展、公平、正义、民主、自由的全人类共同价值，摒弃小圈子和零和博弈。国与国难免存在分歧和矛盾，但要在平等和相互尊重基础上开展对话合作。一国的成功并不意味着另一国必然失败。这个世界完全容得下各国共同成长和进步。我们要坚持对话而不对抗，包容而不排他，构建相互尊重、公平正义、合作共赢的新型国际关系，扩大利益汇合点，画出最大同心圆。中华民族传承和追求的是和平、和睦、和谐理念。我们过去没有，今后也不会侵略欺负他人，不会称王称霸。中国始终是世界和平的建设者，全球发展的贡献者，国际秩序的维护者，公共产品的提供者，将继续以中国的新发展为世界提供新机遇。第四，我们必须完善全球治理，践行真正的多边主义。世界只有一个体系，就是以联合国为核心的国际体系；只有一个秩序，就是以国际法为基础的国际秩序；只有一套规则，就是以联合国宪章宗旨和原则为基础的国际关系基本准则。联合国应该高举真正的多边主义旗帜，成为各国共同维护普遍安全、共同分享发展成果、共同掌握世界命运的核心平台。要致力于稳定国际秩序，提升广大发展中国家在国际事务中的代表性和发言权，在推动国际关系民主化和法治化方面走在前列。要平衡推进安全、发展、人权三大领域工作，制定共同议程，聚焦突出问题，重在采取行动，把各方对多边主义的承诺落到实处。主席先生，世界又站在历史的十字路口。我坚信，人类和平发展进步的潮流不可阻挡。让我们坚定信心，携手应对全球性威胁和挑战，推动构建人类命运共同体，共同建设更加美好的世界。
On behalf of the General Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the People's Republic of China for the statement just made. We have heard the last speaker in the general debate for this meeting. The fourth plenary meeting to continue with the general debate will be held immediately following the adjournment of this meeting. The meeting is adjourned. The fourth plenary meeting of the General Assembly is called to order. Excellencies, the previous meeting we started early this morning has gone over the scheduled time by around 55 minutes. I wish to remind members that the list of speakers for the general debate has been established on the basis that statements should be no longer than 15 minutes to enable all speakers to be heard at a given meeting. I thank you for your cooperation. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Zoran Milanovic, President of the Republic of Croatia. I request protocol to escort His Excellency. On behalf of the General Assembly, I have the honor to welcome to the United Nations His Excellency Zoran Milanovic, President of the Republic of Croatia, and to invite him to address the Assembly.
Mr. President, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, it is a great honor to address this important body once again. I especially want to congratulate you, Mr. President, on being elected to preside over the 76th session, and I wish you much success. I also want to thank your predecessor, His Excellency Volkan Bozkir of Turkey, for his leadership and guidance in truly difficult times. And I congratulate His Excellency Antonio Guterres on his reappointment as UN Secretary General. Perhaps more than ever, it is important we continue to strengthen multilateralism and the international rules-based order, with the United Nations playing a central role. You are right, Mr. President, in pointing out how this moment in history calls for, above all, hope. Violence, poverty, and hunger are once again on the rise. Our post-pandemic recovery will be even more hard-pressed in upending the world's uneven economic development. Devastating natural disasters, especially due to severe weather patterns, and increasingly more difficult to deal with. And as our best scientific minds tell us, we can no longer afford to ignore how climate change is making natural hazards worse. Migration continues to rise, further fueling discontent in its wake. All along, populists and disinformation campaigns blatantly or maliciously ignoring factual accounts can unnervingly shake people's confidence in public authorities, in science, and in the media. But we cannot, and we must not, and I hope we shall not give in. It is our responsibility as global leaders to tackle these false narratives head-on, to win back the people's trust, and to give them hope. Multilateralism, global solidarity, and international cooperation have little, if any, alternatives. It is a sound way forward for rational beings. The United Nations stands only to benefit from its cooperation with regional multilateral actors, like, in European context, the EU, the Council of Europe, the OSCE, and NATO. I therefore want to re-emphasize Croatia's commitment to our collective efforts in tackling the many challenges before us. This includes taking action on climate change, our commitment to solidarity in times of crisis, protecting human rights, and upholding international law, humanitarian law, promoting education and the empowerment of women, peaceful conflict resolution, fighting organized crime and corruption, countering terrorism, and dealing with disruptive technologies. Mr. President, the COVID-19 pandemic is a historic test for our generation. How we respond today, both individually and collectively, will greatly shape the world's generations to come. Croatia is pleased to have been able to coordinate with Afghanistan the resolution on the comprehensive and coordinated response to the coronavirus disease pandemic,
which not only set a stage for our recovery, but also for building back better. The resolution also recognizes the value of an integrated One Health approach. By better understanding the health-related interlinkages of humans, animals, and our ecosystem, we stand a better chance at tackling antimicrobial resistance, as well as preventing and containing another major zoonotic disease outbreak. I think we all share in the aspirations of a comprehensive, multi-sectoral engagement in strengthening national, regional, and global capacities, as well as society's overall resilience to future pandemic. Let us maintain momentum and keep working towards a more robust architecture that will reinforce global health security. The World Health Organization plays a pivotal role, and therefore its further development and strengthening is essential. Establishing legal standards and assuring compliance is a fundamental part of an effective multilateral cooperative response. This is why Croatia actively advocates the Pandemic Preparedness and Response Agreement. As an upcoming member of ECOSOC for the term 2022-24, Croatia wants to foster the deliverance of a stronger multilateral response to the pandemic in the spirit of global solidarity and partnership. Safe and effective vaccines, as well as diagnostics and treatment, need to be made more easily accessible to all in a timely and sustainable way and without discrimination of any roots. We are firmly committed to supporting the work of ECOSOC as the UN's key platform for implementing the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development, clearing our path to recovery. Mr. President, ahead of the 26th UN Climate Change Conference in Glasgow this November, it is vital we stay on track and promote the continuous implementation of the Paris Agreement. Even Pope Francis, who has dedicated his first encyclical Laudato Si, the common heritage of our planet, is expected to attend. The necessary changes in our lives and in our economies will certainly not be easy. However, I'm convinced that shifting to green and sustainable technologies can go hand in hand with economic growth. Croatia is actively setting up a legislative and strategic framework, which is a prerequisite for coordinated action on climate change. Our commitment to reaching climate neutrality is visible through several key strategic documents. The National Development Strategy 2030, the Strategy of Low Carbon Development 2030 with a view to 2050, and the 5-year action plan for the implementation of a strategy of low carbon development. Let me say a few words about our southeast neighborhood. Croatia has vested interests in the well-being of the Western Balkans. The region's stability, functionality, and prosperity mean a great deal to us. This is why Croatia is one of the strongest advocates of the region's EU enlargement prospects. The fulfillment of well-established criteria, the implementation of reforms, and delivering tangible results remain key requirements for EU membership. But even more so, the path to membership serves to secure the higher standards its all people aspire to. Democratic transformation and the rule of law will remain central markers, but we have also continued to call on all regional leaders to lower tensions, overcome their differences, and seek ways to build lasting partnerships. In a way, Bosnia and Herzegovina is a cornerstone of peace and security in the wider region. Its territorial integrity, functioning institutions, and interethnic cohabitation have always been important concerns for Croatia. Yet, the situation in Bosnia is as challenging and as complex as it gets in the Western Balkans, and it is always challenging in the Western Balkans. We would like to see a stable, peaceful, and prosperous Bosnia and Herzegovina progressing firmly on the path to the EU membership, a country where the equality amongst its 3 constituent peoples and the rights of all its citizens are fully guaranteed. Unfortunately, narratives in Bosnia and Herzegovina often swing between two tenaciously unachievable and unjust ends: centralized governance and separatism. In their own way, both are destructive and contrary to the spirit of its constitutional framework stemming from the Dayton-Paris Accord. The Dayton-Paris Accord agreement is not without its faults, which undoubtedly will need to be addressed. However, we should not underestimate Bosnia and Herzegovina's well-established sensitivities and inherited intricacies. Nor should it be subject to experimentation that dangerously deviate from Dayton-Paris Agreement's founding principles. This is essential in moving Bosnia and Herzegovina forward and securing its EU aspirations. The inequality of its constituent peoples has been left unresolved for too long. It unnecessarily created internal political instabilities and tensions. In order to move forward, Bosnia and Herzegovina requires an appropriate institutional power-sharing framework based on principles of federalism, decentralization, and legitimate representation. The concept of constituent peoples is always, or often, rather often, misrepresented as an obstacle to the equal rights of all its citizens. Many political and legal practices can be ensured without having to give up democratic rights and freedoms. Bosnia and Herzegovina's electoral reforms are long overdue and urgently needed. Electoral reforms should facilitate constituent peoples, namely Bosniaks, Serbs, and Croats, are able to respectively choose their representatives at all appropriate political levels. Bosnia and Herzegovina's Croats have not been able to exercise this right. It is no wonder they feel marginalized and disenfranchised, and this should change. Mr. President, the collapse of Afghanistan's government is a major setback. After 20 years of our engagement and investments, it is hard not to come away discouraged. We will certainly assess the lessons from our Afghan experience, but the quick question today is how should we deal with the Taliban? Maintaining a pragmatic approach will not be easy, as we rightfully call upon those in power to respect the most fundamental rights of their people. Security will remain fragile, as risks of regional spillover cannot be ruled out. We are also concerned Afghanistan may once again become a breeding ground for terrorism. Croatia has decided to financially support UN OCHA's efforts in providing humanitarian support to the Afghan people. The Middle East peace process remains crucial, not regionally but globally. We call on both sides to refrain from unilateral actions that could exacerbate tensions and reopen new cycles of violence. In the long term, the focus should be on developing a wider political horizon for meaningful negotiations and renewing the peace process. A two-state solution based on internationally agreed upon parameters remain viable. Reviving the Iran nuclear deal is a key instrument of regional security and stability that can still serve as a useful platform for broader regional dialogue. We hope that further diplomatic efforts will contribute to resolving issues of common interest. After over a decade of instability, the Libyan crisis could be winding down. Nevertheless, a lasting peace will remain complicated. I sincerely hope the planned elections will be held in December, as a legitimate leadership is an important precondition for successful transition. Mr. President, together, we urgently need to start reforming the UN, especially the Security Council, our main instrument for securing global peace and security. In this regard, we welcome the Secretary General's efforts expressed in his recently published report, Our Common Agenda. Croatia also upholds the responsibility to protect, consensually adopted in 2005 World Summit outcome. We welcomed the General Assembly's resolution, the responsibility to protect, as the prevention of genocide, war crimes, ethnic cleansing, and crimes against humanity, adopted in this Assembly with overwhelming support. Together with Costa Rica, Denmark, and the Global Center for Responsibility to Protect, Croatia organized yesterday's special event on protecting women and girls directly affected and often targeted in conflict and post-conflict settings. Croatia reaffirms its strong commitment to a rules-based international order and to uphold international law, two essential ingredients of peaceful coexistence and cooperation among states. We support the role of the International Criminal Court and call upon those member states yet to ratify the Rome Statute to do so. Promoting the rights of women and children, confronting hate speech, calling for an abolition of the death penalty, protecting minorities, and actively promoting casualty recording, and the mandate on truth, justice, and reparations are among our human rights priorities at the UN. Croatia is still searching for 1,858 of its citizens that are still missing or unaccounted for from our 91-95 homeland war. It is a lasting, painful burden for the affected families, not to mention the toll on our society's desire to move on. That the fate of the missing is unknown some 30 years later is especially excruciating. We urge other neighboring states to cooperate in good faith and to respect their declared commitments and international agreements. I confess that I cannot understand the lack of information sharing and access to archival leads on the possible locations of individual and mass graves so many years after the conflict. Mr. President, it is impossible not to recall the horrific terrorist attacks of 9/11 20 years ago. Terrorism continues to be our era's formidable security threat. On the other hand, it has also ushered in unprecedented cooperation on an unwavering resolve to counter terrorism. Cybersecurity is perhaps one of our fastest growing concerns. Trends appear to indicate an increasing diversification of malicious efforts, perhaps state-sponsored, being the most worrisome. Particularly upsetting incidents involve cyber attacks targeting our critical health infrastructures, already exhausted in the struggle with the COVID-19 pandemic. Croatia is proud to have contributed to 19 UN peacekeeping operations. We also aspire to join the UN Peacebuilding Commission and continue our engagement from previous mandates. Nuclear weapons and the corresponding technology still loom large in the security calculus of leading global powers. Nightmare scenarios can greatly be avoided by sincere commitments to the Nuclear Non-Proliferation Treaty, a foundation for nuclear global order. We hope to see progress in the NPT's review conference. But while nuclear weapons cast large shadows, let us not lose sight of lingering threats posed by illicit small arms and light weapons trafficking. We know this firsthand from the grand and armed conflicts and organized crime activity in Western Balkans. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. President, we will continue advocating for effective multilateral action on tackling illegal armed transfers and buildups. Thank you.
On behalf of the General Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Republic of Croatia for the statement just made, and I request protocol to escort His Excellency. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Egypt to introduce an address by the head of state.
شكرا سيدي الرئيس يشرف.
Thank you, Mr. President. It is my pleasure to introduce His Excellency Abdullah Shahid, President of the to the 76th session of the General Assembly.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. السيد عبد الله شاهد رئيس الدورة السادسة
Mr. Abdullah Shahed, Excellency, President of the 76th session of the General Assembly, I would like to first and foremost congratulate you and your country on assuming the presidency of the current session of the General Assembly of the United Nations, and I wish you every success in your endeavors. I also commend the central role of the Secretary General of the United Nations through his tireless efforts to uphold the principles of the Charter. The Charter has been a rulebook and a reference in international nations for more than 75 years, and it remains a hope in establishing a rule-based international order and a peaceful world. Ladies and gentlemen, the onset of the global pandemic almost 2 years ago has shown that there are common traits for humanity, but there are other aspects that can be shared, such as challenges, no matter our level of development. Here, it is appropriate to point out the relevance of this year's theme, reflecting the need to build our resilience to COVID-19 and our hope in recovery. That is why we must remove all obstacles preventing countries from accessing vaccines in a fair and equitable manner as a top priority. In that context, allow me to take this opportunity from this high tribune to present Egypt's view of today's world and our contribution to overcoming global challenges as a founding member of the United Nations and a number of regional organizations, so that we can look at the challenges of today's world. Mr. President, the Egyptian state is aware of and recognizes the gaps in economic recovery of states, depending on their ability to obtain sufficient quantities of vaccines. Indeed, developed countries continue to receive the majority of vaccines produced globally. Egypt underscores the need for a swift and effective response to meet the needs of the African continent. Indeed, our continent is that which is most impacted by the pandemic, while it is also continuing to face other equally daunting challenges, some that are equally dangerous. For that reason, Egypt has sought to produce vaccines domestically, not only to meet the needs of our people, but also to export them to the African continent. Ladies and gentlemen, the prevailing circumstances have further exacerbated difficulties that we've experienced for decades, further weakening regional and international cooperation. And this is why it is necessary for the international community to provide support to the developing world and to include middle-income countries. These countries carry a significant democratic weight, as they are home to a large part of the world's population, making them major international consumers of goods and services and a driving force for world economic growth. In light of the recent international efforts to issue some $650 billion in special drawing rights at the IMF, we believe it is imperative to explore the best means to invest these resources for the benefit of the developing world, and in that context, reduce the debt of developing countries, especially African countries and middle and low income countries, and provide preferential rates by providing the necessary means for concessional funding and encouraging a direct investments to these countries. These measures would provide crucial support for national development efforts in line with relevant international and regional development agendas. Mr. President, we are convinced that development must include a comprehensive framework inclusive of the necessary rights for the development of individuals and the promotion of a life of dignity for societies. Accordingly, Egypt has adopted a series of economic reform policies, allowing us to implement ambitious social programs for the benefit of the most vulnerable groups. And we have achieved the SDGs in a number of areas across Egypt. Egypt has also managed to reduce disparities between rural and urban areas, as we are convinced that the provision of basic services in all parts of the country will promote political and social inclusion by creating suitable conditions for the freedom of thought and innovation to allow innovation to flourish, creating more impetus for progress. Mr. President, Egypt is well aware of the threats that environmental degradation pose to all aspects of our life and that of future generations, if not their survival, especially as a result of climate change. Its adverse effects have become evident to all, as demonstrated by the many severe climate events across the world in recent months. From floods to heavy rainfall, to unprecedented spikes in temperature and wildfires. These events have had human, economic, and social implications, which then add to the heavy burden of states and governments, struggling to guarantee the prosperity and well-being of their people. Given our common moral responsibility towards future generation and in line with our national vision and international commitments, Egypt spares no effort for greater coordination on climate issues. This is important if we are to avoid the point of no return, a point at which climate change would have become so entrenched it would be impossible to roll back. As an active participant in the climate change negotiations, Egypt looks forward to hosting the 27th Conference of State Parties in 2022. Mr. President, terrorism remains one of the largest challenges facing humanity today. In addition to violating people's most fundamental rights, especially the right to life, this phenomenon also distracts governments from fulfilling their socioeconomic and cultural duties towards their people. Egypt thus emphasizes that terrorism can only be eliminated by countering the takfiri and extremist ideologies that lead to such a heinous phenomenon. We need a comprehensive approach that would go beyond security and military confrontation of terrorists and terrorist groups, but that would also include social, economic, development, and ideological factors as well. We must focus on the sources of terrorism and tackle those factors that push individuals towards this phenomenon. And this approach should be rooted both in national actions and international cooperation. In this regard, all countries must uphold their obligations under international law and relevant Security Council resolutions, corrects the interpreter. I stress the need to hold accountable those countries that sponsor and harbor terrorists, including foreign terrorist fighters, by offering them shelter and support and facilitating their transit through territories which threatens international peace and security. Ladies and gentlemen, Egypt is committed to promoting the human rights of its citizens. We make every effort to this end in full respect of the principles of citizenship and the rule of law. The Egyptian state is fully cognizant of the fact that Egyptians must be at the center of our comprehensive development efforts, the aim of which is to guarantee the dignity, rights, and freedoms of Egyptian citizens. The situation of human rights in Egypt has recently seen marked developments, reflecting the rights and freedoms guaranteed by the provisions of our Constitution and its amendments, and the relevant updated laws and legislation. The National Human Rights Strategy that Egypt launched a few days ago, following society-wide and civil society consultations, showcases Egypt's inclusive and constructive approach to all issues related to human rights. Mr. President, Egypt's election to the chairmanship of the current 15th session of the United Nations Peacebuilding Commission is the culmination of Egypt's continued and active contribution to promoting the United Nations peacebuilding architecture since its inception in 2005.
This demonstrates the confidence that the international community has in Egypt to lead international efforts in this regard. We are the 7th largest contributor of male and female troops and police to UN peacekeeping operations. Mr. President, Egypt has always reiterated that there can be no stability in the Middle East without a just, lasting and comprehensive solution to the Palestinian question, which remains the central cause for the Arab region. This must happen in accordance with international resolutions to establish a Palestinian state along the June 4th, 1967 border with East Jerusalem as its capital. In this regard, Egypt stresses the need to consolidate the ceasefire agreement reached on the 20th of May 2021. Egypt also calls upon the international community to take the necessary measures to improve the living conditions of the Palestinian people and to ensure humanitarian deliveries to the Palestinian peoples. Donors must be called upon to support UNRWA. This would pave the way for the reconstruction of the Gaza Strip. Egypt has also announced a pledge of $500 million for reconstruction efforts. The Middle East has a strategic location, but it is also in one of the most unstable regions in the world. This compounds global and shared challenges. This means that there are specific challenges faced by countries in the region. The concept of the strong and cohesive nation-state is under threat from factors including division and fragmentation, be it sectarian, political, or ethnic division. This has meant that countries rich in natural resources, history, and civilization, such as Iraq, a brother country, or rich in culture and diversity like Lebanon and Syria, or with resources and wealth such as Libya, or with strategically important locations such as Yemen, suffer numerous challenges. This proves that there is no alternative to the concept of the inclusive nation-state. States that do not distinguish between its citizens and prevent any interference in the affairs of the Arab region. Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen, Egypt is closely linked to its African context, something that we are immensely proud of. This is geographical continuity, but also existential continuity. Hence the importance of cooperation of countries on this continent. But this must be a two-way street. It cannot be unilateral, being determined by one party to the detriment of others. Egypt recognizes its neighbors' right to development, but we are a country that suffers from droughts and people live under the water poverty line. The Nile is Egypt's lifeline, which explains the extreme anguish that Egypts feel over the Renaissance Dam. You are probably all aware of the current state of the negotiations between Egypt, Ethiopia, and Sudan, which have lasted for 10 years. We have come up against intransigence and an unjustified refusal to engage positively in negotiations. in consecutive steps. This is a unilateral approach and a policy of impositions which could further destabilize the region. Egypt thus sought the help of the United Nations Security Council to send UN observers and bolster African mediation efforts. Egypt remains committed to reaching, as soon as possible, a comprehensive, balanced and legally binding agreement on the filling and operation of the Ethiopian dam. This aims at ensuring the survival of 150 million people in Egypt and Sudan and to avoid causing irreparable damage to the peoples of both countries. This is based not only on the values of equity and logic, but also on robust international legal grounds, which call for the fair and just use of joint water resources in international rivers. Ladies and gentlemen, multilateralism is key. We are facing a great many challenges and difficulties. However, multilateralism remains our only refuge from escalating conflicts and disputes. Given the multiplicity of challenges facing us today, we must reflect on the best way to mobilize the resources needed to overcome these challenges, and this is a priority for the benefit of all of humanity. This is Egypt's clarion call to all of humanity. Let us stand together to save ourselves before it is too late. Let us arm ourselves not with the logic of force, but the force of logic. Thank you for your kind attention, and I wish you all a successful session.
On behalf of the General Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Arab Republic of Egypt for the statement just made. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Pedro Castillo Terrones, President of the Republic of Peru. May I request protocol to escort His Excellency. On behalf of the General Assembly, I have the honor to welcome to the United Nations His Excellency Pedro Castillo Terrones, President of the Republic of Peru, and to invite him to address the Assembly.
Señor Presidente.
Mr. President of the General Assembly, Mr. Secretary General, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. The 76th session of the General Assembly is taking place in a world context marked by instability and uncertainty. Given this, we can be certain that our peoples are demanding answers on the future of the pandemic, peace, security, economic recovery, and the decrease of inequality and poverty. It is up to you, Mr. President, to shoulder the responsibility of leading the General Assembly at this changing and fragile moment. I am convinced that your dexterity, knowledge, and experience will lead us to the best decisions and success in our endeavors. Coinciding with the bicentennial of Peru's independence on the 28th of July of this year, I assumed the presidency of the Republic in a democratic exercise whereby the sovereign will of the people led to a vote for social change with macroeconomic stability and sustainable growth. It is the first time in the history of my country that a school teacher from the rural world has assumed the leadership and destination of my country. I am compelled by my responsibility towards the poor, the disenfranchised, the most vulnerable people, businesses, middle classes, and all those who have suffered from the pandemic, without exclusion, all Peruvians. Peru is a cradle of one of the greatest civilizations in the history of humanity. It is a multicultural country, which is multi-ethnic, and it has staked my government to build a society and a state with roots in the people, with social inclusion that would eliminate inequality, unfair distribution of wealth, and which would build a sound and solid democratic society. A society whereby freedom and civil rights would be guaranteed by a democratic and representative government and state that would drive forward the participation of the people and governments at the subnational level, regional and local levels, in all processes in taking decisions that impact the destiny and lives of our people. I reaffirm the vocation and affiliation, which is democratic, of my government. I reaffirm its commitment to social justice. The task is not just to consolidate the rule of law and the division of powers, but also to make effective in political life the exercise of the rights of the people on a day-to-day basis. 25 years ago, and since the last 25 years, the economy of Peru has enjoyed sustained growth, one of the most important economies in Latin America. And notwithstanding this, the ravages of the pandemic on the national economy and the world will impact our responsible management and efficient macroeconomic framework in order to continue expanding and growing and provide better redistribution of income. At the same time, Peru presents indicators of inequality and extreme exclusion, a situation which compromises the values and ethics of a democratic society, impacts the competitiveness of the state and the economy, and that is why it is necessary to provide social transformation that will allow all Peruvian men and women to enjoy their social and economic rights, in addition to fundamental freedoms, civil rights, and political rights. A transformation of all households and every family, their rights in education, health care, decent employment, dignified salaries, social security, access to housing, and access to individual life, economics, and a collective which is respectful of the rights of Mother Earth. We also endorse the historic initiative of Secretary General Antonio Guterres to build a common agenda in the world, in a post-pandemic world, that would establish a new social contract. You have reminded us, Mr. Secretary General, that the 10 richest men in the world combined wealth increased by $500 million since the beginning of the pandemic, while we are grappling with the worst employment crisis since the Great Depression, with millions of people out of work or underemployed. Given the unequal distribution of wealth, the Secretary General is asking the world to have a new social contract worldwide, which we fully endorse. The same diagnosis and determination of a new social contract is important for transformative action. When we look at the risks of COVID, which took the lives of more than 4.5 million people in the world, and the number of infected with COVID exceeded 220 million in the second consecutive year of this pandemic. And this is the context against which this general debate is taking place. Vaccines have opened the way and faith for humanity to assume the conviction that we will win this battle. But combating the pandemic has shown and demonstrated the international system incapacity to cooperate under principles of solidarity and efficiency. We need agreements in place that will ensure equitable access to vaccines and their application. Multilateral cooperation is still very much absent in fighting COVID-19. The initiative of a new global agenda should include vigorous and urgent multilateral action to combat the pandemic and allow access for all countries, especially the poorest, to vaccines and health coverage. Peru will be an active and dynamic member in the common effort of all countries gaining access, which is inclusive, equitable, and non-discriminatory to all diagnoses, therapies, medications, and vaccines, as well as to and healthcare products, including their components and precursors, as required in responding to COVID-19 as a worldwide priority, including access, which is fair. We must attach greatest priority to strengthening international scientific cooperation to combat the pandemic. We must strengthen initiatives that have been developed with this view in mind, especially given that I want to state on behalf of Peru the signing of a world agreement between heads of state and the owners of patents to guarantee universal access to the vaccine of all inhabitants of the planet without any privileges or discrimination. This would be a serious demonstration of our commitment to life and health for all peoples. Mr. President, it is necessary to adapt the Sustainable Development Goals to the new reality of the post-pandemic world. Peru has a foreign national policy which is decentralized, autonomous, which is geared to solidarity and cooperation with all entities, state entities and non-state. Social diplomacy is thus a priority for us, as it is today for the United Nations. And thus we pay special attention to the Sustainable Development Goals, which are most pressing for the most needy, for the poorest. The goal of zero hunger should focus the efforts of the international community. It is vital to redouble our action to meet the food needs, the immediate food needs of all vulnerable people. It's vital to stimulate social protection programs, to maintain and increase world trade in food, to maintain the proper functioning of the gears of the national supply chains for food, and to support small producers' capacity to increase the production of food. We are also committed to a social development policy which will allow Peru to meet the Millennium Development Goals, especially with regard to access to water, healthcare networks, reducing poverty, eliminating extreme poverty, reducing infant mortality, full access to healthcare, guaranteeing inclusive and quality education, obtaining gender equality, especially job creation, and improving informal employment. Jobs are the only lasting antidote to poverty. Healthcare, education, access to water and sanitation cannot be a business which is a profitable one. These are fundamental human rights that we need to guarantee, ensuring universal access, which is of quality without any discrimination. As a school teacher by profession, I must call the international attention to the million of boys and girls and adolescents around the world who are not in school, who are not being educated, a situation which has been worsened by the healthcare crisis. I am convinced that society's capacity to overcome the complex challenges we must grapple with must include education for our children, our young people. The Secretary General's initiative to agree on a new global social contract should be reflected thus, given the serious impact of the pandemic on schools and education. It should be reflected thus in an initiative to universalize education. Women and girls account for half of the world's population. They are a strong, determining force with creative capacity, labor potential, economic and spiritual potential which must be unlocked for our societies. The new global social pact must be a leap forward in the effective exercise of rights for women. These are human rights, and they should go beyond recognition. They should be effectively enjoyed at all levels, local, regional, national, and worldwide. We must establish specific and concrete gender equity. We must eliminate all legal, social, and economic obstacles that hinder the empowerment of women and girls. We must fully guarantee their rights and eliminate all social practices and norms which are discriminatory against women. My government will do so. Peru, Mr. President, is thereby linking its national agenda for social development with the priority agenda of the United Nations with the common goal of applying and achieving Agenda 2030. It is time to put forward the social component in international relations and to commit ourselves to all actions, initiatives, and resources of the United Nations being used for the fulfillment of the Sustainable Development Goals. Social diplomacy is not just a national requirement, it is a global imperative. Mr. President, human action without respect for nature has led us to question the viability of the planet. Fighting climate change calls into question our consciences. Limiting increases of the temperature between 1.5 and 2 degrees, which is a goal that was set forth in the Paris Agreement, is a commitment in its very viability. Meanwhile, desertification continues to clear forests, especially in the Amazon, and the effects of climate change are increasingly devastating. The time has come to rethink our activities to achieve social sustainable development in harmony with the planet, with a view to bequeathing a habitable world for future generations. Those countries that most pollute should imperatively meet their obligations. Peru has taken on the goal of becoming a country which is carbon neutral by 2050 and reducing greenhouse gases from 30 to 40%, thereby respecting what was projected for 2030. As an expression of its commitment to the health of the planet, my government will declare the national climate emergency. This assembly once more will be debating the very serious problem of terrorism. Peru has suffered from violent terrorism and has been able to prevail. We are aware of, reject, and condemn terrorism in all of its forms, and we support any action to fight it. We are committed to the global strategy of the United Nations against terrorism. Terrorism can never be a means for social transformation. Violence only leads to destruction, violations of human rights, and victims who are the poorest and the most dispossessed. Terrorism is violence against human dignity, and it is not reconcilable with the values of democratic societies. At the regional level, Peru is committed to international peace and security. It is committed to the respect of international law and an inclusive agenda. Mr. President, I am a teacher who is convinced that if we do not use the governments of all the world to help children move forward, we will not have accomplished anything. The present is fragile for world diplomacy, particularly for multilateralism. But I believe that our collective determination will always be stronger, and I stand convinced that with the initiative of a new global agenda, we can build together a world of peace, a world of friendship, of cooperation and well-being for one and all. As a teacher, as a government, I must say this to you, let's invest in education, in an educated people. We'll never be fooled. Thank you.
On behalf of the General Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Republic of Peru for the statement just made, and I request protocol to escort His Excellency. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Turkmenistan to introduce an address by the head of state.
Esteemed Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen, I have the honor to present for your attention a pre-recorded video statement by His Excellency Mr. Gurbanguly Berdimuhamedov, the President of Turkmenistan. Thank you, Mr. President. Esteemed Mr. Secretary General, esteemed Mr. President, first of all, allow me to congratulate Mr. Abdullah Shahid upon his election to the presidency of the 76th session of the United Nations General Assembly. and to wish him every success in this position of responsibility. I would like to assure you that Turkmenistan will lend you, Mr. Shahid, its full assistance and support. We would also like to kindly ask Mr. Volkan Bozkir to accept our sincere gratitude for his able and effective work in the position of President of the 75th session. Distinguished participants, the current state of global realities and the nature and trends of political, economic and social processes objectively require closer and more coordinated cooperation among countries and major international organizations in order to achieve our primary common goal: to ensure global peace and security, the conditions for further sustainable development and progress, and to preserve the legal and institutional foundation that forms the basis of the modern world order. The degree to which this cooperation is effective will largely depend on whether a common denominator can be found between national interests and global goals and priorities. Or to put it another way, will we, as members of the global community, show sufficient responsibility, foresight and political will to overcome disagreements, tactical divergences and differences in approaches and assessments, to focus on achieving strategic, long-term development objectives, resolving the most acute global problems, such as questions of environment, energy and food, the equitable distribution of water resources, alleviating poverty, protection from natural disasters, countering terrorism, drug-related threats and other challenges. This fully applies to the problem of combating this dangerous novel infection and mitigating the socio-economic consequences caused by its spread. One must be frank. The efforts of the global community in this area are still insufficient. Moreover, the pandemic has exposed serious systemic failings in the international response to this challenge. We firmly believe that only if all UN member states and UN system organizations join forces will they be able to create the conditions for succeeding in the fight against this common threat. At the same time, the problem of the coronavirus should not be politicized, nor should it be used as a tool for exerting influence in relations between states. We underline that the main platform for multilateral dialogue to develop consolidated and mutually agreed responses to common challenges in the field of global healthcare is the World Health Organization. Turkmenistan will continue to promote its previously voiced initiatives aimed at intensifying multilateral cooperation in the area of science diplomacy. In particular, during the 76th session, we propose to consider instituting the following international and regional instruments: the World Health Organization Special Program for studying the genome of the coronavirus, the World Health Organization Multilateral Mechanism to Combat Pneumonia, the World Health Organization Methodological Center to Treat and Prevent Acute Infections, and the Central Asian Regional Center for Epidemiology, Virology, and Bacteriology. In the context of mitigating the negative economic impacts of the pandemic, Turkmenistan believes that the UN's activity needs to be strengthened in certain areas. In particular, we should actively work on restoring and strengthening the resilience of international transport systems in the face of emergencies. And there is a good foundation for that, namely the UN General Assembly resolution strengthening the links between all modes of transport to achieve stable and reliable international transport for sustainable development during and after the coronavirus disease COVID-19 pandemic, adopted upon the initiative of Turkmenistan on the 29th of July 2021. Distinguished participants, this recent period has been marked by serious problems when it comes to ensuring global peace and security, exacerbating local and regional conflicts. Under such circumstances, Turkmenistan, as a responsible member of the global community, will continue to consistently help in resolving international issues exclusively through peaceful, political and diplomatic means, based on the principles and norms of the UN Charter, fundamental conventions, and other international documents. In this respect, we plan to take several practical steps to fully realize the potential of neutrality as an effective instrument for peacemaking and for reaching constructive consensus decisions, and in so doing, to implement the provisions of the UN General Assembly resolution, the role and importance of a policy of neutrality in maintaining and strengthening international peace, security, and sustainable development, which was adopted upon the initiative of Turkmenistan on the 7th of December 2020. As you know, this year was declared the Year of Peace and Trust by the UN General Assembly. As a country that was behind this decision, Turkmenistan has undertaken enormous international work aimed at strengthening a culture of peace and respectful dialogue, addressing the present lack of trust in international relations. Turkmenistan plans to round off the events of this Year of Peace and Trust by convening, in December this year, in Ashgabat, an international conference on the policy of peace and trust as the foundation of international security, stability, and development. We invite UN member states and international organizations to actively participate in this event. We nevertheless feel that the subject of trust and a culture of dialogue initiated this year should remain the focus of the world's attention and become a permanent element on the UN strategic agenda. In this context, and in order to develop dialogue mechanisms in Central Asia, Turkmenistan proposes drafting a General Assembly resolution entitled Strengthening Regional and International Cooperation aimed at ensuring peace, stability, and sustainable development in the Central Asia region. We believe that considering and adopting this document will help promote the practical implementation of international initiatives from the Central Asian countries that are reflected in the outcome document of the consultative meeting of the heads of state of Central Asia, which took place on the 6th of August 2021 in Turkmenistan. Concurrently, acknowledging the interconnectedness and inseparability of issues related to the maintenance of peace, security, and sustainable development in Central Asia and the Caspian Basin region, Turkmenistan reiterates its proposal to create a zone of peace, trust, and cooperation in the Central Asia and Caspian region. We consider this model to be a platform for promoting initiatives aimed at strengthening multilateral cooperation in the interests of global peace and development. Mr. President, distinguished participants, today the eyes of the world are fixed on Afghanistan. The situation there is not easy. The emerging institutions of power and society are extremely fragile, and therefore, when interpreting and assessing the situation in the country, we need to be extremely consistent, balanced, and responsible, both in words and deeds. The realities in Afghanistan have changed, and when coming up with approaches to Afghanistan, all ideological preferences, old grievances, phobias, and stereotypes should be set aside. We must instead first and foremost think of the Afghan people who are tired of war and turmoil and who are of course dreaming of a peaceful and calm life. When developing relations with Afghanistan, Turkmenistan always prioritizes the principles of friendship and good neighborliness, as well as the historical, cultural, and civilizational commonality of the peoples of these two countries. Our country has been and remains deeply interested in the political stability and security of Afghanistan and the well-being and unity of the fraternal Afghan people. We are thus firm supporters of resolving disputes through peaceful, political and diplomatic means, and we call for the quick normalization of the situation in Afghanistan and express the hope that the nascent state institutions will be able to work effectively for the benefit of and in the interests of the entire Afghan people. For its part, Turkmenistan will continue to provide comprehensive economic and humanitarian assistance to Afghanistan. We are also committed to finalizing ongoing projects and implementing new infrastructure projects in the areas of energy, transport, and communications with Afghan participation. We see this as an important condition for economic and social recovery in Afghanistan and its equal and mutually beneficial integration into global economic relations. Turkmenistan also remains ready as a neighboring state and a neutral state to promote the establishment of the necessary contacts and to help create the conditions for the restoration of peace, harmony and unity in Afghanistan. Distinguished participants, during this session, Turkmenistan looks forward to continuing a broad dialogue on achieving the Sustainable Development Goals. In our view, the main priority is effective collaboration and the practical compatibility of the global, regional and national instruments being used to implement the SDGs. We call for the active promotion of adequate financing for the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. In this regard, we believe that it is necessary to organize another international conference on financing for development as soon as possible. We will continue to pay attention to and draw the attention of the global community to the issue of mitigating the consequences of an environmental and ecological disaster in the Aral Sea. During the upcoming session, Turkmenistan, together with its partners in the region, intends to pursue the creation of a UN special program for the Aral Sea basin. The humanitarian issue remains among our priorities when it comes to Turkmenistan's agenda for cooperation with the UN. As a member of the UN Commission for Social Development 2021 to 2025, Turkmenistan intends to strengthen its role as the main coordinating body for developing coordinated approaches and actions to global issues of social protection, youth affairs, strengthening the role of the traditional family, and in other areas. Migration policy will continue to be an important area of cooperation between Turkmenistan and the UN. As a permanent member of the Executive Committee of the Programme of the High Commissioner for Refugees and having extensive experience in dealing with such complex humanitarian situations, Turkmenistan stands ready to make its contribution to solving these global issues. Distinguished participants, we are united by common thoughts and hopes, worries and threats. This makes the experience gained in solving complex problems jointly, whether it is on an international scale or at the regional and national levels, all the more valuable. Turkmenistan stands ready to share that experience and, together with partners, to pursue new approaches and ways to overcome the challenges facing the United Nations. We declare our firm commitment to cooperating with the United Nations, actively participating in and contributing to its political and diplomatic efforts to preserve and strengthen the existing architecture of global security, overcome the consequences of the pandemic, and to implement plans and programs in the economic, social, environmental, humanitarian, and other fields. Turkmenistan's partnership with the United Nations has been and remains a strategic priority and an ideological and practical foundation for all our activities in the international arena. Thank you for your attention.
On behalf of the General Assembly, I wish to thank the President of Turkmenistan for the statement just made. The Assembly will now hear an address by His Excellency Sauli Niinisto, President of the Republic of Finland. May I request protocol to escort His Excellency. On behalf of the General Assembly, I have the honor to welcome to the United Nations His Excellency Sauli Niinisto, President of the Republic of Finland, and to invite him to address the Assembly.
Mr. President, Secretary General, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. At the outset, I would like to congratulate Mr. Abdullah Shahid for his election as the President of the 76th session of the General Assembly. I also want to congratulate Mr. Antonio Guterres for the re-election for his second term as Secretary General. Both of you can count on Finland's full support for your important work. Finland warmly welcomes the ambitious approach put forward in the Secretary General's Our Common Agenda. It is easy to agree with one of the key statements in that document. In our biggest shared test since the Second World War, humanity faces a stark and urgent choice, a breakdown or a breakthrough. We are indeed at a critical juncture. If humanity is to make the right choice, a breakthrough rather than a breakdown, we have to shoulder our human responsibilities for our common future. The task may seem daunting. The past years have witnessed continued and even growing turbulence in the world. Volatility and uncertainty may easily lead to despair. Common solutions may seem far out of reach. At the same time, many trends highlight how interconnected our world is. The pandemic has had an impact on every one of us. The same will increasingly be true of climate change and emerging technologies alike. Conflicts no longer remain local or regional. They have consequences, direct or indirect, across the globe. All of these cross-border challenges are crying for a global response. With a high mindset, such a response is within reach. In 1975, 30 years after the United Nations was founded, 35 heads of states and governments gathered in the Finnish capital to sign the Helsinki Final Act. The letter of that document, still valid today, focused on security and cooperation in Europe. But the spirit that arose from that meeting can have a more global significance if we succeed in reviving and expanding it. A willingness of adversaries and competitors to engage in dialogue, to build trust, and to seek common denominators. That was the essence of the Helsinki spirit. Its potential today is by no means limited to the OSCE area. It is precisely that kind of spirit that the entire world and the United Nations urgently needs. I'm convinced that the more we speak about the Helsinki spirit, the closer we get to rekindling it and to making it come true. And that will bring us closer to solving our common challenges together. Ladies and gentlemen, over a year and a half since its beginning, we still live in the shadow of the COVID-19 pandemic. Fortunately, there is now some light at the end of the tunnel in many countries. Yet we should resist the temptation to think about health security on a national basis alone. The scientific community has shown a better example than governments. To end this pandemic, the solution has to be global. For a global response to succeed, we need to ensure equitable access to effective remedies. Working through COVAX, Finland is strongly committed to vaccine solidarity. Global action is also needed in order to be better prepared for future pandemics. It is high time to take concrete steps to improve our common health security beyond the current challenges. To improve our resilience, we need a One Health approach, enhancing international collaboration on research and development, and exchanging information on emerging threats is vital. We must ensure the effective functioning of the multilateral global health institutions, such as the World Health Organization. We must also take pause to reflect upon the long-term ramifications of COVID-19. It has led to an increase in extreme poverty and inequality and resulted in a deterioration of gender equality. It has seriously affected many countries' ability to reach the Sustainable Development Goals. We must intensify our efforts to ensure that the most vulnerable are not left further behind. Mr. President, the pandemic has shown that a severe enough concern can push us to take unprecedented steps. In a very short order, we all have taken more extreme measures to change our behavior than any one of us could have imagined before. What would be a sufficient wake-up call for us to do the same for the health of our planet? With a 2030 agenda, the Paris Climate Agreement and the Convention on Biological Diversity, we already have plenty of documents and roadmaps to rely on. But talk is not enough. We need to act, and the time for action is now. The rapidly proceeding loss of biodiversity alone should be a cause for immediate global concern. In addition, we now know that climate change is proceeding even faster than was previously thought. According to the IPCC, we are likely to reach the 1.5 degrees temperature rise already in the early 2030s. It's not an exaggeration to say that we are facing a global climate emergency. And yet, that urgency is still not reflected in our deeds. The national determined contributions we, the signatures of the Paris Agreement, have made so far may still put us on a track of a 2.7 degree temperature rise by the end of this century. The consequences for the planet and for future generations would be catastrophic. We have to use the upcoming COP26 conference to put ourselves on a sustainable course. It's our common responsibility, that of governments and institutions, of companies and individuals, to step up. We need more ambitious emission reduction plans well ahead of the meeting in Glasgow. And we must speed up the ongoing transition away from fossil fuels. To succeed, we need adequate climate financing. As a global community, we have to increase the quality, quantity, and accessibility of climate finance, in particular to the least developed countries and the small island developing countries. We must also encourage finance ministers to take climate change in account in all of their decision-making. The Coalition of Finance Ministers for Climate Action, co-chaired by Finland and Indonesia, has already more than 60 members. It currently focuses on green recovery, carbon pricing, and biodiversity. We invite more countries to join the work of this coalition. Mr. President, the dramatic events of Afghanistan in the past weeks have again reminded us of the fragility of peace and security. The humanitarian needs in Afghanistan are immense, and it is critical that we act together to ensure the access of humanitarian assistance to its people. The UN organizations staying in Afghanistan play a key role here. And the international community must be steadfast on this. Women and girls in Afghanistan must not be forgotten or made invisible. Yet, unfortunately, Afghanistan is just one example. Conflicts, old and new ones, continue to cause human suffering across the world. The diplomatic toolbox of the Charter needs to be used to its full potential, to build peace where needed, and to prevent conflicts where possible. For Finland, conflict prevention and mediation are strong priorities. We continue to be ready and willing to offer our good services for constructive dialogue in this regard. Mr. President, in its foreign policy, Finland has long underscored the importance of the universal and binding nature of human rights. Our own experience is that a society flourishes when everyone has an active, equal, and meaningful role in it. Finland is a candidate to the UN Human Rights Council for the period from 2022 to 2024. As a member of the Council, we will do our best to make our human rights priorities work for the benefit of peace, stability, and prosperity across the world. In our human rights policy, we pay special attention to the rights of those in most vulnerable situations, the ones most exposed to discrimination, promoting the rights of persons with disabilities, and a cross-cutting priority for Finland. Another key theme for us are the rights of all women and girls. The recently launched Generation Equality campaign, in which Finland co-leads the Action Coalition and Technology and Innovation, has an important role in mobilizing different actors for gender equality. Mr. President, in an era of intensifying great power competition and rapid technological progress, we are also faced with a serious risk of a new arms race. In the unraveling of the international arms control system is allowed to continue, it reduces predictability and increases the likelihood of unintended escalation. That will make all of us less secure. We urgently need to remedy the situation. The most important task is to uphold and strengthen the existing arms control architecture. But at the same time, we also need to think ahead with an open mind. We have to develop new solutions to respond to emerging challenges and technologies by strengthening confidence building, verification, and transparency. In nuclear arms control, Finland welcomes the extension of New START. Yet it is also clear that engagement between all the nuclear powers would be beneficial for global security. Mr. President, the need to come together and to save the planet for the future generations has rarely been greater. For Finland, the UN system is at the core of the rules-based order we want to defend, and the multilateralism we want to strengthen. No other organization has the same legitimacy or the same normative impact. No other organization gives hope to so many people for a better world. No other organization can deliver the future we want and the future we deserve. But the United Nations can only succeed if we, its members, want to come together and do what is needed and expected from us. That requires more dialogue. That requires more trust. That requires more Helsinki spirit from all of us. In this spirit, Finland continues its unwavering support for the United Nations. Thank you.
On behalf of the General Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Republic of Finland for the statement just made, and may I request protocol to escort His Excellency. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of the Philippines to introduce an address by the head of state.
Excellencies, I have the honor to introduce the President of the Republic of the Philippines, His Excellency, Mr. Rodrigo Roa Duterte.
Mr. President, I congratulate you on your election and welcome your presidency of hope. Indeed, that is what we need in these challenging times. For nearly 2 years now, the pandemic has upended our lives. The climate crisis has worsened, the inequalities have deepened, and the geopolitical balance is in a state of dangerous flux. Certainly, these are complex problems, but one thing is clear. They all hit the poor the hardest. Injustice is the common thread that ties these issues together. When I spoke before this august body last year, I said that how we address these issues will define our future. From what I have seen, that future will likely be one of inequality, where the poor plays catch up with the rich, with no hope or chance of ever succeeding in closing the gap. We cannot, in all conscience, allow this to happen. An unjust order is inherently volatile. We have to reverse course. How then do we, as governments, reconcile our obligations to our own citizens with our responsibility to the rest of humanity? For the Philippines, we understand that we need to expand our notion of us beyond the nation, so we can work together to secure our common future. We recognize that only inclusive multilateralism can deliver the global public goods we need. And we believe that fairness, equality, and respect should always be the basis of our engagement with one another. Only with this can we correct the injustices that doom the downtrodden all over the world to a life of indignity, and for the thousands during this pandemic, certain death. Mr. President, the picture is bleak. It is a man-made drought of vaccines ravaging the poor countries. Rich countries hoard life-saving vaccines while poor nations wait for trickles. They now talk of booster shots where developing countries consider half doses just to get by. This is shocking beyond belief and must be condemned for what it is, a selfish act that can either be justified rationally or morally. The plain fact is, this pandemic will not end unless the virus is defeated everywhere. Vaccines are key to achieving this. This is why the Philippines committed $1 million to the UN's COVAX facility. This is our modest contribution to our collective fight against COVID-19. We strongly urge our privileged partners to fully support the COVAX facility and further strengthen other cooperation mechanisms. We need this to save more lives, break the cycle of variants, and help ensure global economic recovery. Just as COVID-19 has had an uneven impact on the peoples, climate change has also exposed the varying vulnerabilities of countries around the globe. The risks and burden of a warming climate are simply not the same for everyone. The greatest injustice here is that those who suffer the most are those the least responsible for this existential crisis. But here we are now at a critical tipping point where failure to act leads to cataclysmic consequences for the whole of humankind. The Philippines accepts its share of responsibility and will do its part to avert this collective disaster. We submitted our first nationally determined contribution with a target to reduce greenhouse gas emission by 75% by 2030. I issued a moratorium on the construction of new coal power plants and a directive to explore the nuclear energy option. But this contribution will be rendered useless if the biggest polluters, past and present, choose to do business as usual. We therefore appeal for urgent climate action, especially those who can truly tip the balance. Developed countries must fulfill their long-standing commitment to climate financing, technology transfer, and capacity building in the developing world. This is a moral obligation that cannot be avoided. Our world's transition to a green economy must not be at the expense of developing countries' economic vitality. It simply cannot be, or it would be another travesty of justice. Mr. President, the Filipino people aspire for stable, comfortable, and secure life founded on freedom, justice, and equality. We have made significant strides on this after more than a century of nation building. Today, the Philippines is a middle-income economy and a thriving democracy. But difficult challenges remain. This we do not deny. Millions of Filipinos work abroad under the most difficult and inhumane of circumstances. We call for the abolition of all structures that allow exploitations and oppression of migrant workers. The kafala system is one such behemoth that chains the weak, the desperate, and the voiceless to an existence of unimaginable suffering. Nothing can justify the continued existence of this unjust system. While reforms have been made, the kafala system must be dismantled sooner or later in the name of justice and basic decency. The Philippines seeks stronger partnerships to protect the rights of the Filipinos and realize the full potential of our nation. But let me be clear. What we mean is partnership that respects our people's agency. Let me say this again. My government has a mandate and obligation to my people. We will deal with all criminals, including terrorists, with the full force of our laws.
The Filipino people want to live in peace, security in their homes and communities, free from harm and danger from the lawless. But achieving this goal has not been without challenges. I say this in no uncertain terms. The law applies to all. I have instructed the Department of Justice and the Philippine National Police to review the conduct of our campaign against illegal drugs. Those found to have acted beyond bounds during operations shall be made accountable before our laws.
We have recently finalized the United Nations, our joint program of human rights. This is a model for constructive engagement between a sovereign member state and the United Nations. Meaningful change to be enduring must come from within. The imposition of one's will over another, no matter how noble the intent, has never worked in the past, and it never will be in the future. How many more countries shall be made to unravel and descend into chaos before the powerful heed the simple lesson? In dealing with complex problems in nation building, let us consider pragmatic approaches that square ideals with reality. Sure, they may lead us to imperfect solutions, but solutions nonetheless that actually work. We will pay the price for the misadventure of the few that spiral into humanitarian disasters. The Philippines, in line with its long-standing humanitarian tradition, has opened its doors to Afghan nationals, especially women and children fleeing the conflict. As one global community, we must do our utmost to help the Afghan people and all those who continue to suffer. For the Rohingyas, I have instructed our Department of Justice to work closely with the UN High Commissioner on Refugees to prepare a cooperation program for a specific number of Rohingyas consistent with our capacities. The Philippines has limited resources during these extraordinary times. But what we can do for humanity and will uplift human dignity, we will. Mr. President, in a period of profound geopolitical change, it is vital that all countries, big and small, commit to the rule of law fully and firmly. For a world without law is a world of disaster, where the weak is at the mercy of the strong. There can therefore be no other acceptable basis for a global order but the law. We must resolve disputes peacefully, as we manifested in the Manila Declaration of Peaceful Settlement of International Disputes. The Philippines is one with the ASEAN and other stakeholders in ensuring that the South China Sea remains a sea of peace, security, and prosperity. The 1982 UNCLOS and the 2016 Arbitral Award of the South China Sea provide a clear path towards a just, fair, and win-win solution for all. The award must be seen for what it is, a benefit across the board to all who subscribe to the majesty of the law. No amount of willful disregard by any country, however big and powerful, can diminish the arbitral award's importance. Mr. President, we face multiple crises that demand effective global governance. Yet our institutions, including the United Nations, have proven to be inadequate. The UN is a product of an era long past. It no longer reflects the political and economic realities of the world. Democracy and transparency are concepts that reverberate in the halls of the UN. But ironically, the Security Council, the pinnacle of UN structure, violates every tenet of these values. It is neither democratic nor transparent in its presentation and processes. Many member states have spoken firmly, and we agree this simply is not right. If the UN is to lead the world out of the many crises we face, things need to change. The UN must empower itself by reforming itself. therein lies the hope of humanity. Thank you.
On behalf of the General Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Republic of the Philippines for the statement just made. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Rwanda to introduce an address by the head of state.
Mr. President, it is my distinct honor to introduce a pre-recorded statement by His Excellency Mr. Paul Kagame, President of the Republic of Rwanda, on the occasion of the general debate of the 76th session of the UN General Assembly. Thank you.
Excellency Abdallah Shahid, President of the General Assembly, Excellency Secretary General Antonio Guterres, Excellencies, heads of state and government, distinguished delegates. Fighting the COVID-19 pandemic has challenged the international system like never before. However, alongside unfortunate examples of inequality, we have also seen evidence of the spirit of global solidarity and fairness, exemplifying the best values of our organization. The COVAX mechanism, despite its limitations, is one such case. Without this system, Africa's vaccine deficit would be even more severe. But we can and must do more to speed up vaccine distribution in Africa. Doing so benefits the entire world. The positive steps from various partners and companies toward building local vaccine manufacturing capacity is also very welcome. We must harness this positive momentum to build long-term pandemic resilience where it is needed most. The cooperation at the G7 and the G20 to issue new special drawing rights is another positive example. A further voluntary reallocation of new SDRs to countries that need them most will help create the fiscal space required for a faster and more equitable recovery from the pandemic. Nevertheless, the world is seriously off track with the Sustainable Development Goals. In fairness, we were behind schedule with the SDGs even before the pandemic hit. But there is now increased attention to figuring out how to refocus our efforts and catch up. We need to convert this sense of urgency into a durable political commitment to achieving the SDGs. That commitment must put climate change mitigation at the center of our efforts. The severity of weather-related disasters is increasing year by year. We cannot afford for the result of COP26 in November to be inconclusive or divisive. We also need to re-emphasize the importance of citizen-centered governance and accountability. This not only guarantees well-being and material progress, but also security, stability, and confidence in the future. The extremist ideologies that drive terrorism and genocide must be named, identified early, and dismantled without ambiguity or hesitation. On that, we cannot afford to play politics. I wish to conclude with a strong endorsement of the Secretary General's report on our common agenda. The Secretary General is right to warn of a possible breakdown in the multilateral system in the face of the COVID pandemic, worsening conflict, the climate emergency, and chronic poverty. This would have disastrous consequences for all of us. And